Chapter 2046. Gua Huaning stared at the photo on her phone for a long time. She didn't even realize that it was already dark outside. The servants turned on the lights in the villa. Gua Huaning was shocked and instinctively looked out the window. It was already snowy. The ground and trees were covered in a thick layer of snow. It didn't look like it was snowing in the morning. She rubbed her tired eyes and let out a long sigh. Since she didn't want to be left out, she couldn't blame her for being ruthless. She walked to the window with her phone and stood for a while before dialing the number of the person who sent her the photo. Deputy Director Jia, do you have time to let me meet your big boss? The person on the other end was Deputy Director Jia. He smiled slightly. You want to meet our big boss? Miss Gua, don't you believe in our abilities? Gua Huaning said softly. Why wouldn't I believe you? You've already successfully piqued my interest. But if I don't even know who the big boss behind you is, do you think I'm stupid to want to cooperate with you on such a big matter? She wouldn't act until she saw the rabbit. She hadn't even seen the rabbit fur yet, let alone the rabbit. Deputy Director Jia was just a pawn that she didn't want to deal with. Gua Huaning was calm as she thought about the changes in herself. A few months ago, Deputy Director Jia and Do Ian were still people she tried to please. Now the tables had turned, and it was these people's turn to please her. And these changes were all because Hua Guanxin had taken a liking to her. It was all because of Hua Guanxin. Deputy Director Jia smiled awkwardly. Miss Gua, you can actually tell me the same thing. If you could make the decision, you wouldn't want to cooperate with me. Gua Huaning mercilessly exposed him. Yes, I know you're very powerful. You were able to take that kind of photo and break through the security system of so many people. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. They used photos of Hua Guanxin surveillance to show Gua Huaning their power and influence. Hua Guanxin was no ordinary person. He was the director of the military headquarters political department and held the rank of general. Usually, he was escorted by a large entourage, a fleet of cars, and countless bodyguards and Secret Service personnel to ensure his safety. It was almost impossible to approach him. Gua Huaning could tell that the photos had been taken with a telephoto HD lens. In other words, although these people were tailing Hua Guanxin, they didn't dare to get close to him. Instead, they could only watch from afar and use technology to track him. So what was the point of these people being powerful? Didn't he still need Gua Huaning's help to get close to Hua Guanxin? Deputy Director Jia laughed dryly and said, It's good that Miss Gua knows, but my boss has recently gone on a business trip and isn't in the country. I'm afraid it won't be easy to contact him. Then there's no other way. Let's wait for your boss to come back. Gua Huaning pretended to hang up the phone. Deputy Director Jia finally believed what Gua Huaning had said. He thought about it for a while, not daring to make the decision himself, and dialed another number. The person on the other end of the line quickly picked up the phone. Don't call this number if there's nothing important. How many times have I told you? Deputy Director Jia wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly said, It's important. Gua Huaning just called and said that she wants to see you. Then he added, She said she wouldn't follow the plan if she didn't see you. The person who picked up the phone smiled and nodded. That's a lot of requests. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. Deputy Director Jia whispered an idea. Didn't you see that General Hua was fishing? Gua Huaning is obviously trying to raise her own status. Haha, I told you that we were using him as a fishing opportunity. The person coughed softly. Okay, go and tell Gua Huaning that I agree to see her. Deputy Director Jia stood up in shock. Are you serious? Yes, they won't act until they see the rabbit. I can't bear to see the wolf. I'll make the trip myself. The person had agreed to Gua Huaning's request so easily. Deputy Director Jia was very surprised. However, he couldn't figure out why he had agreed to it. But since the other party had agreed, he would do as he was told. Deputy Director Jia immediately called Gua Huaning again to report the good news. Miss Gua, my boss has agreed to see you immediately. Make an appointment, and I'll tell you the meeting place. Gua Huaning was relieved and immediately said, I'm free next Monday. Will your boss be coming back? No problem. Deputy Director Jia agreed immediately. My boss is a private jet. Even if he's in the South Pole, he'll be back in 2 days. Gua Huaining nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll wait to see your big boss. Putting down her phone, Gua Huaining hesitated for a while before going to the dining room to watch Grandfather Hua eat. She asked, Grandfather Hua, will Mr. Zhou Mahjong and his family be coming? Grandfather Hua nodded happily. Bao Qin said he'll bring Winna and Wenjie over to see me. Winna recently got a boyfriend, and Wenjie recently got a girlfriend. I heard they're getting married soon. He was very emotional. Old people my age already have a lot of great-grandchildren. I hope Wenjie can work hard and let me have a great-grandchild immediately. Gua Huaining's heart skipped a beat. She deliberately said, So Hua Xiao will let you have a greater chance of having a great-grandchild? He's already engaged. When is the wedding? Oh, he's so capable. Who can control him? Grandfather Hua was obviously still angry with Hua Xiaoang. He didn't even want to mention Gun Yanji. However, Gua Huaining insisted on mentioning Gun Yanji. I heard Miss Gu doesn't want to get married for now. She said she wants to focus on her career first. What career can she have? It's because of the Hua family that Senior Speaker Long and General Ji think highly of her. Grandfather Hua's expression changed. The biggest setback in his life was because of Gun Yanji. You're an understanding person, but outsiders might not be able to see it. Gua Huaining sighed as she picked up a piece of tender beef with onion for Grandfather Hua. Especially since she doesn't want to get married right away. In the eyes of outsiders, she doesn't want to bask in the Hua family's glory and rely on herself to be the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Oh, she thinks others are stupid. Does she think people can't see who's backing her just because she doesn't want to get married? Grandfather Hua couldn't even eat his favorite beef with onion. Don't mention her to me again. If it weren't for her, Xiaoheng would have been a standing member of the Supreme Military Council a long time ago. There aren't many people who understand. Gua Huaining casually comforted Grandfather Hua as she said, It's snowing outside today, so it'll be difficult to walk up the mountain tomorrow. When Mr. Zhang's family arrives tomorrow, let them stay for a few more days and wait for the snow to melt before leaving. Yes, that's a good idea. You make the arrangements. After Grandfather Hua finished dinner, he returned to his room to video chat with Zhang Baoqin. He talked about the family going up the mountain tomorrow and staying for a few days. Of course, Zhang Baoqin agreed readily. I'm fine with it. It's just that Winna and Wenjie have to work on Monday. That's fine. Let Gua Huaining send them down the mountain to work. The father and son arranged the errands with Gua Huaining in the video chat. Gua Huaining called Hua Guanchen again. This time, she didn't have to wait long before Hua Guanchen answered. Huaining, what's up? Hua Guanchen sounded a little tired. Gua Huaining was very worried and whispered, Mr. Hua, are you done with your meeting? The venison here is getting old. Hua Guanchen chuckled quietly. You guys eat first. I'll see if I'm free to go up the mountain tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for you. Gua Huaining said gently and immediately hung up. She seemed worried that Hua Guanchen would reject her. Hua Guanchen watched her hang up before asking his personal secretary, Are you sure? Gua Huaining has an appointment with the big boss over there? This is today's first chapter, chapter 2035. Don't release the falcon without seeing the hare. Today is Monday again. My dear friend's recommendation votes. It's 2 o'clock today. At 8:30 p.m. the next night. Moi moi. Everyone little angels. Chapter 2047. Hua Guanchen's personal secretary nodded seriously. Yes, the surveillance found out. They called to confirm and asked Miss Gua to pick the time and place. Then what time did she pick? Hua Guanchen asked calmly. The other party said that their big boss would be returning immediately, so Miss Gua picked next Monday. Mondays were usually Hua Guanchen's busiest time. Besides, he had already promised to visit Grandfather Hua this weekend, so he definitely wouldn't be going back on Monday. Hua Guanchen smiled sarcastically. Okay, Monday it is. Send more people to keep an eye on them, and remember not to alert them. It snowed for an entire day and night in the imperial capital. Hua Guanchen had planned to visit Grandfather Hua at the West Mountain Villa the next day, but because of the heavy snow, his motorcade couldn't go. He could only call to ask. Gua Huaining wasn't disappointed, but when Hua Guanchen said sorry, she immediately felt better. She smiled and said it was fine, then set up a time to meet again. Although Hua Guanchen said it was the time to visit grandfather Hua, in Gua Huaning's heart, it had already become a date with her. At noon, Zhang Baochen actually brought Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie to the West Mountain Villa. Looking at the snow stains on their legs that almost reached their knees, Gua Huaning was both emotional and gratified. She smiled and said, "You're finally here. Grandfather Hua's been talking about you all morning, and I thought you wouldn't come." Zhang Baochen smiled and changed his shoes at the entrance. "How could I not come? I said I would come, so I will definitely come." When he saw Grandfather Hua, he was even more touched and happy than Gua Huaning. He said loudly, "They said the snow was too heavy to come, but how could you come? It all depends on whether you have the heart or not." Zhang Baochen knew Grandfather Hua very well and smiled when he heard this. "Dad, who are you talking about? Who else?" "It's your second brother." Grandfather Hua laughed. "He actually called me this morning and said he couldn't come because the snow was too heavy." Gua Huaning quickly explained on Hua Guanchen's behalf, "Sir, it's not that General Hua doesn't want to come, but it's inconvenient for him to travel. He can't come like Mr. Zhang, the entire motorcade." As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Baochen and gestured. "What do you think, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Baochen laughed awkwardly and said sourly, "That makes sense. Second brother's status is different. He's a general, so of course he'll be surrounded by people when he goes out. Unlike us, who parked our cars at the temporary parking lot at the foot of the mountain and climbed up on our own two legs." On the side, Zhang Wenjie said in a daze, "Actually, the mountain road has already been swept. It's really not easy to have snow-sweeping workers on such a remote mountain so early in the morning." Gua Huaning smiled and nodded. "Yeah, this isn't an ordinary place. If we want to clear the snow, we have to do it here first. It's just that it's only the sidewalk, cars can't get on it." Grandfather Hua smiled and pointed at Gua Huaning. "You have a glib tongue. You're afraid that I'll say something bad about Guanchen." "Grandfather Hua, what are you talking about?" Gua Huaning blushed and waved her hand shyly. She turned around and went out to instruct the chef to cook. Because the snow on the mountain had not been completely swept, it was too difficult for Zhang Baochen and the others to go up and down the mountain. Therefore, the three of them stayed at the West Mountain Villa for 2 days after arriving and only went down the mountain with Gua Huaning on Monday. At this time, the road on the mountain had already been swept. Gua Huaning drove Zhang Baochen, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie down the mountain to the temporary parking lot. When they arrived, Gua Huaning opened the car door and let them out. She smiled and said, "I'm going into the city to buy something. Help yourselves." Zhang Wenna asked curiously, "You need to go into the city to buy something? Can't you buy it online now?" Shopping was so tiring. As an otaku, she had long since disliked crowded shopping malls. Gua Huaning was stunned, but quickly said, "There are too many fake goods online. It's better to go to a real store to compare the goods." "Okay." Zhang Wenna could only nod. "Sister Huaning, you're a rich person. You can't compare to us." Gua Huaning smiled and drove into the city. After a weekend, the snow in the imperial capital had been swept clean. However, there were still many piles of snow on the roadside, waiting for the snowplows to be taken away. On Monday morning, the working hours had already passed. The imperial capital was not crowded. However, because the road was still slippery, it took her half an hour to reach the place where they had agreed to meet. Surprisingly, this person did not arrange to meet her at some high-end private place. Instead, they arranged to meet at the food stalls on the rooftop of an ordinary shopping mall. There were too many people here. Gua Huaning could not figure out why the other party would do this. However, the other party was a big boss with a private jet. If it didn't mind, why would she mind? Gua Huaning walked in with a Hermes platinum bag. The LV cashmere coat she was wearing did not fit in with the atmosphere here. She frowned and looked around. Suddenly, she saw a person who looked familiar. He was wearing a short gray cashmere coat. The coat was open, revealing a collared cashmere sweater. He wore a silver gray striped tie. He looked extremely elegant and handsome. Just like her, he also did not fit in with the environment here. Gua Huaning was very surprised. She did not expect the big boss behind the greasy middle-aged man, Deputy Director Jia, To be so young and so good-looking moreover, he could lower himself to sit at a place where the general public ate. He was like a bouquet of lilies that bloomed in the dust, untainted by even a speck of dust. However, seeing his calm demeanor and Duan Ning's behavior, Gua Huaining immediately recognized that this was the big boss. This feeling was not something that Deputy Director Jia, who deliberately pretended to be mysterious, could give her. She walked over with a smile and sat down in front of the man. She tapped her fingers on the plastic dining table twice. "Sir, I don't think this is the first time we've met." The man looked up at her. His voice was a typical baritone, humble and neutral. "Is that so? But I don't remember meeting this lady except for the photos." "Don't play dumb." Gua Huaining laughed. "The Fates Love restaurant near the Institute of High-Energy Physics. At the time, you were eating with a particularly beautiful woman on the second floor by the window. Am I right?" At the time, the owner of the Fates Love restaurant had asked her to meet him. She was there and saw Song Jining and the ring that Hua Guanchen tried to give her from the surveillance camera. She had a very good memory, and because that day was special, she clearly remembered everything about that place, including the layout of the tables and chairs and the people who were there. On the second floor of that restaurant, a man and a woman were sitting by the window, not far away, following the path led by the green vines. The man was elegant and handsome, and the woman opposite him was mature and beautiful. They were a strange match. A mother and son sat in front of them on the left. The child was only 4 or 5 years old, but he was sitting in his high chair obediently. He did not yell like the other children. The child's mother was elegant and gentle. She was wiping the child's hands with a wet tissue. It was just a few people, but they were deeply embedded in her memory, just like everything that had happened that day. This man was the first person to enter her sight that day, so she naturally remembered him. "I didn't expect you to have already gone that day," Gua Huaining said thoughtfully. The man squinted his eyes and smiled. He said charmingly, "But Miss Gua brushed past me and didn't even look at me." This is today's second chapter, chapter 2036. Today is Monday again, my dear friends' recommendation votes. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2048. Gua Huaining thought that she had thought that Uncle Dong was the boss, but it turned out that there was someone even more powerful than Uncle Dong, who had been watching her from his side. Gua Huaining calmly sat down opposite the man and asked with a smile, "What's your name? Where do you work?" The man was sitting in a low-class food stall, but he looked as elegant as if he were sitting in a 5-star restaurant. His back was straight, and one look was enough to tell that he came from a good family and had a strict upbringing since he was young. Gua Huaining couldn't help but sit up straight. The man looked Gua Huaining up and down without batting an eyelid. He smiled and extended his hand. "You can call me Kevin. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me." Gua Huaining shook his hand as well. "Hello, Mr. Kevin." In the noisy food stalls, a few children screamed as they ran past, followed by a few parents who were chasing after them in exasperation. There was a queue in front of every food stall, but no one was waiting quietly. They were either talking loudly or pushing each other. The dining environment couldn't be considered good, but it had a lively atmosphere. Kevin nodded. "Miss Gua wants to see me." "What's the matter?" Gua Huaining picked up her phone and played with it. She said thoughtfully, "You guys are the ones who want me to join you. You don't have to pretend like nothing happened, right?" Kevin curled his lips, and his slender eyes formed a charming arc. He said, "Miss Gua, do you agree to join us? Don't make it sound so bad." Gua Huaining shifted on the chair uncomfortably. "It's not like I'm going to do anything illegal." Kevin put away his smile. She was already at the point where she was afraid of being followed, yet this woman still had fantasies. He said calmly, "Miss Gua, it's important to know one's limits. If you don't use extreme measures, you won't be able to get what you want, not even in your next life." His words were so harsh that it was worse than a slap in the face. Gua Huaining felt that not only was her face burning, but her entire body was hurting. She stood up abruptly and wanted to leave immediately. However, when she saw Kevin's dark eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, it was as if she had been immobilized. Her feet were rooted to the ground, and she couldn't move a single step. Kevin's face was expressionless, and he just looked at her without moving. The diners sitting next to them felt a little strange at this time. They looked at Gua Huaining and Kevin in surprise and muttered a few words, as if saying, "If you want to quarrel, go home. Why are you quarreling in public?" Kevin looked at Gua Huaining for a while, then stood up slowly and said, "Since Miss Gua still hasn't figured it out, I'll leave first." He then turned around and left. Gua Huaining gritted her teeth. She didn't want to chase after him, but her feet seemed to have a mind of their own. Kevin knew that she was behind him, but he didn't stop. He maintained his normal pace and walked towards the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Kevin didn't stop. She opened her mouth to speak, but Kevin put a finger to his lips and shushed her. He then pointed at the surveillance camera in the elevator. Gua Huaining understood and said nothing. To him, Huaining's Kevin that out. The two of them stayed silent until they got out of the elevator and walked to the sidewalk outside the building. Only then did Gua Huaining say, "Mr. Kevin, what exactly do you mean?" "I didn't mean anything." Kevin put his hands in his trouser pockets and shrugged. "As I said, it depends on what Miss Gua wants." He looked up at the rare azure sky in the capital, took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, and put them on. There's an old saying in Huaxia, only those who suffer the most hardship can become the best. If Miss Gua wants to be the best, but is unwilling to work hard, then it's just a daydream. Gua Huaining was furious. How was it possible that she was daydreaming? Hua Guanchen treated her so well. Although he didn't confess, what if he took the initiative to say it later? But she also knew that even though she had been by his side for several months, he was still indifferent. If she waited for him to take the initiative, she would probably have to wait until the end of time. Gua Huaining couldn't wait any longer. She was also afraid that Hua Guanchen would come back to her and remarry Song Jining. If that happened, all her efforts would be in vain. Her expression changed unpredictably. After a while, she finally said, "Then what do you want me to do? Don't tell me it's actually a crime?" Kevin snickered and glanced at Gua Huaining. "Miss Gua is no stranger to breaking the law. Why do you have to pretend to be innocent? I'm not interested in working with an ignorant, older girl." "You're calling me an ignorant girl?" Gua Huaining automatically removed the word older from her mind, but she was still bothered by the word ignorant. "Yeah, if you haven't thought about it, then you don't have to." Kevin stopped by the side of the road, as if to hail a cab. He turned back to look at Gua Huaining. "My time is limited, and so are our human resources. I don't have time to waste with you, Miss Gua. Miss Gua, please find someone else." Gua Huaining panicked and tugged at the corner of Kevin's shirt. "Mr. Kevin, I'm just a little worried. Is there no legal way? I just want to marry General Hua, and then things will be easier after that." With the title of the general's wife, whatever she wanted, there would naturally be someone who would be smart enough to give it to her. Why would she dirty her hands? She instinctively felt that in order to become Hua Guanchen's wife, she still had to maintain her innocence. She couldn't do anything wrong, or she wouldn't be able to pass the background check. Kevin turned around to face Gua Huaining. His gaze was deep, as if he could see into her heart. He took a step closer and stretched out his index finger, almost touching Gua Huaining's chest. "Miss Gua, no effort, no gain. The more you want to gain, the more effort you have to put in. Even these kindergarten children understand this. Don't you understand, Miss Gua?" As he finished speaking, his gaze turned cold. "Miss Gua, you can't be too greedy. If you don't want to give anything but want something that doesn't belong to you, then you might as well buy a lottery ticket and try your luck. Why do you have a plan and run into walls everywhere?" Gua Huaining was very indignant. She sneered. "Why don't you just say that you're not capable enough? Otherwise, how can others get so much without giving anything?" "Who? I've never met someone like that before. Miss Gua, why don't you tell me?" "Gun Yinji," Gua Huaining blurted out. "Her luck is even better than winning the lottery. But look at what she gave up. Why can't I do the same?" "So it's Gun Yinji?" Kevin looked at her meaningfully. "You could have competed with anyone else, but why her? She's the one who won at the starting line." Gua Huaining froze. "Are you sure? How can Gun Yinji be the one who won at the starting line? Her background is much worse than mine. She was born an orphan in an orphanage. Hua Xiao found someone to pretend to be her father so that she could be with him. You don't really think that Lu Gai is Gun Yinji's biological father?" Do you? At this moment, Kevin seemed to be very interested. His indifferent expression changed to one of interest. His dark eyes reflected the sunlight shining through the cracks in the trees, and the stars danced in his eyes, making his elegant and handsome face look even more lively. I didn't expect Miss Gua to be so familiar with Miss Gu's matters. Gua Huaining turned her head. Her fiancé is Guanchen's only son. How can I not know? We'll be a family in the future, and a relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the most difficult. I'm not that much older than her, so if she throws a tantrum, even I have to keep my distance. Kevin's smile widened. Looks like Miss Gua is determined to win General Hua's heart. If not, why would I look for you? Gua Huaining threw caution to the wind. I already know what you're up to, so let's see if you can help me. As long as I can successfully marry Guanchen, I'll owe you a favor. When the time comes. There's no need for that. Kevin interrupted her. I don't do things on credit. If Miss Gua can't pay me the price, then pretend I never came today. My people won't continue to interact with Miss Gua, and we'll say our goodbyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a normal taxi stopped by the roadside. Kevin opened the door and got in. After giving the driver an address, he closed the door and left. Gua Huaining didn't even have time to say a word before she watched him leave. She was extremely frustrated. She slapped the back of her head, thinking that she had been too indecisive. If she was indecisive, she would only get herself into trouble. Since she was already on board, why pretend to be innocent? It wasn't like she didn't know those photos were already an invasion of privacy. She was just pretending not to know. She clenched her fists and went to the parking lot to get her car. After getting in the car, she finally sent another text to Kevin. I'm on board. Kevin sat in the taxi and read Gua Huaining's text on his phone. His lips curled into a smile. The driver in front was actually Uncle Dong. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands and whispered, Sir, how did it go? Kevin didn't reply to Gua Huaining immediately. Instead, he put away his phone and said with a half smile, When I met up with Gua Huaining, there were at least 5 people secretly watching us. That General Hua really thinks highly of Gua Huaining. Uncle Dong laughed heartily. Sir, you're still the smart one. You walked into the tiger's den and still managed to escape unscathed. Kevin looked out the window and snorted. Gua Huaining is hesitant. Her personality is really not likable. She's also jealous of Gu Nianji and can't stand her. Her heart is higher than the sky, but her life is thinner than paper. She has the body of a servant and the life of a servant. She insisted on tiptoeing to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Uncle Dong said mercilessly, Serves her right to fall into the pit. Kevin nodded. She can't get off the boat. We can begin the operation. Uncle Dong drove the taxi around the imperial capital's traffic several times to shake off all the cars tailing them before driving back to their territory. Hua Guanchen sat in his office and listened to his personal secretary's report. His brows furrowed. Lost them? How did you lose them? You didn't activate the GPS? His personal secretary became embarrassed. Activating the GPS for domestic matters requires the approval of the Special Operations Forces. We haven't submitted the application yet. Hua Guanchen glanced at him. What about the surveillance cameras? There's so many surveillance cameras on the streets. Didn't you check them? I did. His personal secretary was troubled. In the end, we discovered that at a certain intersection, there were suddenly many more taxis of the same model. Even their age was similar. The surveillance cameras didn't have high resolution, so we couldn't tell which one was the real one. Oh, he has this kind of ability? Hua Guanchen smiled and nodded. All right, it seems like this person is indeed not ordinary. With this kind of ability, even if he's not the real mastermind, he's still one of the masterminds. Remember to keep an eye on Gua Huaining. Yes, Chief. His personal secretary breathed a sigh of relief, but asked again, But Chief, why are we keeping an eye on them? Can't we just hand them over to the police and arrest them all? The police need evidence to arrest people. Hua Guanchen avoided talking about his true motives. They secretly took pictures of the chief's whereabouts. They're already suspected of a felony. Hua Guanchen's personal secretary said quietly. Let them. Hua Guanchen raised his hand nonchalantly. What's there to be afraid of when they're so far away? Otherwise, why would they take the bait? You can leave. Hua Guanshan's personal secretary sighed and turned to leave Hua Guanshan's office. After he left, Hua Guanshan looked up and stared blankly at the sofa area in the office. December was a holiday in the West. The days seemed to pass especially quickly. It was going to be Christmas soon. The Huaxiao imperial capital was also decorated. Jingle bells, Christmas songs were played everywhere, and all kinds of Christmas decorations were sold like wildfire. Santa Claus waved and smiled at passers-by at the entrance of the shops. The children couldn't help but come up to take photos. Gua Huaining had more photos in her hands. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the West Mountain Villa and looked at the photos of Song Jining and a tall man going in and out of various shops to buy Christmas decorations. Her face was expressionless. She only saw the man's back, and she knew who it was with a single glance. It wasn't the first time. She realized that as long as Hua Guanshan was with Song Jining, he would be perfunctory and lie to her. However, if he wasn't with Song Jining, Hua Guanshan was still quite good to her. He would pick up her call immediately. A while ago, she had something on her mind and was sick. In the end, Hua Guanshan put down his work and came to the West Mountain Villa to accompany her for 2 days. Those 2 days were like a dream to her. However, as soon as she left, Hua Guanshan reverted to his old ways and frequently interacted with Song Jining. Gua Huaining was so angry that her teeth itched. However, this kind of good and bad behavior made her unable to let go. Her feelings for Hua Guanshan grew deeper and deeper. She knew she had no other choice. After standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window for a long time, Gua Huaining put on her coat and left the villa. She walked up the tree-lined path on the mountain. As she walked, she turned on the Bluetooth headset connected to her phone. Gua Huaining heard herself say, "Mr. Kevin, I agree to your conditions as long as you can make Song Jining disappear." This is today's big chapter update of 4,000 words. Chapter 2037, Make Her Disappear. Today, the 2 chapters are one. It's a little late. If there are any changes in the future updates, I will ask my administrator to post a message on Chi Dian and Shuku's reading comment section. I will also try to notify you on Weibo. P.S. Thank you to Lu Mingshu for tipping 100,000 Chi Dian coins. Congratulations to Lu Mingshu for becoming the 37th leader of Hello, Major General. Thank you to the leader of Only Reading Makes You Happy in Life for tipping 50,000 Chi Dian coins. Thank you to the leaders of Millions Chasing You, Meow Little Meow, Helen 3,500 Meatballs, and Beth 1211 for tipping 10,000 Chi Dian coins each. Thank you all for your birthday wishes, _carrot. Chapter 2049, Song Jining, General Hua's ex-wife? Kevin chuckled. She's already his ex-wife. Why do you want her to disappear? Gua Huaining's expression grew colder. That's none of your business. Just tell me if you agree or not. What if I agree? What if I don't? Kevin sat in the tea room of a high-rise apartment on the top floor of the 3rd Ring Road of the imperial capital. He slowly poured himself a cup of tea. The tea room was about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was a very narrow strip. The paper door was low, so one had to bow when entering. There was a portrait of a monk sitting cross-legged on the wall behind him. It was simple and elegant. There was an ordinary straw mat on the floor. There was only a white porcelain vase and a dark red Jingdezhen pottery pot on the ebony coffee table in front of him. He held the round teacup in his hand and lowered his head to take a sip. He was also wearing a Bluetooth headset and didn't have his phone with him. Gua Huaining was speechless for a long time. Yes, so what if she agreed? So what if she didn't agree? But she just couldn't take it lying down. At the same time, she had a faint premonition that if she really let Song Jining go, it would be difficult for her and Hua Guanshan to succeed. Even if she didn't know who her rival in love was, a woman's subconscious always had an inexplicable premonition and hostility. Gua Huaining puffed out her cheeks and clenched her fists in her pockets. Walking on the path in the West Mountains at dusk, she could see the setting sun through the sparse branches. It was yellow and hung on the ridge not far away, exuding the unique bleakness of winter. Kevin wasn't in a hurry. He blew away the green dust on his tea and quietly waited for Gua Huaining to speak. Gua Huaining walked to the end of the mountain path and watched the red sun in the distance sink below the horizon. Not a sound could be heard in the valley except for the chilly wind blowing through the treetops. She took a deep breath and looked down. It wasn't a bottomless abyss, but it was a bottomless cliff. Looking at the path ahead, the elegant and quaint villa was already lit up. The lights dotted the mountains at dusk, like an ethereal mountain in the clouds. That was the level she had worked hard to reach since she was a child, Gua Huaining finally said. As long as you can make Song Jining disappear, I will only work with you in the future. He was tying the rest of his life to Kevin's group. Kevin chuckled again. Okay, Miss Gua, since you've agreed, fine, I'll help you. Gua Huaining's clenched fists gradually loosened, and a smile reappeared on her face. But before she could smile, Kevin said, But I have a condition. What condition? You know Song Jining's status and the security around her. Making her disappear isn't something that can be done with just a few words, Kevin said rationally. Gua Huaining nodded. That's why I came to you. If you don't have the ability, why should I cooperate with you? Kevin laughed even harder. Miss Gua, I don't think you understand that you're the one asking for our help, not the other way around. Besides, you're nothing now. You haven't even become Hua Guanshan's fiancé. What right do you have to negotiate with us? Gua Huaining was caught off guard. She felt like she had been slapped in the face. Even her nose felt sour, and she almost cried. Don't go too far, she growled. If you don't agree, then don't agree. Do you think I can't find someone else to cooperate with without you? Haha. Go look for her then. I lose if you can find her. Kevin picked up the teapot elegantly and poured himself another half a cup of tea. His voice became cold. Miss Gua, I don't think you understand that you're already on our boat. You want to leave? Dream on. What do you mean? I didn't do anything. How did I get on your boat? Gua Huaining was shocked. She turned around and leaned against the tree next to the cliff, hiding herself in the darkness. You didn't do anything? Forget about anything else. Just show someone the recording of our conversation today. You know what will happen. Gua Huaining's heart sank. Her eyes widened in shock. You secretly recorded our conversation without my permission. That's illegal. Kevin spat out the tea in his mouth. He laughed so hard he almost cried. Miss Gua, you already want to kill someone. Why would you care if someone illegally recorded your phone call? You have a serious double standard. When did I want to kill someone? Gua Huaining refused to admit it. I just want her to disappear in front of me. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. Is killing someone the only way to make someone disappear? Huh? Making her disappear without killing someone? What should I do then? Kevin held back his laughter and pretended to be surprised. There's so many ways. Do you still need me to teach you? Gua Huaining sneered. Sell her to Southeast Asia. Although she's old, her beauty is incomparable to ordinary beauties. She'll definitely make a lot of money for you in Southeast Asia. Human smuggling. Kevin pretended to think for a while. It doesn't seem impossible. We have smugglers who do this, but what price can you afford? Price? Gua Huaining frowned. I said I'll only work with you in the future. Why are you so short-sighted and asking for money now? So Miss Gua is trying to get something for nothing? Kevin clicked his tongue. If we help you, what if you go back on your words in the future? Gua Huaining felt a little guilty. She mumbled in a low voice. Didn't you record me? With this recording, you'll be afraid that I'll go back on my words? That's hard to say. Some people are very thick-skinned. Not to mention that it's just a phone recording. Even if it's written in black and white, they won't admit it. So, Miss Gua, why do you want us to take the risk to help you? Aren't you scheming to get me on your boat? Gua Huaining calmed down from the mountain breeze and quickly found the loophole in Kevin's words. Kevin chuckled. We've been scheming for a long time. Miss Gua seems to have it backwards. The one scheming is Miss Gua. We just happen to be at the right time. It's convenient for us. All right, what do you want? I'll agree to any condition. Can't I? Gua Huaining finally relented. As long as you can make Song Jining disappear, I'll even write you an IOU. There's no need for an IOU. We don't lack money. Kevin propped his head on the ebony coffee table and said lazily, I'll help you make Song Jining disappear, but you have to prove your loyalty first. What loyalty? Our company is having a Christmas party in a few days. Kevin smiled. If you can attend with General Hua, I'll make Song Jinning disappear. Gua Huaning immediately relaxed, but she quickly frowned again. But Guanchen isn't a businessman. How can he attend your company's Christmas party? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Haha, that's your problem, not mine. Kevin lit a stick of incense and inserted it into the incense burner in the tea room. He took a deep breath of the rising sandalwood fragrance and looked intoxicated. Gua Huaning hesitated for a while. She gathered her coat and walked back. Which company are you from? I'll think of a way. Our company is, of course, Carlyle International Investments Limited. Isn't that a disgrace to General Hua? Kevin stood up and looked at his tea room with his hands behind his back. He felt refreshed. The tea and sandalwood fragrance intertwined, clearing his mind and calming his heart. You're from Carlyle International Investments Limited? Gua Huaning was shocked, but quickly realized that this made sense. Do Ian and Deputy Director Jia, who had been in contact with her, were both from Carlyle International Investments Limited. Of course, their leader was more likely to be from Carlyle International Investments Limited. Gua Huaning took out her phone and quickly searched for information on Carlyle International Investments Limited's senior executives. As a public company, Carlyle International Investments Limited's senior executives' information was public. She quickly found Kevin's information on Carlyle's official website. It turned out that he really was a senior executive of Carlyle. He was only in his 30s, but he was already the COO of a multinational investment company like Carlyle. Operation Chief Operating Officer, COO, at CCOO was a special position among the senior executives of C-level. The importance of this position varied depending on the company. In some companies, this position was even lower than the CEO or CFO. However, in other companies, the COO was the real boss. Gua Huaning searched for a long time. Aside from Kevin's dazzling resume, she couldn't find anything wrong with him. He was born into a middle-class family overseas, went to a prestigious school, and successfully entered Wall Street after graduation. 8 years later, he became the COO of Carlyle, the largest investment company in the United States. A person like this had influence in the Huaxiao Empire. He even had people monitoring Hua Guanchen's whereabouts. Gua Huaning could only sigh. It's good to be rich. She was in complete admiration. Okay, COO Kevin, I'll work with you. Gua Huaning's tone was much better now. Kevin raised an eyebrow. Looks like you've already checked my information. I've taken such a big risk and told you my true identity. I hope you won't disappoint me. Cooperation is based on mutual trust. Miss Gua, please remember that. Gua Huaning nodded. No problem. Send me 2 invitations to your company's Christmas party. Otherwise, how am I supposed to bring Guanchen there? Okay. Kevin walked out of his tea room. I'll get my secretary to send you the invitations right away. With that, Kevin hung up and smiled slightly. He walked into his room and took out his phone. He looked at his resume on Carlyle's official website and shook his head mockingly. With a swipe of his hand, the page of his information on Carlyle's official website was erased. Anyway, he hacked Carlyle's official website and put it up temporarily to trick Gua Huaning and the big fish that wanted to be a fisherman. Gua Huaning's call ended, and so did Hua Guanchen's people. Because the situation this time was special, they immediately reported it to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen sat expressionlessly in the intelligence room and listened to the recording of Gua Huaning and Kevin's conversation with his personal secretary. When he heard Gua Huaning say she wanted to sell Song Jinning to Southeast Asia, a flash of suppressed anger flashed in his eyes. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2038, The Fisherman and the Fish 1. It was the third update of the day. The second update was 1 p.m., and the third update was 8:30 p.m. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2050. Chief, what do you think we should do? Hua Guanchen's personal secretary said worriedly. The other party might really want to make a move on Director Song. Hua Guanchen was silent for a moment, then said, send more people to the Institute of High Energy Physics, especially the security personnel around Director Song. However, we can't do it openly. We can't alert them. If the other party knew that they were already aware, then all their efforts would go to waste. But it's already like this. Why don't we just arrest Guo Huaining and be done with it? One of Huo Guanxin's personal secretaries couldn't help but rub his temples. She's done enough dirty tricks. It's already at this point that we can't arrest Guo Huaining immediately. If we arrest her, all our efforts will go to waste. Without needing Huo Guanxin to say anything, Huo Guanxin's other personal secretary immediately objected. Also, they're under our strict surveillance, and they're on our country's territory. If anything happens to Director Song, then we don't have to work anymore. The person behind Guo Huaining has already shown up. Can't we just arrest them? The personal secretary who wanted to arrest Guo Huaining retorted. What are we waiting for? Do we have to wait for them to actually make a move before we can arrest them? Theoretically, we can only notify the police to arrest them if they really do something bad. Huo Guanxin's personal secretary who objected was calmer and knew that Huo Guanxin had other plans. Stop arguing. Huo Guanxin had no intention of explaining. Continue to monitor Guo Huaining. He paused and clicked on the Carlyle official website with his fingers. Didn't we have this person's information just now? Why is it gone now? The network staff in the intelligence room quickly checked the website and finally used the cache function to bring up the original web page. He said regretfully, this person's information was deleted by the Carlyle official website a few minutes ago. Why was it deleted? Huo Guanxin's two personal secretaries looked at each other. We checked just now. Maybe they're afraid of being exposed. Huo Guanxin mused. Maybe there's another reason. Can you get someone to investigate this person? Or investigate the Carlyle company? Huo Guanxin's personal secretary scratched his head. Chief, this Kevin is a foreigner, and the Carlyle company is also headquartered overseas. We don't have enough manpower and resources to investigate Kevin and Carlyle company. Of course, they had no problem investigating domestic affairs, but to investigate foreign affairs. Huo Guanxin's other personal secretary glanced at him and whispered, why don't we ask the special forces to step in? Huo Xiao is Director Song's son. No need. Huo Guanxin objected. I know what I'm doing. He went back to his office and thought about it. He looked at his schedule and found that the Carlyle company's Christmas party was in 2 weeks. Carlyle's branch in China will hold their Christmas party 1 week earlier than the U.S. branch. He frowned and thought for a bit. He called over his most capable personal secretary and said, prepare some people for me. There will be a big operation in a week. Chief, who do you think the other party's target is? His personal secretary asked cautiously. If we monitor Guo Huaining, will the other party find out? Huo Guanxin turned on his computer and said calmly, it doesn't matter if they find out or not. Personal secretary. Huo Guanxin looked up to see his personal secretary's confused expression. He smiled. They found out, but they still continued to contact Guo Huaining. That means they did it on purpose. The news they released was all fake to cover up their real target. What? They already found out. Huo Guanxin's most capable personal secretary was shocked. No way. Our monitoring equipment is of the international standard. Not to mention the people in the underworld. Even the CIA has been defeated by our monitoring equipment. I'm just guessing. Huo Guanxin glared at him. Why are you so obedient? Oh. The personal secretary clutched his chest. If that's the case, then we have to be even more careful. Huo Guanxin nodded. We have to inform the security department. They should know about this group's movements. Okay, I'll contact the security department. The personal secretary quickly took out his notebook and recorded it. There's another possibility. They haven't found out yet. That's all the more reason for us to follow up. Huo Guanxin smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes forming a charming arc. So no matter what they're up to, we have to force them to take it. Yes, Chief. Hearing Huo Guanxin's explanation, his personal secretary sighed in relief. Although he didn't think the chief would get involved with someone like Guo Huaining, who knew? The chief always had a bad taste in women. The personal secretary was also worried sick about Huo Guanxin's private life. Moreover, Huo Guanxin had always been personally handling this matter, so they sometimes couldn't figure it out. After the personal secretary left, Huo Guanxin got up and left the office. He drove to the West Mountain Villa alone. He parked the car on the side of the path in front of the villa. The car lights were not turned off, so he sat in the car alone for a while. After Gua Huining finished dinner and served grandfather Hua back to his room to rest, she sat alone in the room to look up information. Suddenly, she saw a light flashing outside the window. At first, she thought it was an illusion, but after blinking a few times, she realized that the light was still flashing from the window. What was going on? Gua Huining stuck her head out to take a look. There was a car parked on the path in front of the villa. The car lights flashed like the eyes of a beauty, but didn't say anything. However, when she saw the license plate number, she was instantly overjoyed. She immediately stood up from her seat and hurriedly put on her coat. She opened the door and ran out quickly. That was Hua Guanchen's license plate. She had memorized it long ago. "Mr. Hua, you're here." She ran to Hua Guanchen's car window and bent down to knock on it. Hua Guanchen looked at her with a smile and nodded. "You're not asleep yet? I just finished a meeting, so I came over to see you and my father." "I know. You don't have to explain." Gua Huining was overjoyed. On a winter night in the mountains, the temperature was 5 to 10 degrees lower than at the foot of the mountain. However, Gua Huining didn't feel cold at all. "Mr. Hua, aren't you going in?" She wanted to open Hua Guanchen's car door, but after trying, the door wouldn't budge. "No need." Hua Guanchen's hand was on the steering wheel. "I still have something to do, so I have to go back to the city. I just wanted to see you and my father when I'm free." Gua Huining was happy that he was being so reserved. Hua Guanchen was becoming more and more like her. Putting aside his family background, status, and power, just the right amount of ambiguity was enough to satisfy her most perfect fantasy of love. When she was a young and ignorant girl, she was most fascinated by this kind of man who could make you fall deeper and deeper without batting an eyelid. She didn't like rough men, nor did she like attentive men, but she didn't like boring men either. Hua Guanchen was the opposite of everything she didn't like. He wasn't rough or attentive, but he wasn't boring either. More importantly, he was willing to put any effort into her. Watching Hua Guanchen's car lights gradually disappear on the mountain road, Gua Huining cupped her hands around her mouth and huffed. She felt that her face was as radiant as the sunset. The next day, Gua Huining received 2 red and gold-stamped Christmas party invitations from Kevin. Foreign companies in the Huaxiao Empire especially liked this kind of old-fashioned, traditional Huaxia style, unlike local Huaxiao Empire companies who pursued modern Western aesthetics. Looking at the 2 traditional Christmas party invitations, Gua Huining smiled with satisfaction. When she agreed to Kevin's invitation, she was still a little nervous. She didn't know if Hua Guanchen would agree if she asked. Now, she was completely confident that Hua Guanchen would agree. Halfway through the week, Gua Huining finally said on her routine call to Hua Guanchen in the evening, "Mr. Hua, my friend gave me 2 invitations to the Carlisle Company's Christmas party next week." Hua Guanchen grunted and said, "Have fun." Gua Huining was speechless. She blushed in embarrassment and hugged her knees as she sat on the sofa and said quietly, "But everyone is going in pairs. It's too embarrassing for me to go alone." Hua Guanchen was silent for a while and said softly, "You're going with a friend?" Gua Huining sighed and said directly, "Mr. Hua, can you come with me?" Hua Guanchen didn't say anything for a long time. Gua Huining's heart was in her throat. However, Hua Guanchen didn't reject her outright, which gave Gua Huining hope. After thinking for a while, Hua Guanchen said awkwardly, "But I'm very busy next week. It's almost the end of the year, and the military has a lot of meetings. I still have to go to the grassroots level during New Year's, so I might not have time." "You don't have to spend a lot of time. You just have to accompany me to show my face." Gua Huining was overjoyed and nagged. "Something happened to me recently, and my old friends and classmates all pity me. I can't stand their pity. If Mr. Hua can come with me, those people won't look down on me." Hua Guanchen seemed surprised. "They look down on you?" "Huining, you're outstanding and capable. You don't have to care about what other people think." "Of course I won't, but I have a pillar like Mr. Hua. I also want my friends to know, so they won't worry about me." Gua Huining hinted that she wanted to bring Hua Guanchen to meet her friends. Hua Guanchen seemed to understand what she meant. He hesitated for a long time before sighing softly and saying, "Huining, have you really thought it through?" "What do you mean?" Gua Huaining became nervous and gripped her phone tightly. She couldn't help sitting up straight and stammering, Mr. Hua, I don't understand what you mean. I mean, are you ready to be with an old man like me? This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 2039, The Fisherman and the Fish. It was the third watch of the day. It was 8:30 p.m. on the third watch. Wax little angels. Chapter 2051. Happiness fell from the sky like fireworks in the middle of the night, catching people off guard. Gua Huaining was dumbfounded. Her heart was pounding, and her ears were filled with the sound of her blood pumping. For a moment, she could barely see or hear anything. She was completely immersed in Hua Guanshan's deep question, until Hua Guanshan's voice rang in her ears again. You haven't spoken for so long. It seems like I was thinking too much. No, you didn't. Gua Huaining snapped back to reality and quickly said loudly, I do. She spoke so eagerly that she almost stuttered. However, she couldn't care less about that. She could only pour out all her feelings. Hua Guanshan's lips twitched, but he still listened without saying a word. Finally, he said gently, as long as you don't think I'm old. Why would I think you're old? Gua Huaining was excited. I'm already in my 30s, and you're only in your 50s. You're not old at all. Now, even old men in their 60s, 70s, or even 80s still want to find young girls in their 20s. Hua Guanshan smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll go with you next week, but I only have about 20 minutes. 20 minutes is enough. Gua Huaining was overjoyed. She held her phone and almost spun around the room. Then we'll agree to go together next Friday evening? Okay. Hua Guanshan said briefly, I'll get my secretary to record the time and pick you up at the West Mountain Villa. Okay. Gua Huaining's voice was so gentle that water could flow out of it. After hanging up, she glanced at the mirror on the dressing table and was stunned by her sparkling eyes and rosy skin. Sure enough, love was a woman's best skincare product. Time passed especially quickly when she was in a good mood. In the blink of an eye, it was next Friday. Gua Huaining had been busy shopping for the past week and a half. It took her a long time to pick out a suitable evening dress. If it weren't for the fact that she was pressed for time, she would have flown to Europe to have an evening dress custom-made. Because this Christmas party was special to her. It was the night she officially confirmed her relationship with Hua Guanshan, and it was also the turning point in her life. It didn't matter if it was expensive. She got up early in the morning and drove into the city. She found the beauty salon she was most familiar with and started her body care routine. She had to appear in front of everyone in her best condition. In the evening, Hua Guanshan's car stopped on time in front of his West Mountain Villa and waited for Gua Huaining to come out. Gua Huaining didn't let him wait too long. She quickly walked out of the villa wearing her favorite sapphire blue LV evening gown and a cashmere coat. Arriving at Hua Guanshan's car, she bent down to knock on the window and nodded with a smile. Hua Guanshan's chauffeur lowered the window, and Hua Guanshan's handsome face appeared from the rear window. He looked at Gua Huaining and praised, very beautiful. The smile on Gua Huaining's face widened. She walked to the other side and opened the back door. She sat in the back seat with Hua Guanshan. Hua Guanshan discreetly moved to the side, as if he was making room for her, but there was actually a large distance between the two of them. Gua Huaining didn't notice this at all. Her mind was filled with the fantasy of a perfect life today. The car sped all the way and soon arrived at the entrance of a Sheraton hotel in the western part of the imperial capital. The Carlyle Corporation's Huaxia branch Christmas party was being held here. This kind of international investment company specialized in capital operations, so the people they visited were naturally rich and powerful. They were all top figures in the financial world. Not only were there very few military bigwigs like Hua Guanshan, but he was also one of a kind. Therefore, when he got out of the car with Gua Huaining, there was a sudden commotion. The guard around Hua Guanshan immediately formed a human wall to keep the reporters far away. Gua Huaining smiled reservedly and held Hua Guanshan's arm as they walked through the entrance of the Sheraton Hotel. Inside the door, she was familiar with people dressed in fine clothes and chatting merrily with each other. This was the world she belonged in. After Hua Guanshan and her entered, The leaders of the Carlyle Corporation's Huaxiao branch immediately walked over and respectfully welcomed them to the small reception room inside. Compared to the hall outside, the decoration was more luxurious, and there were fewer people inside. Kevin sat at the head of the table and was surrounded by a few young and beautiful female models. They were like fish in water in this kind of setting. As soon as they saw Hua Guanchen enter in his military uniform, the female models' eyes lit up and rushed over to surround him. However, they couldn't get close to Hua Guanchen and Gua Huaining and could only stare at Gua Huaining indignantly. Gua Huaining's mood couldn't be better. She led Hua Guanchen directly to Kevin and smiled. "Mr. Kevin, thank you for your help in the past few days." Kevin stood up and reached out to shake Gua Huaining's hand before smiling at Hua Guanchen. "This is..." Gua Huaining secretly glanced at Hua Guanchen and took the initiative to say, "This is Mr. Hua, my boyfriend. The last time I asked Mr. Kevin to find Dr. Tony, it was to save Mr. Hua's father. Otherwise, with Do Ian and Deputy Director Jia's status, they wouldn't have been able to invite Dr. Tony." At first, Gua Huaining thought it was Do Ian's influence, but later found out that it was actually Kevin who pulled the strings. However, he hadn't shown his face yet at the time, and it was Do Ian and Deputy Director Jia who were in charge. Hua Guanchen smiled and took the initiative to shake Kevin's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Kevin, for your help. Otherwise, my father would still be in a vegetative state." "Mr. Hua, don't mention it. It's our honor to be able to help your father." Kevin was still elegant and handsome, but his eyes were more attentive. This coincided with Gua Huaining's suspicions. Even the wealthiest person had to bow down to power. She hugged Hua Guanchen's arm even tighter. However, Hua Guanchen had said he could only stay for 20 minutes. 5 minutes to go, his personal secretary reminded him, "Chief, we have to go. We still have a meeting in the military." "The military still has a meeting in the middle of the night?" Kevin asked casually, but also curiously. "I'm sorry, this is our job. Please forgive me for not being able to comment." Hua Guanchen's personal secretary didn't let anything slip and didn't want to gossip with Kevin. Hua Guanchen didn't say anything else and nodded to Gua Huaining. "I'm leaving now. You can have some fun. I'll leave a car for you and a driver, so you can go home no matter how late it is." Gua Huaining nodded with a smile. "Okay, Guanchen, thank you." This was the first time she called him that in front of Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen paused in his steps, but his expression didn't change as he turned to leave with a smile. Just as he walked out of the small reception room with his personal secretary and guards, he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance of the hall. At this time, the executives crowded around 2 people and entered. Hua Guanchen stopped to look and was surprised to see that it was Speaker Long and Gun Yinji. Speaker Long had a youthful complexion and white hair and was smiling brightly. Gun Yinji didn't wear an evening gown like the other women, but a custom-made professional pantsuit. She didn't have any other accessories on her. Only the watch on her left wrist was unique, showing off her wealth and heritage. Hua Guanchen's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Kevin smiled as he walked out with Gua Huaining. Gua Huaining looked up to see Gun Yinji, and her good mood for the night was ruined. "What's going on? Why did you invite her?" Gua Huaining quietly pouted at Gun Yinji. "Our company wants to expand our business in the Huaxiao Empire, so of course we need the Huaxiao Empire to remove the restrictions on foreign investment in the financial industry," Kevin explained quietly. "Of course we need to build a good relationship with the Senate, otherwise how would we even begin?" Gua Huaining was angry and annoyed. "But you invited me today." Kevin was speechless. If he hadn't sent someone to spread the news that Gua Huaining would be attending with her new boyfriend, General Hua, he wouldn't have been able to catch a big fish like Gun Yinji. It was common knowledge that Gun Yinji, the chief legal advisor of the Senate, never attended such events. But this time, Kevin had calculated everything and knew she would definitely come. Gun Yinji stood next to Speaker Long and chatted with the people around her as she discreetly scanned the entire hall. Hua Guanchen and his people who walked out of the small reception room first caught her attention. Gun Yinji then looked at Gua Huaining behind Hua Guanchen and narrowed her eyes. It was actually true. General Hua was actually with Gua Huaining. The two of them were attending such an event together. Even if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, it was still extraordinary. Hua Guanchen was also stunned when he saw Gun Yinji. Something flashed through his mind. The other party's target was actually Gun Yinji? Could it be that even Song Jining and himself were the other party's cover? But he had heard from Hua Xiaoheng that those who coveted Gun Yinji had clearly been eradicated by his good son. Besides, Gu Xiangwen was already dead, and most of his things had been donated to the country. Why were there still people eyeing Gun Yinji? Hua Guanchen's thoughts instantly returned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was his older brother, Hua Guanyuan. There was no doubt about that. His older brother had suddenly disappeared because of the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. He had returned 18 years later with Gun Yinji and her father, Lu Jin. Could it be that Gun Yinji had something to do with the failure of the experiment? But she was only 2 years old at the time. Gun Yinji had already looked over curiously. Hua Guanchen smiled at her and nodded. Hua Guanchen had already thought about so many things the moment their eyes met. He had thought that he already knew the other party's motive, but now he wasn't so sure. Gun Yinji lowered her head and said a few words to Speaker Long, then walked towards Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen saw that those people were looking at him again, so he had no choice but to turn around and walk back to the small reception room. Kevin put his hands in his trouser pockets and asked politely, "Mr. Hua, please stay a little longer." Hua Guanchen said calmly, "I saw an acquaintance. I'll leave after saying a few words." Gua Huaning walked up uneasily and held Hua Guanchen's arm tightly. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 2040, The Fisherman and the Fish 3. It was the third watch of the day. P.S. Thank you, Sing_Sing, the leader of the Alliance, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2052. Gun Yinji lowered her head and whispered to Speaker Long. "Speaker Long, General Hua is also here. I'll go greet him." Speaker Long frowned. "General Hua? You mean Xiaoheng's father?" Gun Yinji nodded. "I think he came with a friend. I'll go ask what's going on." It was rare for soldiers to appear at such an occasion, so Hua Guanchen's military uniform and the gold star on his shoulder were particularly eye-catching. Speaker Long had been talking to someone and didn't see it with his own eyes. When he turned back, Hua Guanchen had already walked back to the small reception room. "Then go see." Speaker Long raised his hand and said helplessly, "I told you that you didn't have to come, but you insisted on coming. Look, you've made yourself unhappy. Come over after you finish talking. I saw a few friends, and I'll introduce them to you." Speaker Long sincerely wanted to train her to be his successor, so he spared no effort to share his circle of friends and connections with her, so she could familiarize herself with his scope of work. Gun Yinji smiled at him. "Thank you, Speaker Long. I'll be right back." She came for Hua Guanchen, so how could she give up this opportunity? Leaving Speaker Long, Gun Yinji walked to the small reception room with her 2 assistants and 2 security guards. Her ostensible purpose for attending the Christmas party today was for official business, not personal reasons, so there were still many people around her. They all followed the style of the chief legal counsel of the Senate. When she walked into the small reception room with her own people, Gun Yinji didn't miss the disgust on Gua Huaning's face. However, it was only for a moment before Gua Huaning returned to normal. She smiled and said affectionately, "Yinji, you're here too? Is Xiaoheng here?" As she spoke, she even looked out the door and pretended to be searching. Gun Yinji nodded at her politely, but didn't reply. Instead, she looked at Hua Guanchen and said with a smile, "General Hua, I didn't expect to see you here." Before Hua Guanchen could speak, Gua Huaning had already called out, "Yinji, how can you speak to Mr. Hua like that? You are the fiancé of Mr. Hua's only son. Can't Mr. Hua be worthy of you calling him uncle?" Gun Yinji finally looked at Gua Huaning and said dryly, "I'm here today for official business, not personal matters. In public, we don't consider relatives." She had no problem addressing Hua Guanchen by his military rank. Gua Huaning blushed at Gun Yinji's rebuke. She instinctively looked at Hua Guanchen and whispered, "Mr. Hua, did I cause trouble for you?" Gun Yinji didn't wait for Hua Guanchen to reply and interrupted Gua Huaning. "General Hua, are you here for official business or personal reasons?" Hua Guanchen didn't seem to notice the undercurrent between the 2 women. He only smiled and said, "So Chief Gu is here for official business, but I'm here for personal reasons." He looked at Gua Huaning beside him and said with a trace of pity in his voice, "It was Huaning's friend who invited her. She asked me to accompany her, but I only have 20 minutes before I have to go back to the meeting." Gua Huaning finally puffed out her chest and said confidently, "Ninji, don't tell me Mr. Hua doesn't even have his own private time? Of course, I'm just asking. Miss Gua, what's the point of being so hostile towards me? Did I offend you?" Gu Ninji couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and asked directly. Gua Huaning was angered by Gu Ninji's attitude and tone, not to mention the fact that she kept asking if she had offended her. God, was kicking her out of the Hong Corporation not considered offending her? Gua Huaning laughed dryly. "Only you know if you've offended me or not. I really don't know." Gu Ninji glanced at her calmly. "Miss Gua, on the other hand, you've offended me before and haven't formally apologized to me yet. But forget it. Since you're General Hua's personal friend, I'll let bygones be bygones. I won't make things difficult for General Hua." Gua Huaning originally wanted to be angry, but when she thought about it again, Gu Ninji's words seemed to have acknowledged her relationship with Hua Guanchen. She suddenly felt happy, and the anger from earlier dissipated like a balloon that had been pricked by a needle. She beamed and quickly said, "I was indeed in the wrong last time. I'll formally apologize to you now." The corners of Gu Ninji's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything else. She nodded at Hua Guanchen and smiled. "I didn't expect General Hua to have such bad taste as always. What does it have to do with you?" Hua Guanchen said in a low voice. "Since Huaning doesn't like seeing you, don't appear here again. Go back. Do you want me to call Xiaoheng?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and quickly dialed Hua Xiaoheng's number. Gu Ninji wasn't the only one stunned. Even Gua Huaning couldn't believe her ears. Hua Guanchen had actually slapped Gu Ninji in the face for her. He really was sincere towards her. Gua Huaning almost cried tears of joy. Gu Ninji quickly composed herself and said with a dark expression, "What does General Hua mean? I'm here for official business. Why can't I?" "It's not that you can't, but I can't tolerate you being rude to Huaning." Hua Guanchen changed his usual ambiguous attitude and actually publicly supported Gua Huaning. Gua Huaning felt bad and quickly tugged at Hua Guanchen's sleeve. She whispered, "Guanchen, don't be like this. Ninji didn't mean it. Besides, I'm a few years older than her. Even if she was disrespectful to me, I wouldn't take it to heart." "You don't take it to heart because you're magnanimous. But she can't not have the right attitude." As Hua Guanchen spoke, he put his hand on Gua Huaning's shoulder and glared at Gu Ninji. "Huaning doesn't like seeing you. From now on, you can't go anywhere she goes." Gu Ninji was speechless. Was he putting on an act, or was he using too much force? Gu Ninji realized that she couldn't figure out Hua Guanchen anymore. She looked at Gua Huaning deeply and turned to leave without saying a word. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't walk far before she received Hua Xiaoheng's call. She walked to the window to answer the call. Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was as deep and magnetic as ever. It came from the phone, and just his voice alone was enough to make her ears tremble. "Ninji, did you have a conflict with General Hua?" "I did." Gu Ninji pouted. "I was one-sidedly lectured." She looked at the transparent, floor-to-ceiling window in front of her and habitually swiped her fingers on the window. Because it was a Christmas party, there was a circle of colorful light bulbs on the windowsill, giving off colorful lights. The window couldn't be used as a mirror at night like before. So after a while, Gu Ninji saw a refined and handsome man standing not far from her in the reflection of the window. He was looking her direction with a smile. When she turned around, the man was already walking over. This is the first chapter for today. Chapter 2041, The Fisherman and the Fish 4. 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2053. Hello, Chief Gu. Welcome to our Carlisle Corporation's Christmas party. The man was Kevin, and he extended his hand respectfully to Gu Ninji. Gu Ninji hung up and turned to look at him. She nodded calmly. "Hello, I have something to do." Excuse me. She had no intention of chatting with him. Kevin wasn't angry. He smiled. Are you familiar with Miss Gua? Gunyinji paused. Not really, just acquaintances. Then we'll have to get to know each other in the future. Kevin spoke one sentence after another. His attitude was much more cautious than when he talked to Gua Huaining. Gunyinji turned to look at him. May I ask your name? Do I know you? They had been talking for so long, but he hadn't even introduced himself. Was she familiar with him? Gunyinji pretended not to see the badge on Kevin's chest. Kevin raised a brow. Chief Gu doesn't know me. Why would I know you? Gunyinji was annoyed by this kind of meaningless conversation. However, having been in the Senate for so long, she understood that small talk was inevitable. Talking was unavoidable. It was a way to get closer to each other. S3, oh my bad. Let me introduce myself. I'm the COO of the Carlyle Corporation. My name is Kevin. He winked at Gunyinji and pointed to his badge. I'm here to inspect the work of the Carlyle Huaxia branch. I didn't expect to speak to Chief Gu. It's my honor. Gunyinji looked Kevin up and down. You're welcome. Your company's Christmas party is very interesting. Really? I was worried Chief Gu would find it boring. Kevin pretended not to hear the teasing in Gunyinji's tone. Gunyinji had gone to the French windows alone to make a call. Her two assistants and security guards were scattered around. They could see her, but wouldn't disturb her privacy. Kevin was able to get past these people to Gunyinji's side because of his badge. He stood not too far from Gunyinji and said with a smile, To tell you the truth, I've heard a lot about Chief Gu when I was in the United States. But at that time, I thought Chief Gu would show off her skills in the law firm. I didn't expect you to enter the Senate after graduation. Oh, how do you know me? A waiter walked over with a tray. There were cocktails and snacks on the tray for the guests to enjoy. Gunyinji casually took a cocktail, not to drink it, but to put on an act. That way, she wouldn't look too out of place like everyone else. Kevin also took a glass and raised it to Gunyinji. He took a sip first and said, Let's go to the garden in the back and talk. Is there something? Gunyinji smiled and said, I'm here to attend the Christmas party, not to participate in business negotiations. That's a pity. I wanted to talk to you about the legislation on foreign investment access in the financial industry, Kevin said, pretending to be regretful. Don't you want to hear our opinion? It's best if you discuss this with Speaker Long. I'm just a legal advisor, not even a senator. I can't help you much. At that moment, Gunyinji felt that someone was sizing her up. The gaze was neither light nor heavy, but it carried a sense of inquiry. However, when she looked up slightly, the gaze shifted away. Gunyinji looked down and thought about it. She strolled in the direction of the garden Kevin had indicated. It was exactly what Kevin wanted. He smiled and walked quickly to keep up with her. Gunyinji's assistant and security guards quickly followed and walked in the direction of the garden Kevin had indicated. Of course, Gunyinji's assistant and security guards caught up to them. They walked not too far from them. Gua Huaining stood next to Ho Guanchen. She bit her lip and looked at him. Then she looked in the direction Gunyinji and Kevin had disappeared. She smiled and said, Guanchen, should we go to the garden in the back? I haven't been to the Sheraton Hotel often, but I've heard that the garden is very exquisite. It's all tropical rainforest style. I heard it's very similar to the natural landscape in Florida. She was actually very uncomfortable. She didn't want to be with Gunyinji. Hua Guanchen had spoken up for her just now, which gave her endless hope. But in the blink of an eye, Hua Guanchen's attention was no longer on her. Although he was still standing next to her, she could see that his heart had already flown to Gunyinji. She really didn't know what was so good about this woman. Everyone was so infatuated with her. But although she was uncomfortable, Gua Huaining knew how to make a man feel good. That was to figure out what they were thinking and then speak and act according to their wishes. Since she could see that Hua Guanchen's heart was on Gunyinji's side, she brought it up at the right time. Hua Guanchen actually said he only had 20 minutes, but it had already been almost 20 minutes, and he had no intention of leaving. Gua Huaining was even more upset. Hua Guanchen had just watched Gunyinji and Kevin's backs disappear in the direction of the left back door of the lobby. He put the wine glass on the table unhappily and said, Then let's go take a look. Gua Huaining suppressed her curiosity and finally stopped herself from asking, You're not going back for the meeting? If Hua Guanchen hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have made him feel awkward. The two of them walked through the left back door of the lobby and discovered that it was actually a T-shaped corridor with a fork. S3. He happened to see Gu Nianji and Kevin's backs turn left. Hua Guanchen quickly followed. Gua Huaning was about to follow when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate in her handbag. Her heart skipped a beat, and she stopped in her tracks to take a look at her phone. It was Deputy Director Jia who had sent her a photo and a text message, forwarded to Song. Gua Huaning hurriedly clicked open the photo and took a look. Her pupils suddenly widened. In the photo, Gu Nianji was tiptoeing and kissing a man's back. The man's head was lowered and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but it looked like it was Kevin. Although Gu Nianji was tall, she was like a little bird in front of the man. It was surprisingly harmonious. Gua Huaning couldn't help secretly feeling that Gu Nianji didn't seem like such a casual person, but she also admired Kevin's ability. This was only their first meeting, right? How did Gu Nianji take the bait? She pouted. Who cared if the photo was real or fake, as long as it could annoy those people? She casually forwarded it to Song Jining. Song Jining had just come out of the lab. Today's experiment results were good, but it was still different from what they had expected. Song Jining planned to go back to the office and carefully calculate it, then refer to Gu Xiangwen's experiment notes to see if she could quantify it. Just then, she heard her phone ring. It was so late. Lu Yuan was usually the one calling her, delivering supper, or picking her up. She was already used to it. However, when she took out her phone and took a look, she realized that she had made a mistake. It wasn't a call or text from Lu Yuan, but a photo from Gua Huaning. The corners of Song Jining's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that Hua Guanchen really had a good relationship with Gua Huaning. He could even tell Gua Huaning her phone number. Song Jining's eyes widened in surprise when she clicked on the photo. What was going on? This was Nianji, wasn't it? Looking at the graceful curve of her back, she knew that she hadn't mistaken her for someone else. Her fingers rubbed her phone a few times. She subconsciously wanted to forward it to Hua Xiaoheng, but she quickly held back. Whether this kind of thing was real or not, it would annoy Nianji and Xiaoheng. She couldn't let Gua Huaning succeed. After thinking for a moment, Song Jining replied to Gua Huaning, "What is this place? Are you seeing things? Or are you secretly taking pictures of someone else?" This was today's second update. Chapter 2042, The Fisherman and the Fish 5. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Asterisk degree? Degree asterisk? If you want to chat about Hello, Major General, with more like-minded people, follow Hot Web Literature on WeChat. Or Chapter 2054. Gua Huaning looked down at the photo on her phone and smirked. Of course it was taken secretly, but how could it be wrong? She remembered very clearly that Gu Nianji had been wearing this custom-made business suit, as well as the red-soled leather shoes. Even the watch on her wrist was exactly the same. Everything else could be replicated, but could this watch be replicated? She had once heard from Hong Ziki that Gu Nianji's watch was a couple's watch that Hua Xiaoheng had specially ordered from a world-renowned watch manufacturer that never made custom orders. Just this detail alone was enough for Gua Huaning to conclude that the person must be Gu Nianji. She smiled and texted Song Jining back. "Look at that watch, and you'll know if I'm seeing things." Song Jining had been scared out of her wits with just a quick glance, so she didn't have time to look at the details. Now that Gua Huaning reminded her, she took a closer look. The woman in the photo was tall and had long legs. She had reached out with one hand to wrap around the man's neck, revealing the watch on her wrist. She clicked on the details to take a closer look. It really was Gu Nianji's watch. Song Jining felt even more uneasy. She also noticed the location tag on the photo. It was the Sheraton Hotel on the 3rd Ring Road. It wasn't far from her. Song Jining didn't want anyone to know about this, so she immediately had an idea. She replied to Gua Huaning calmly, "Sorry, I can't tell if it's real or fake just by looking at the photo. You don't have to waste your time trying to drive a wedge between us. If you have time, spend it on Hua Guanchen. Don't stretch your hands too far. Hasn't he always been your target?" Gua Huaning was both embarrassed and angry that Song Jining had pointed out her motive. This was her love rival, so what was with her nonchalant tone? She only knew how to be jealous. Gua Huaining was about to reply when someone suddenly covered her face with a handkerchief from behind. The handkerchief was half wet and smelled of anesthetic. Gua Huaining only took one breath before passing out. She was dragged to a small room on the side. Hua Guanchen didn't even notice that Gua Huaining hadn't followed him. He followed the figures of the two people in front of him. His personal secretary and bodyguard stayed close to him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. At this moment, the sound of fireworks could be heard outside the hotel. Hua Guanchen stopped in his tracks and listened intently. He asked in confusion, "Can the Sheraton Hotel set off fireworks in private?" His personal secretary hurriedly said, "We can't. A few years ago, it was stipulated that fireworks and firecrackers are prohibited within the fifth ring of the imperial capital." However, when he looked out of the window, he could see brilliant fireworks blooming in the night sky. Some of them even had their own rumbling sounds. There were peonies of outstanding beauty, weeping willows with branches and leaves, and chrysanthemums with their flower whiskers stretched out. Then, there were bird-shaped fireworks of the rock spreading its wings. There were also phoenixes coming head-on, gathering together with the soaring flood dragon. It was a perfect demonstration of what it meant to be lively like a dragon and a phoenix. Even someone like Hua Guanchen, who had seen much of the world, was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses and immediately felt that something was wrong. Hurry up and inform the police and fire departments to come and maintain order. Punish the Sheraton Hotel for their illegal behavior. Hua Guanchen walked even faster as he spoke. This place was bustling with activity and explosions. What did this mean? He couldn't explain it, but the strings in his heart were stretched taut. Just as he reached the corner at the end of the corridor, he suddenly felt a strange gust of air coming towards him. There was a slight prickling sensation on his cheek. Before his brain could process what was happening, his body reacted even more quickly. "Get down!" Hua Guanchen turned around and tackled the two personal secretaries walking behind him. The guard behind the personal secretaries quickly took out their guns, but a few bullets had already whizzed through the air and hit the chest of the guard in front. He grunted and was knocked down by the impact of the bullets. He slid backwards and only stopped when he reached the wall. The other guards immediately dropped to the ground, aiming and firing back at the same time. The bullets behind him poured down like rain. The firepower was so strong that Hua Guanchen couldn't even lift his head. The two personal secretaries under his protection couldn't let the chief protect them. The two of them burst out at the same time with greater strength than usual. Finally, they flipped over and got up. One of them covered Hua Guanchen as he retreated down the corridor, while the other began to call the police. At the same time, he informed the military special guards to quickly come and protect the chief. The special guards under the military headquarters were even more powerful than normal special forces. Simply put, the people who could enter the special guards were all elite soldiers who had been selected from the military's combat selections over the past 3 years. They only stayed in the special guard for 3 years and were rotated every 3 years. They were all elite soldiers among elite soldiers. The targets of their protection were only people of Hua Guanchen's level and above in the most critical situations. Once they were called, any enemy who dared to resist or even provoke them would die a horrible death. "Chief, the special guard are already on their way." The personal secretary used his body to shield Hua Guanchen. His eyes were filled with tears. "How could you use your body to shield us just now? If you're injured, it'll be our fault. We'd rather be executed by the military court than let you be injured in the slightest." Hua Guanchen replied calmly, "It's fine. You didn't know what happened in the situation at the time. Since I found out, of course I had to protect you." The two personal secretaries had been with him for many years and were his right-hand men. He couldn't just watch them die because of his recklessness. He looked back at his guards and saw that the first guard who had been shot could still crawl over. He knew he should be fine. These people were all wearing bulletproof vests. If they were shot in the chest, they would usually be fine. Hua Guanchen breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I think we fell into a trap, but I'm still worried about Nianji." He had seen Gu Nianji and Kevin disappear in that direction with his own eyes. At that moment, the hall was already in chaos. Speaker Long's face was ashen when he suddenly realized that Gu Nianji had disappeared. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately took out his phone to call General G. Old G, hurry and send your special guards over. Nianji is gone. After saying that, he sent his coordinates over. At that moment, in the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng was staring intently at the photo Gua Huaining had just forwarded. At that moment, the Secret Service personnel monitoring Gua Huaining's phone sent it. Because it was related to Gu Nianji, they sent it to Hua Xiaoheng, even though the Special Operations Forces couldn't intervene in domestic affairs. Everyone knew that Gu Nianji was Hua Xiaoheng's fiancé. In addition to being the commander of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng was also a member of the Supreme Military Council. Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang stood in front of him and said anxiously, Hua Xiao, this photo must have been taken from a fake angle, or maybe it was photoshopped. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Zhao Liangzi. You're saying it was photoshopped? Zhao Liangzi choked. This photo was indeed not photoshopped, but how could he dare say that? Just as he was about to lower his professional standards and say it was indeed photoshopped, Hua Xiaoheng said himself, this photo is real, but this back is not Nianji. What? Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang exclaimed in unison. How could you tell? Zhao Liangzi had even used big data to analyze it. This was the data of Gu Nianji's back. Hua Xiaoheng placed the photo on his desk and tapped it lightly with his fingers. He said calmly, I recognize her back. This woman is an imposter. He wasn't the kind of person who would be led by the nose just because he saw the back of someone. Moreover, this woman's back was indeed not Gu Nianji. Only someone like him, who was once closest to her, could tell this feeling. Even a computer expert like Zhao Liangzi would be fooled by just looking at the photo or analyzing the data. Unfortunately, they had encountered Hua Xiaoheng. Yin Shixiang was about to speak when the highest level red alert in his Bluetooth headset sounded. Yin Shixiang's body trembled as he heard the content of the red alert in his Bluetooth headset. His expression changed. Hua Xiao, General G just sent an urgent message. Speaker Long has requested him to deploy the special forces to help because Nianji has gone missing from the Sheraton Hotel. He continued, the Sheraton Hotel illegally set off fireworks, and there was a fierce gunfight at the same time. General Hua Guanxin is also in danger. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2043, The Fisherman and the Fish 6. 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Update earlier today. Try to update later over the weekend. The tips and updates from the leaders were starting to pay off the debt. Mwah, my little angels. Chapter 2055. Hua Xiaoheng looked up in confusion. Nianji is missing? How could you not know? Yin Shixiang had immediately told Hua Xiaoheng after receiving General G's call. He hadn't had time to investigate the truth. When Hua Xiaoheng said this, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other. They both remembered that Gu Nianji's security guards were from the Special Operations Forces. Indeed, if Gu Nianji had really gone missing, they would be the first to know. However, Speaker Long had asked General G to deploy the special forces, so it didn't seem fake. Yin Shixiang immediately said, General G's call is real, but we haven't contacted the people around Nianji yet. Then hurry up and contact them. Hua Xiaoheng's voice became stern. After the incident of Nianji being kidnapped to the other world more than a year ago, Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't want to hear the word missing anymore. However, he was a calm person and had a big heart. No matter how anxious he was, he remained calm on the surface, as if nothing could stump him. As a high-ranking person, this kind of attitude was very important. It could stabilize the morale of the army. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi immediately used different methods to contact the people around Gu Nianji. Soon, the person on the other end of the line picked up and asked them what was the matter. Yin Shixiang quickly asked, Where are you? Is Miss Gu with you? The person who answered the phone was by the door of a reception room in the Sheraton Hotel. The door of the reception room was tightly shut and decorated with gold and jade. It was gorgeous to the point of being cumbersome. It was the standard 17th century Baroque style. Because the roof was relatively high, it didn't seem oppressive. Even the wallpaper was really gilded with dark gold stripes, and the chandelier on the ceiling was like a suspended Christmas tree. However, the decorations were all like real gold and silver, full of texture. The murals on the surrounding walls and ceilings were all in a medieval religious style. Every outline of the furniture and seats was full of carved details. It was a feast for the eyes. Gun Yinji sat in the reception room and felt like she would go blind at any moment. Therefore, she tried her best to keep her gaze on the COO, Kevin, opposite her. She didn't want to be distracted by the luxurious decorations around her. Her two assistants sat on her left and right, and 4 security guards stood behind her. There were also 2 security guards standing at the door of the small reception room with their hands behind their backs. Kevin only had 1 assistant standing behind him, and it was a woman. It was completely different from Gun Yinji's extravagance. The security guard who answered the call was one of the 2 people by the door. He looked at Gun Yinji, who was sitting opposite him, and replied in a low voice, "The Sheraton Hotel." "Yes, just ahead." The small reception room was filled with beautiful background music. It was the famous Baroque composer Antonio Vivaldi's The Four Seasons. Like the decoration of the reception room, it was full of the beauty of the details. The rhythm of the music was fast, but because the volume was very low, it did not affect their conversation. One of Gun Yinji's bodyguards was wearing a Bluetooth headset. He took a step back and covered his ears with his hands. "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang was stunned for a moment, then said, "Turn on the video call." The man's glasses were like miniature cameras. He adjusted his glasses and opened the video call to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's image quickly appeared on Hua Xiaoheng's office screen. She sat calmly on the intricately decorated gold and black chair. Her posture was elegant, and her smile was bright like a queen. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but smile. "Ask him if he knows what happened at the Sheraton Hotel. Also, where is Speaker Long?" Yin Shixiang nodded and immediately asked. "The Sheraton Hotel is suspected of illegally setting off fireworks, and there was a gunfight. Do you know? Also, where is Speaker Long? Didn't he go to the Sheraton Christmas party with Yinji?" The security personnel over there looked around in surprise. Only then did he realize that the so-called window in the reception room was actually painted. It looked like the stained glass in the luxurious medieval churches, but it was not real glass at all. They could not see the situation outside at all from here. And it looked like the room was also very soundproof. If something really happened to the Sheraton Hotel, as Yin Shixiang said, why couldn't they hear anything from here? He was about to open the door when the assistant standing behind Kevin suddenly bent down and said something in his ear. Kevin immediately stood up and said with a solemn expression, "Something happened at the hotel. I'll be back soon." Gun Yinji still didn't know what was going on. She only nodded politely. "Please help yourself." Just as Kevin stood up, Hua Xiaoheng's expression suddenly changed. His voice was especially low and hoarse. "Get Yinji to leave now. She can't stay here anymore." Yin Shixiang quickly informed the security guard. The security guard saw this and immediately gestured to his colleagues. The 4 security guards standing behind Gun Yinji suddenly sprang to life like statues. The 2 men standing on the side quickly rushed to Gun Yinji's side and lifted her arms to support her as they rushed out the door. The other 2 grabbed Gun Yinji's 2 assistants and ran out. The 2 security guards at the door blocked Kevin and his female assistant's path and waited for Gun Yinji to catch up. Kevin was still smiling, but his female assistant suddenly attacked. Her left elbow struck the chest of the security guard on the left, and at the same time, her right leg kicked the lower body of the security guard on the right. The security guards standing on the left and right side of the door instinctively stepped aside. Kevin took advantage of this moment to open the heavy oak door of the reception room and quickly rushed out. His female assistant glared at Gun Yinji's security guards. "What are you doing? Something happened at the hotel. Our COO has to go deal with an emergency. You'll take responsibility if something happens." Gun Yinji couldn't figure out what they were up to. She watched Kevin's back quickly disappear around the corner of the corridor and immediately said, let's talk outside. As soon as she finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly came from the complicated and luxurious reception room behind them. Two bursts of fire jumped from Gunyinji's seat and Kevin's seat at the same time, followed by billowing black smoke. The fire was fierce and swift. If she was still sitting there, she would have been burned to a crisp by now. Gunyinji was extremely shocked. When they entered, the security guards had clearly checked the entire reception room to make sure there were no listening devices or remote control bombs. How did the remote control bombs buried under her seat and Kevin's seat escape their detection? Hua Xiaoheng also saw the situation here through the instant video communication that hadn't been turned off. He didn't have time to investigate the truth at the moment, so he continued to order, meet up with Speaker Long. His side should be the safest. No matter which force it was, no one dared to touch Speaker Long. Hua Xiaoheng could see this very clearly. Gunyinji's 6 security guards and 2 assistants immediately formed layers of human walls to protect Gunyinji in the middle. They walked toward the hall just now. Only then did they hear the chaotic sounds in the hotel. Some people were shouting loudly, while others were crying. The whistling of fireworks was mixed with the sound of gunfire. It was the sound of guns with silencers. Gunyinji's security guards were all wearing bulletproof vests. They cooperated closely and quickly escorted Gunyinji to the hall. Speaker Long was also anxiously looking around under the protection of a group of security guards. He looked up to see Gunyinji being surrounded by a group of people and sighed deeply. When she came to his side, he grabbed her arm and asked anxiously, "Ninji, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Don't worry, Speaker Long." Gunyinji was touched to see the look on Speaker Long's face. This was someone who truly cared about her. What happened at the Sheraton Hotel was tightly sealed, and not a single word was released on social media or the internet. Police cars and fire trucks arrived, and the streets of the imperial capital became even more crowded. At this moment, Song Jining was driving towards the Sheraton Hotel. Lu Yuan, who had come to pick her up, was stuck on the road and couldn't move. He turned on the GPS and looked at the situation in front of him. It turned out that a car accident had occurred and was being handled. This is the second chapter for today. Chapter 2044, The Fisherman and the Fish 7. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2056. The traffic in front of them was so long that they couldn't see the end of it. They were moving forward at a snail's pace, and most of the time, they were parked on the road. Lu Yuan's fingers tapped on the steering wheel. For some reason, his usually calm heart was actually a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called Song Jining. Song Jining was driving. Because there was a car accident ahead, someone had placed signs on the road to remind everyone to take a detour. Song Jining looked at the road to the Sheraton Hotel. There was a long red line on the map on her phone, indicating that it was very crowded. She decided to take a detour. After driving for a short while, she realized that the road ahead was clear. There were fewer and fewer cars, and the Sheraton Hotel seemed to be getting further and further away. At first, Song Jining didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was a detour. She would definitely take a longer detour to reach her destination. When she heard her phone ring, Song Jining glanced at the screen of her phone that was used as a navigation device. Seeing that it was Lu Yuan's number, she smiled and answered the phone with her voice. She asked with a smile, "President Lu, what's the matter?" When Lu Yuan heard Song Jining's voice, his slightly anxious heart immediately calmed down. He couldn't help but smile, and his voice was lower than before. "I'm going to pick you up, but there seems to be a car accident ahead. The traffic is very bad." Song Jining also laughed. "It's quite serious. I even took a detour." Lu Yuan, "Take a detour? Where are you going? Aren't you in the Institute of High-Energy Physics?" "No." Song Jining subconsciously looked at the scenery around her. It was a place she was not familiar with. The floor was not high, and the street lights were dim. She could see that the floor was dilapidated. Occasionally, she would see a few flashing shop signs. "Where's this?" Song Jining mumbled. "I took a detour. I don't know where this place is." Lu Yuan frowned. Then where are you going? I want to go. Song Jining was about to say the name of the Sheraton Hotel when she suddenly remembered that Lu Yuan was Hua Guan Yuan. It wouldn't be good for Gun Yinji if he found out. It was hard to tell who was closer to Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaoheng, or Gun Yinji. Song Jining collected her thoughts and said, I'm going to find my way. I'll talk to you later. As he spoke, he was about to hang up. Lu Yuan's extraordinary intuition, which he had developed over many years of career, made him feel that something was wrong. Don't hang up. Tell me where you are, Lu Yuan said as he took out his phone and unlocked it. Send me your location. Just now, he was wearing a Bluetooth headset to talk to Song Jining directly. Now, he needed to look at his phone. Song Jining thought about it. Wouldn't it be faster to find her location this way? She quickly shared her address with Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan saw that place, his expression turned even uglier. Where are you going? You're now heading southwest. You've already left the imperial capital. Song Jining, no way. I just want to take a detour. Song Jining hurriedly stopped the car by the roadside and opened the map to check her location. I was going to Sheraton Hotel. Sheraton Hotel? Lu Yuan felt that the name of this hotel was a little familiar, as if he had just heard it. He thought for a moment, and his expression changed. Why are you going to the Sheraton Hotel? Do you know that an intense gunfight just took place at the Sheraton Hotel? What? Song Jining was also shocked. Oh no, Nianji was at the Sheraton Hotel. She must be in danger. As he spoke, he was about to call Gun Yinji. Just then, someone knocked on her window. Song Jining turned to look and saw a black muzzle pressed against the window. Her head was less than 10 centimeters away from the window. The person outside the window gestured at her. Song Jining hurriedly said to her phone, Oh no, I've been carjacked. However, only the sound of electric currents could be heard from the other side of the phone. Song Jining couldn't be more familiar with this voice. This was the sound of electromagnetic shielding. Her phone had a special device that could detect electromagnetic shielding. That meant that the call couldn't be made. She didn't know if Lu Yuan was aware of this problem or when he would realize this problem. Song Jining put down her phone calmly as she thought about it. The person with the gun pushed against her window again. Song Jining was a little flustered, but she remained calm on the surface. She put her phone into her pocket and turned on the signal transmitter in her watch. As long as she left the electromagnetic shielding area, her phone could send a radio signal. At the Institute of High Energy Physics, the corresponding alarm would sound in her office. The window slowly rolled down, and Song Jining looked at the person holding the gun. He was wearing a mask, a black hoodie, and a pair of sunglasses in the dark. He looked like he was covered from head to toe. He waved the gun at Song Jining and motioned for her to get out of the car. Song Jining pushed open the door and got out of the car. She glanced warily at her surroundings and found that they were indeed in the wilderness. Someone in the low-rise buildings on both sides of the road had turned off the lights. Only the faint yellow glow of the street lamps shone on Song Jining's face, making her face appear flawless ivory white. The other party looked at her face greedily and swallowed unabashedly. Song Jining suppressed the disgust in her heart and said calmly, Do you want a car? My car is a custom-made car imported from abroad. It's worth tens of millions of yuan just by changing hands. As long as you want it, this car is yours. Song Jining waved the car key in her hand at him. The man snatched it and chuckled. Is there need to ask? I want the car, and I want you too. As he spoke, he was about to pounce on Song Jining. Song Jining dodged to the side and said hurriedly, If you want my car, you can't just have the car key. There's also the password. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, I'll kill myself immediately and make you lose everything. The other party was stunned. He only thought that Song Jining was good? Boom. Since he dared to make a move, why would he be afraid of a woman? This woman was too beautiful. In his life, including the big stars on the internet and in movies, none of them were as beautiful as her. To be honest, he couldn't bear to sell her to the underground network in Southeast Asia. This kind of woman should be kept by his side for the rest of his life. There's also the password. The man pushed Song Jining's chin with the gun. Why don't you tell me now and I'll let you go? Song Jining. Did she look that stupid? If she told him the password, What awaited her would probably be worse than death. Of course, even if she didn't tell him the password, what awaited her wouldn't be any better than death. What's more, her car was actually just a modified car. It wasn't a branded custom-made car at all, and there was no password at all. She only said that to stall for time, so that someone could come and save her. Seeing the man approaching step by step, Song Jining quickly racked her brain. Plans flashed through her mind. The man didn't give her more time to think. The gun in his hand gradually slid down from her chin, down along her neck, and was about to slide down to her perky chest. What the F***CK are you waiting for? Another 2 cars drove over from the darkness and stopped beside them. Deputy Director Jia poked his head out and said angrily, "Are you a beast? You don't even pick a place to be in heat. Hurry up and take her away. Someone's already chasing after us." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2045, The Fisherman and the Fish 8. Today was the 3rd update. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the leader of the September Alliance would update. At 8:30 in the evening of the 3rd update. P.S. I just discovered that there's a second leader, Zeb, in the QQ reading group. Welcome to the leader group. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 2057. The man's hand that was holding the gun trembled. He looked around and asked in disbelief so fast. Song Jinning's car had long been surrounded by several cars that they had arranged in advance. It would be difficult for her to escape, even if she had wings. They were just waiting to catch her. In the end, he didn't expect to be scolded in the face. The man smashed the butt of his gun at the back of Song Jinning's neck, trying to knock her out. Unexpectedly, Song Jinning was already prepared. She suddenly lowered her head and raised her leg, kicking the man's crotch. The man howled and dropped his gun to the ground. He covered his crotch and almost fainted on the spot. There was another whooshing sound as a car sped up from behind. Someone had already raised their gun and fired. A bullet was fired from behind and hit the back of the thug who had been crying while holding his crotch. His cries stopped abruptly, and he fell in front of Song Jinning with a thud. Song Jinning quickly covered her head and squatted down. The doors of the 2 cars behind them opened, and a dozen tall, muscular men rushed over with their guns raised. At the same time, they kept shooting at the cars surrounding Song Jinning's car. The tires of those cars were all flattened. The people who had caught up were all well-trained and were obviously regular soldiers. Most of the people surrounding Song Jinning were outlaws. Seeing that the people who had come to save Song Jinning were all fierce, their brutality was aroused. One by one, they jumped out of the cars and started shooting at the soldiers who had caught up with them. Song Jinning had never experienced such a hail of bullets before, and her heart was pounding. However, she had cooperated with the military and had done so many years of experiments, so she could still handle it. She hugged her head and rubbed against the door, trying to hide on the other side of the car. One of the soldiers who had caught up from behind had already reached Song Jinning. He quickly took off his bulletproof vest and hung it on Song Jinning. He said anxiously, "Director Song, don't be afraid. The chief is coming to save you." Song Jinning was stunned. "Who are you working for?" "The chief asked us to protect you." The soldier raised his hand and fired, shooting down a few thugs who had rushed over recklessly. "Hide behind the car." The soldier used his own body to protect Song Jinning, but there were just too many criminals. They came prepared, and there were 10 times more of them than the dozen people chasing after them. Song Jinning was anxious. She pulled down the bulletproof vest that the soldier had hung around her neck and said, "Put it on. Their target is me. They won't kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, a bullet whistled through the air and hit the soldier in front of her who had taken off his own bulletproof vest to protect her. The bullet entered his chest. His body twitched, and he fell in front of Song Jinning. Ever since Liu Yuan had risked everything to save her 18 years ago, this was the second time she had seen someone willing to sacrifice his life to save her. The 10 or so soldiers that Hua Guanchen had sent to protect them were all very powerful. They were not inferior to the armed criminals who outnumbered them 10 to 1. They quickly surrounded the criminals and took them down one by one. It was truly 1 against 10. "Superintendent Song, please drive our car back." A soldier moved in front of Song Jinning and looked at his fallen comrade. His eyes were a little red, and he hurriedly pulled Song Jining away. Song Jining pursed her lips. Wait a minute. Song Jining could have left quickly while these people were fighting with the criminals, but she looked at the soldier who was losing his life in front of her. She turned around and opened her car door. She took out the first aid kit from the car and quickly bandaged his wound. It looked like he wasn't dead yet. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, she couldn't let him die from excessive bleeding. The soldier who had urged her to leave saw that she didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she took the first aid kit and bandaged his comrade's wound. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He was stunned for a moment and was extremely touched. His eyes were a little sore. She raised her hand and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She picked up the gun that her comrade had dropped and held in her hand. Her hands moved, and her lethality instantly doubled. Song Jining bandaged the wound of the soldier who had just fallen and continued to call Hua Xiaoheng, but she still couldn't get through. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng had just spoken to Lu Yuan on the phone. He knew that he had suddenly lost contact with Song Jining the moment he spoke to her. It felt like he had been blocked by an electromagnetic field. Lu Yuan was very worried. In a moment of desperation, he called Hua Xiaoheng and asked him to contact the relevant authorities to find out what was going on with Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng immediately informed his security personnel to take action and ordered Zhao Liangzi to check the electromagnetic signals in the entire imperial capital. Places with electromagnetic interference were different from other places with electromagnetic signals. As long as there was a powerful central signal network system, it was easy to analyze the specific location of the electromagnetic shield from large data. Major General Hua, the location of the electromagnetic shield has been determined. Zhao Liangzi quickly reported calmly. In the past hour, there were 3 places in the imperial capital that had illegal electromagnetic shields. One was the Sheraton Hotel on the north side of the 3rd Ring Road. It has now been lifted. One is the Shanshan Villa District, and the other is in the southwest, just out of the imperial capital. Then, he reported the specific address. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and turned on the 3D real-time map projection in the central control room. In the open space of the laboratory, a microscopic miniature of a city appeared in front of them. Zhao Liangzi had marked the 3 places with illegal electromagnetic shields, so the color of the image in these 3 places was darker than in other places. At a glance, it was obvious that something was wrong. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 locations expressionlessly. After only 3 seconds, he pointed to the southwest and said, "Here." Quickly informed the special forces and asked them to send another group of people out of the imperial capital. At the same time, order the traffic police everywhere to block all the roads on the surface of the imperial capital. Because this incident had happened in the country, the special operations forces could not be mobilized. However, in the entire Huaxia Empire, the special operations forces were not the only powerful department. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng picked up the landline and called Lu Yuan. He said, "I've already sent someone over. The situation over there is indeed not right." Lu Yuan looked at the dense traffic in front of him and slammed the steering wheel. He was finally angry. "Xiaoheng, send me a helicopter. I'm going to save Jining." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. "I've already sent someone over. No one in the country is more powerful than General Ji's special forces. No, I must go." Lu Yuan's eyes were red. "Xiaoheng, I don't think it's an ordinary person this time. You can't underestimate the enemy." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly thought of Gun Yinji, who was still at the Sheraton Hotel, and his palms gradually began to sweat. Although he had not lost contact with Gun Yinji, she was still trapped there and had not come out with Speaker Long. Song Jining's situation was obviously not good either. Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced, and he quickly said, "Okay, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up right away. Send me the location." His uncle was no less skilled than him, and he was also experienced. If he went out, he would have Lu Jin's technical support behind him. The chances of rescuing Song Jining should be greater than if he went out himself. Hua Xiaoheng immediately decided to give this opportunity to Lu Yuan. At the same time, he ordered, "Prepare a helicopter for me to the Sheraton Hotel." 5 minutes later, The roar of an armed helicopter appeared above the road where Lu Yuan was. The strangely shaped helicopter flew lower and lower, making a rumbling noise and creating a huge cyclone. Soon, it stopped somewhere above. The drivers who were stuck here became excited. They took out their phones to take close-up photos of the rarely seen armed helicopters. At that moment, a rope ladder fell from the helicopter and hung steadily less than a meter away from the roof of Lu Yuan's car. Lu Yuan got out of the car, grabbed the rope ladder, and climbed up quickly. Just as he was about to climb into the helicopter, someone in the traffic below him quietly raised his gun and aimed it at Lu Yuan, who was climbing. In the darkness, the red dot on the scope suddenly flashed. The sniper on the helicopter was not to be trifled with. He suddenly pulled the trigger, and the man holding a simple sniper rifle in the car below was shot in the head and fell into his seat. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally climbed into the helicopter and immediately said, "Southwest. Major General Hua has sent you the location, right?" The pilot of the helicopter immediately took off and flew quickly southwest of the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Song Jining was in the midst of a fierce battle. The dozen or so soldiers that Hua Guanchen had sent to protect her in secret were all injured. 2 of them were seriously injured, and some were slightly injured. However, the more than 100 gangsters on the other side had suffered heavy casualties. Almost all of them had been taken down by them. They were about to win a complete victory, but the other party seemed to be determined to capture Song Jining. A tall and thin man appeared out of nowhere. He was not wearing a mask or a hoodie. Instead, he was wearing a hunting suit and looked very capable. He had single eyelids, fair skin, and thin lips. With a solemn face, he placed a black cylindrical object that was 20 centimeters long and 5 centimeters in diameter on the ground and quickly rolled backwards. The bullets of the soldiers on Song Jining's side rained down on the man, making him unable to raise his head. However, he only endured for 3 seconds before he forced himself to crawl forward and brave the powerful firepower to reach the black cylindrical object. Bang! A bullet hit his head. Before he closed his eyes, his hand was pressed against the black cylindrical object. Boom! With a loud bang, the black cylindrical object exploded in front of them. The bright white light from the explosion almost cut through the sky, illuminating the dark sky as bright as day. The soldiers in front of Song Jining fell to the ground one by one. Song Jining looked at the dazzling white light in horror. Her ears were still echoing with the loud bang just now, and her eyes were almost blinded by the white light. However, even if she became blind and deaf, she would never forget the white light or the loud bang. The white light and the loud bang were exactly the same as the scene when their experiment failed 18 years ago. It was just that the scale and intensity were countless times smaller, just like a highly restored miniature version of their experiment. This was the second update for today, Chapter 2046, The Fisherman and the Fish 9, sent to Helen 3500 Meatball for promotion to the leader of September at 8:30 in the evening. Chapter 2058. The white light slowly faded. Song Jining, who had forgotten to close her eyes because she was too shocked, found that she couldn't see. She reached out in a panic and fumbled for her phone in her pocket. Before she could reach it, a man grabbed her arm forcefully and pulled her up, stumbling as he ran forward. "Who are you? Why are you pulling me? Where are you taking me?" Song Jining shouted. She struggled hard, and the man said fiercely, "Shut up. Don't waste your energy. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Song Jining heard this voice. It was the person who had said that someone was chasing after her. You should be the leader of this group of people, right? And she thought about it. Had the dozen or so soldiers just now all been sacrificed? She was extremely sad. As she struggled, she was handcuffed by the man and dragged forward. Not long after, the man stuffed her into another car and tied her to the back seat. Then he sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped forward. When Lu Yuan flew over with the helicopter, he happened to see the unusually bright white light and an earth-shattering explosion. He was so shocked that he almost jumped out of the helicopter on the spot. The shockwave of the explosion hit him head-on, causing the heavyweight helicopter to sway. The pilot of the helicopter had no choice but to quickly turn the rudder and take a detour to avoid the fate of being affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Fortunately, they were still a little far from the center of the explosion. Of course, the most fortunate thing was that the yield of this explosion was hundreds of times smaller than the previous explosion, so the area of destruction was also much smaller. Lu Yuan gripped the armrest of the seat in the cabin tightly and looked at the slowly dissipating white light in the distance with his eyes wide open. The loud explosion still echoed in his ears, as if the failure of the experiment 18 years ago was right in front of him again. What the hell was going on? Could it be that the failure of the experiment was not the normal result of a scientific experiment, but was deliberately caused by someone? Lu Yuan was a direct participant in that experiment. He had always known that that kind of experiment was very dangerous to begin with, and there was always the risk of failure. Everyone was also mentally prepared. Therefore, when the final experiment failed and the earth-shattering explosion occurred, he was not surprised. Instead, he quickly took measures to minimize the damage. At the critical moment, he pushed Song Jining out, but he was dragged into an unknown situation. This time, without him by her side, what would happen to Song Jining? Lu Yuan's mind went blank for a moment, and he was unable to think normally. After a while, when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated and the helicopter flew normally, he slowly came back to his senses. The prickling pain in his palm woke him up. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. Because he had used too much force, the armrest of the seat was almost deformed. He retracted his hand as if nothing had happened and grabbed the microphone to talk to the pilot. "How long until we arrive?" The helicopter pilot said bitterly. "We're almost there. But after the explosion just now, I'm afraid the situation isn't optimistic." The previous electromagnetic shielding was just a small matter, but this unusual explosion quickly attracted the attention of the relevant parties. Hua Xiaoheng had already made a request for the special forces to be deployed to rescue Song Jining. Now that the military's cooperation with Song Jining had received the news of the explosion, they were all shocked. The originally quiet department suddenly became noisy. The people who came and went had solemn expressions as they restarted the investigation of the reason for the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. At the same time, the special guards and military experts rushed to the scene. Lu Yuan was one step ahead of them and had already arrived above the scene of the explosion. From the air, the explosion was even more terrifying. Although the scale and intensity of the experiment failure 18 years ago were many times smaller, the damage caused at the center of the explosion still looked very shocking. The low buildings near the center of the explosion had already collapsed, and the streets were severely damaged. Moreover, a visible radiation circle was formed, just like the traces of the wheat field collapse in England. Unfortunately, this kind of trace did not appear in the uninhabited wheat fields, but in the inhabited streets and communities. Although this was already a suburb and the population density was not high, it was still significantly different from the wheat fields in England. "Mr. Liu, do you still want to fly forward?" The helicopter pilot asked in a low voice. "Or do we go down?" The military just issued an emergency notice announcing that this place has become a no-fly zone. Originally, the sky above the third ring road of the imperial capital was a no-fly zone. Other than rescue helicopters, no aircraft were allowed to approach. Lu Yuan's heart tightened. He went to the pilot's side and looked. He pointed at a point on the instrument radar and said, "After the explosion, only this point is still moving. Put me down. I want to go and see what's going on." But the military's emergency order said that there is super strong radiation there. "Do you have protective clothing?" The helicopter pilot quickly sized up Lu Yuan. "If you don't, it's better go back and put it on before coming over." Of course, he couldn't take the helicopter anymore. He should come over with the military special car. Lu Yuan couldn't afford to waste time. He closed his eyes. "No need. Just put me down here." He wanted to chase after Song Jining. He had already missed 18 years. he probably wouldn't have a second 18 years in his life. Are you sure? The helicopter pilot confirmed again and again, afraid that he would misunderstand Lu Yuan's meaning. That's already a high radiation zone. Lu Yuan knew better than anyone whether there was radiation here or not. Of course, he wouldn't say it. He smiled at the pilot and continued through the microphone. It's okay. Put me down. I wanted to go down myself. I'll explain it to Major General Hua. The pilot breathed a sigh of relief. Then go to the cabin door. I'll put down the rope ladder. He gestured for Lu Yuan to go down the rope ladder. Lu Yuan poked his head out to take a look and found that the helicopter had already landed very close to the ground. He could clearly see where he was going to land. It was not far in front of him. He climbed down the rope ladder from the helicopter backwards. As he called, he turned on his Bluetooth headset and dialed Lu Jin's number. Lu Jin, I need your help, Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Yuan said calmly. In the air, the sound of the wind blew past and reached Lu Jin's ears through his Bluetooth headset. Lu Jin was performing a high-energy physics-related proposition on his computer. When he heard Lu Jin's words, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Boss Lu rarely called him by his full name so seriously. Once he called him that, something big would happen. And in the past 18 years, this kind of situation had happened very few times for Lu Yuan. Lu Jin immediately became serious. Boss Lu, what happened? This was today's third update, Chapter 2047, The Fisherman and the Fish 10. Chapter 2059. Lu Yuan revealed a smile amidst his anxiety. Under the strong illumination of the helicopter, he saw a slightly flat piece of land, let go of the rope ladder, and jumped down. He was a little anxious and let go of his hand at a relatively high place. Therefore, after he fell to the ground, he rolled forward on the spot to remove the huge gravitational acceleration and landed successfully. He quickly hid behind a big tree by the side of the road. He took out his phone to check and found that the electromagnetic shielding here had disappeared. Of course, after the explosion just now, no matter what kind of electromagnetic shielding equipment it was, it would have been destroyed. There was a big pit in the ground, and many people were lying on top and bottom of the pit. There were about 100 of them, and most of them looked ashen and didn't seem to be breathing. However, there were also a few people who were still breathing. Lu Yuan quickly looked around and then made a video call with Lu Jin. As he transmitted the situation to him through his phone, he said, "Did you see that? There was an explosion here just now, and Director Song disappeared here. Can you come over immediately and help me see if there are any people here who can be saved?" When Lu Yuan said this, his voice was trembling slightly. No matter how Song Jining left this world, Lu Yuan couldn't bear the consequences. He had been separated from her for 18 years, and there was no second 18 years for him to be separated from her. Lu Jin frowned as he looked at the image that Lu Yuan had transmitted back. He said in surprise, "There was an explosion here, and then Director Song disappeared? Where's this place? Why did Director Song go there?" "That's not the point." Lu Yuan punched the withered tree trunk in frustration. "The point is, can you come over and help me immediately?" They had no clues at all. They didn't know whether Song Jining was dead or alive, nor did they know where she was. "Boss Lu, don't worry. I'll be right there." Lu Jin quickly used his phone to locate Lu Yuan's location. He found his coordinates and entered them into a car that he had modified. This car could drive itself, in the true sense of the word. Lu Jin sat in the car and first opened the operation interface. He uploaded the traffic light system of the entire imperial capital. Then, according to the road conditions, he asked the computer to match the shortest route. "Destination A, go." Lu Jin gave a voice command to his car. Destination A was Lu Yuan's coordinates that Lu Jin had just entered. The car received the command and began to drive according to the established route, of course, of Lu Yuan. At the same time, Hua Xiaohing's helicopter had already arrived at the top floor of the Sheraton Hotel and was slowly descending. "Greetings, Chief." One of the special guards on the tarmac on the top floor ran over and saluted him. Hua Xiaohing raised his hand and asked calmly, "What's the situation here? All the management staff of the Sheraton Hotel have been detained in the conference room. It said that someone impersonated the management and escaped. General Hua is currently leading the special forces in pursuit. End of report. The man stood on both feet and replied in a loud and clear voice. Hua Xiaoheng quickly walked to the elevator on the side of the tarmac. He asked calmly, "Where's Speaker Long? What about Chief Gu? Who will guarantee their safety?" Speaker Long and Chief Gu are currently under our protection and waiting for the helicopter to arrive. End of report. Hua Xiaoheng heaved a sigh of relief. Although things were somewhat out of his expectations, most of the situation was still under his control. He raised his head and looked in the southwest direction, where a huge white light had just flashed and lit up half the night sky of the city. The explosion was too unexpected. He had always thought that the other party's motive was Xiang Zhuang's sword dance, and that his intention was to harm Duke Pei. He didn't expect that Gu Nianji wasn't their only target. Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced as he answered Lu Yuan's call. He asked in a deep voice, "CEO Lu, how's the situation on your side?" Lu Yuan was anxiously waiting for Lu Jin's arrival as he said, "It's still being tested. We haven't found any trace of Director Song for the time being. I asked Lu Jin for help, and he'll be here soon." Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. "Not at all. I'll be right there." He walked into the elevator without stopping and quickly went down to the lobby on the first floor. It was much better than the chaotic situation just now. General G's special guards took control of the entire situation as soon as they arrived. No one dared to walk around the entire hotel without permission. The people who wanted to force their way in were shot down and paralyzed at the bottom of the steps. No one dared to act rashly anymore. The elevator door suddenly opened to the side. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and quickly walked in the direction of Gu Nianji, and Speaker Long. Gu Nianji was talking to Speaker Long with her head lowered when she suddenly heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice in her ear. "Speaker Long, may I have a word with you?" Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise. Her black glass-like eyes instantly lit up. "Major General Hua, you're here." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nodded at her. At the same time, he turned to look at Speaker Long and said, "Speaker Long, I have something to do to pick up Nianji. I'll leave first. The helicopter specially dispatched by the special guards will arrive soon. You have to leave this place." Speaker Long looked at him solemnly and nodded. "Did something happen in the southwest? You know about it?" Hua Xiaoheng's heart was burning with anxiety, but he still maintained a calm posture. He said calmly, "Something did happen. The special guards have also rushed over, but because it has something to do with Ms. Song, I have to go take a look myself." Speaker Long quickly waved his hand. "Go quickly." But then he looked at Gu Nianji. "Why are you taking her there? What if there's danger over there?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't feel safe leaving Gu Nianji with anyone at this time. Although the other party had shown that they really cared about Song Jining, who knew if they wouldn't come back again. Hua Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand. "I need her help with something. Speaker Long, can I borrow Chief Gu for a while?" "It's not impossible, but you must ensure her safety," Speaker Long said sternly. "I'm handing her over to you, not to put her in danger." Hua Xiaoheng gave Speaker Long a proper military salute. "Don't worry, Speaker Long. I would do everything in my power to protect Chief Gu's safety." Gu Nianji blushed a little, but her heart was warm. It was as if someone had given her a reassurance pill. She wasn't afraid at all, nor was she worried at all. With Hua Xiaoheng, even if they had to die together, she wouldn't be afraid. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and left with Gu Nianji. When he entered the elevator, he called Hua Guanchen. It took a while for the call to go through, and Hua Guanchen's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. His voice was a little erratic, like it was echoing in the open wilderness. "General Hua, how are things on your side?" Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. Hua Guanchen said Kevin was originally heading toward Xiangshan, but now he's heading southwest. "We're in pursuit." "Southwest?" Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, "Ms. Song is in danger in the southwest. There's a big explosion there, and we're on our way there." "What?" Hua Guanchen roared. "Say that again." His voice was completely hoarse, and his hoarse voice hurt Hua Xiaoheng's eardrums. This was the first chapter of the day. Chapter 2048, The Fisherman and the Fish, 11. Today was the third chapter, and at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, September would send out additional chapters. 8:30 p.m. of the third chapter. It was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. Chapter 2060. Didn't I already send so many people to protect her? How could she go missing? Where are those people? Hua Guanchen continued to shout in his hoarse voice. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji quickly walked into the elevator. Normal cell phone reception was relatively poor in the elevator, but of course, Hua Xiaoheng's cell phone didn't have this problem at all. The cell phone he brought this time had a dedicated line support, so it could connect to any place without any blind spots. Therefore, he could clearly hear Hua Guanchen's hoarse voice. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? This thought flashed through Hua Xiaoheng's mind. He continued calmly. The exact situation is still unclear, but there was a huge explosion over there, and the information was cut off for a while. Perhaps most of your people have already been sacrificed. Hua Guanchen was stunned. He looked at the vast night sky ahead. The bright headlights shone through the darkness, guiding him in the right direction. However, the brighter the road ahead, the darker it became on both sides. It was so dark that he could barely see where he was. The December night in the imperial capital was very cold. Driving with the car windows open, the night wind was like thousands of knives cutting his face. However, Hua Guanchen could no longer feel the pain. Have they really been sacrificed? Hua Guanchen said in a low voice. How many people did the other party have? What kind of explosion? Thinking about what Hua Guanchen had hinted to him and what Lu Yuan had just said, Hua Xiaoheng only said one sentence. It said that it's exactly the same as the explosion 18 years ago. Hua Guanchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Hua Xiaoheng's words were like a shot of adrenaline injected into his heart. Is it really related to the failure of the experiment 18 years ago? Hua Xiaoheng didn't know much about the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. It was only after Hua Guanchen had hinted to him that he knew that Hua Guanchen hadn't given up investigating the past 18 years. However, too much time had passed, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't know as much about this matter as Hua Guanchen did. Moreover, Hua Guanchen hadn't shared all the information with Hua Xiaoheng. So when he heard Hua Guanchen's words, Hua Xiaoheng snorted coldly. So you had a premonition, but now that such a big mess has happened, you should think about how to face the military's questioning. After a pause, Hua Xiaoheng continued. Also, if anything happens to Ms. Song this time, our relationship as father and son will come to an end. After saying this, Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and pulled Gu Nianji into the helicopter. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the pilot's seat and had Gu Nianji sit directly behind him before fastening her seatbelt. Gu Nianji smiled and greeted the soldiers in the helicopter. Hello. Thank you for coming to save me. The soldiers were Hua Xiaoheng's guards. One was a carefully selected sniper, one was a spotter, and the other two were technical support on the helicopter. They were responsible for contacting the headquarters directly. Hut Hua Hut. Gu Ti Hua Hut. Ti He. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word. He put on the pilot's sunglasses and headphones, piloting the helicopter quickly to take off and fly southwest. 400 meters ahead, target accelerating. 500 meters ahead, target speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The driver in the car was scared witless. Chief, what kind of car is he driving? A roller coaster? He can actually exceed the speed limit by 100 kilometers. Hua Guanchen sneered. If he hadn't exceeded the speed limit by so much, we would have caught up with him a long time ago. He had cast his net for so long just to catch the big fish, Kevin. Kevin was too cunning. Other than instigating Gua Huaning to do stupid things from time to time, he didn't have any flaws at all. Without evidence, they couldn't arrest him. After all, he couldn't use suspicion as evidence. It wasn't until this time, when Kevin personally attacked Gu Nianji, that Hua Guanchen decided to close the net. At first, he thought that the other party's target was Song Jinning, but then he realized that the other party seemed to know that he was monitoring them, but they still acted as usual. This made him think that maybe Song Jining was just a cover, and the other party actually had another purpose. When he saw Gun Yinji being attracted here today, he was certain that the enemy's real target was Gun Yinji. After all, compared to Song Jining, Gun Yinji had more secrets. Just like how she had mysteriously disappeared a year ago, and this time, she had mysteriously returned with Lu Yuan. Huo Guanchen already had an idea. Following the illegal fireworks, the appearance of the illegal electromagnetic shield, and Gun Yinji's sudden loss of contact with Speaker Long at the Sheraton Hotel, as well as the small explosion at their location, Huo Guanchen was very confident in his theory. So when he heard Huo Xiaoheng say that Song Jining had also been in trouble, he suddenly realized that the other party's real target was actually more than one. But why would the other party target both Song Jining and Gun Yinji? Could it be that the failure of the experiment 18 years ago actually had something to do with Gun Yinji? Gun Yinji was only 2 years old at the time. How was it related? Huo Guanchen shook his head and decided not to think about Gun Yinji's problem for now. Based on that explosion, Huo Guanchen could conclude that this group of people really had something to do with the failure of the joint experiment between the military and the Institute of High-Energy Physics 18 years ago. They really hid it well. Had they really not given themselves away in the past 18 years? Or had they appeared before, but he just didn't realize it? For the first time, Huo Guanchen regretted and was afraid. He shouldn't have kept all this information in his hands. He should have shared it with others, especially not Huo Xiaoheng. If something really happened to Song Jining this time, Huo Guanchen knew that it was his own conceit that hurt her. Huo Guanchen was burning with anxiety. He slammed the window and said in a low voice, "Speed up, 150 kilometers over the speed limit." Their car was a modified car, so the speed limit on the highway was nothing to them. Also, their car had military plates, so they could drive at the speed limit now that they were on a special mission. Hearing Huo Guanchen's order, the driver perked up and replied loudly, "Yes, Chief." The Special Forces team, led by Huo Guanchen, suddenly accelerated and drove quickly on the highway. The modified cars had excellent performance. Even though they accelerated to the point where they were about to fly, the engine could still maintain silent mode. At this time, the ordinary vehicles on the highway only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Several Humvees flashed past their eyes. The image of the military vehicles was still in their retinas, but the military vehicles had already left them far behind and disappeared in an instant. Most importantly, they couldn't hear a single sound. This was even more exciting than Formula One racing in Europe. A few drivers who liked to post on Weibo quickly took a few photos of the afterimages and posted them on Weibo with a sensational title. "Our Army's secret weapon, silent engine the speed of portals. Guess how much over the speed limit, however?" After these posts were posted, they were quickly deleted by the system. The few accounts also realized that they had been banned and would not be able to post on Weibo for 3 days. It seemed like they had discovered something amazing. After Huo Guanchen's team sped up, they finally got closer and closer to the black Land Rover in front. Kevin and his men were in the car in front. The corners of Huo Guanchen's lips curled into a cold, bloodthirsty smile. This is today's second Alliance Leader Plus update, Chapter 2049, The Fisherman and the Fish 12. This is the update for September's Love to Read promotion to Alliance Leader. 8:30 p.m. of the third night. Monday recommendation votes are especially important. Chapter 2061. The night wind was piercingly cold, and the darkness was like a huge shell that enveloped everything. The flashing headlights were the only bright spot in the shell. Kevin cursed softly in the car and asked the driver beside him, "Can't you drive a little faster?" The driver said bitterly, "This is already the maximum speed this car can reach. Any faster and the car will fall apart." Kevin punched the window angrily. "We're already going so fast. How can the people behind us get closer? Is the engine of a lousy country like the Huaxia Empire already so powerful? I don't believe it. The car behind us is a military vehicle." The driver glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huaxia Empire's military stuff is different from civilian stuff. Maybe there's something powerful that we don't know about. Kevin clenched his fists, his handsome face almost contorted. The Huaxia Empire's military has something powerful? Looks like we didn't give them enough money. Those spies are all useless. Until now, no one has leaked any information about this. His driver was also a trusted subordinate who had followed him for many years. He smiled bitterly. The cost of obtaining information is much higher now. Back in the day, we could get a full set of information on the Huaxia Empire's new nuclear submarines with just a few tens of thousands of US dollars. Now, we can't even get our hands on it. What's the point of saying all this now? If we don't think of something, we'll be caught like turtles in a jar. Kevin closed his eyes at the approaching headlights. When he turned around, he saw Gua Huaining tied up in the back seat from the corner of his eye. He curled his lips in disdain. Hua Guanxin watched the black Land Rover in front of him get closer and calmer. Open the window and use the observer to measure the wind speed. Snipers, get ready. The target is the tires of the car in front. Hua Guanxin raised his hand and gave the order. The soldiers in the car immediately took action. The window above them slowly opened to reveal a gap. The observer extended the instrument and began to measure the wind speed as well as the actual distance of the car in front. The window next to them slowly lowered a gap, and the sniper mounted his sniper rifle. Through the cross-shaped infrared night vision scope, not only could they see the car's tires, but they could also see the moving figures in the car. There are 4 people in the car in front. 1 driver, 2 members of his entourage who are sitting down, and 1 member of his entourage who is lying down. The person lying down is tied up. Hua Guanxin waved his hand, hit the tires, and forced the car in front to stop. Prepare for battle. They had already arrived at a deserted area where there were no cars passing by. Looking at the map, they were already close to the southwestern suburbs of the imperial capital. The observer immediately reported a set of data. The sniper adjusted the scope of the sniper rifle according to the data and aimed again. Bang! With a muffled sound like firecrackers being set off in a teacup, the left rear tire of the black Land Rover in front deflated. The car lurched, but the car did not stop. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the right rear tire of the black Land Rover in front flattened. Squeak! The 2 tires of the black Land Rover in front of them had been blown up. Finally, it could not continue driving. It spun 90 degrees on the spot and stopped in the middle of the road. Hua Guanxin led the members of the special forces to block the back road of the car in front of them before getting out of the car to surround it. Bang, 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 bang. Kevin couldn't just sit and wait for death. Together with the 2 people in the car, they fired at the people who surrounded them. The bullets deviated in the night wind and did not hit their targets. Instead, it ignited the bloodlust of the special forces. They were all elite soldiers among elite soldiers selected from the entire military. All of them were all-round and had no shortcomings. Seeing that the criminals in the car still dared to fight back with guns, the special forces walking at the front listened to the direction the bullets came from and instinctively raised their hands to shoot. Almost at the same time the car window broke, a bullet mark appeared on the forehead of the person sitting next to Gua Huaining in the back seat. It was the same mark as the one on the car window. He didn't even make a sound as he fell into the back seat. Blood gradually flowed from the bullet hole on his forehead and covered his face. Gua Huaining had already woken up. Seeing this scene, she felt that she might as well have passed out. She couldn't stop screaming. Hearing her scream, Kevin's eyes narrowed. He quickly leaned over from the front seat and grabbed Gua Huaining. Pointing the gun at her head, he said through gritted teeth, "It's all up to you now. Let's see what position you have in General Hua's heart." The Huaxia military was everywhere. Kevin had no intention of leaving alive. He wanted to perish together with the enemy. Picking up the sobbing Gua Huaining from the back seat, Kevin dialed his boss's number and said, "If the operation fails, I'll use my life to make up for it." The person on the other end was very agitated and said hoarsely, "Don't fight with your life. You have to live. I'll hire the best lawyer to help you with the lawsuit." Kevin's heart skipped a beat. "What if they shoot me dead?" "If they shoot you dead, I'll make them pay," his boss said firmly. "Kevin, you're an American citizen. They wouldn't dare to shoot an American. Kevin was speechless. Would this really work? But since his boss had said so, he might as well give it a try. He didn't plan on living anyway. At most, he would die. Kevin opened the car window and shoved Gua Huaning's head out. He said loudly, "General Hua, you're chasing me relentlessly. Is it because of this woman? If you want her to live, don't force me." When Gua Huaning heard that it was Hua Guanchen, she was overjoyed and cried, "Guanchen, save me, save me." Hua Guanchen held his gun and stood behind cover on the side of the road. He looked at the car in the headlights in front of him without saying a word. Half of Gua Huaning's body was shoved out. Her hands were tied, and she struggled with all her might to form an acute triangle with the car window. The special guards asked him, "What do we do? Do we need to rescue the hostage?" Hua Guanchen said coldly, "She's not a hostage. She's an accomplice." The special guards were speechless. Hua Guanchen didn't deliberately lower his voice. Gua Huaning and Kevin in the car heard it too. He was so cold. Gua Huaning was so shocked that she forgot to cry for a moment. She looked in the direction of the voice in a daze. The night wind blew, and the tears on her face almost froze into ice. She snapped back to her senses. "I'm not an accomplice. I'm a hostage." Gua Huaning shouted, "General Hua, don't be fooled by them. I'm a hostage. They want to use me to threaten you." Hua Guanchen smirked. "I've never been threatened." He raised his hand and fired 2 shots directly in Gua Huaning's direction. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots hit the metal windows on both sides of Gua Huaning. Sparks flew. Gua Huaning was so scared that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Kevin was furious. He pulled Gua Huaning back from the car window and used her as a shield. He pointed the gun at her head and shouted outside, "I'm an American citizen. You dare to shoot an American citizen? Do you want to cause a diplomatic dispute? Our country will not let you off." This was today's 3rd update, Chapter 2050, The Fisherman and the Fish 13. It's Monday. Recommendation votes are especially important. Chapter 2062. Hua Guanchen looked expressionlessly in the direction of the black Land Rover and said disapprovingly, "An American citizen taking a hostage from our country is a terrorist act. Even in the United States, they would be killed with 1 shot. Don't worry, we all have law enforcement recorders. Everything that happened today was recorded. If your country calls for justice, we don't mind releasing today's video to the world." Kevin couldn't believe what he was hearing. He actually had law enforcement recorders for such a confidential incident. His first reaction was complete disbelief. But on second thought, it didn't seem impossible. As far as he knew, there were many surveillance cameras in the imperial capital. Even if there weren't law enforcement recorders, there might be surveillance cameras installed in some corner. Once the surveillance footage was released on the internet, no matter how thick-skinned his country was, they wouldn't be able to continue standing up for him. Kevin gritted his teeth in hatred. This Hua Guanchen, he didn't know he was so cunning. Kevin smashed the gun against Gua Huaning's head and sneered. "Now you admit she's a hostage? Didn't you just say she's my accomplice?" "She's your accomplice and your hostage at the same time." Hua Guanchen slowly raised the gun. "This isn't contradictory. You knocked her out and used her as your shield. Isn't that a hostage? Kevin, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, once the lights go out, I won't recognize any Americans or Huasha people." Kevin's pupils constricted. Seeing that Kevin didn't speak for a long time, Hua Guanchen put his other hand behind his back and used sign language to give orders to the members of the special forces to quietly surround and distract Kevin. "Mr. Kevin, although you are an American citizen, your parents are immigrants from the Huasha Empire. You're Chinese American, right?" He actually managed to find out about this. Kevin calmed down and twirled the gun in his hand. He said with a half smile, "General Hua really did a lot of homework." He didn't admit it or deny it. As he spoke, he also sent orders to his own people. There were several gunshots, and the headlights on both sides were extinguished. The entire area was plunged into darkness. Kevin got out of the car with his guards and attempted to tear a hole in the encirclement to escape. However, Hua Guanchen raised his gun and hit one of Kevin's guards. The guard screamed miserably, revealing their location. Huoguanshan's special guards immediately concentrated their firepower and attacked where Kevin and the others were. Kevin was, of course, wearing a bulletproof vest. He was also holding onto Gua Huaining as a shield, so he was temporarily unharmed. However, Gua Huaining was not so lucky. In the darkness, the bullets of the special guards flew everywhere, and several of them hit her. Her arms, legs, and shoulders were all shot, and she was awakened by the pain. When she opened her eyes, all she saw was darkness. There were only gunshots and occasional flashes of light dancing in front of her. This scene was like hell on earth to her, and she immediately began to wail mournfully. After being shot, the pain was excruciating, but it also stimulated her nerves. She couldn't even feign anymore. She could only watch helplessly as the bullets brushed past her, and one of them even scratched her face. Disfigured, definitely disfigured, Gua Huaining couldn't help but scream even more miserably. As soon as she screamed, Kevin couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. He was completely exposed by Gua Huaining. The members of the special guards finally put on their far-infrared night vision goggles and calmly cleaned up the guards around Kevin. The semi-automatic rifles with silencers worked smoothly in their hands, and the powerful firepower quickly took down most of the guard around him. The guards he brought were all former professional soldiers of a certain country. After retiring, they became mercenaries, but they were still completely defeated by the Huaxia Empire's special guards. Kevin's combat ability was also very strong. He hid behind Gua Huaining and continuously fired back, even injuring a few members of the special guards. His resistance aroused the blood of the special guards even more, and they actually wanted to fight to the death. Gua Huaining was scared out of her wits by the bullets flying past her, and she almost howled like she was mentally ill. In the end, Kevin felt that her howling was too annoying, so he pushed her away. Then he quickly lay on the ground, rolled a few times, and hid in a ditch by the side of the road. This ditch was originally used for drainage, but the imperial capital was relatively dry during the winter, so there was no water in the ditch, so it became a ready-made trench cover. At this time, Kevin only had two of the most powerful mercenaries with him. They took advantage of the opportunity to hide in the ditch to assemble two more semi-automatic submachine guns. This kind of gun was made of special materials, and after disassembly, it could avoid any security check. When assembled, it was more powerful than the semi-automatic submachine guns used by the regular army. It was Kevin's trump card. He hadn't thought about using this kind of gun because he was worried about exposing his true identity. But now he couldn't care less. He had to escape first before thinking about exposing his identity. If he couldn't escape, then the more powerful he looked, the better. As soon as the two mercenaries assembled the guns, they quickly carried their ammunition bags and stood up from the ditch. They raised their guns and fired at the special guards surrounding them. The members of the special guards didn't expect the three of them to have such powerful weapons. Although they reacted quickly and lay down in time, a few members of the special guard were still shot in the legs and fell to the ground. However, none of them wailed. Instead, they quickly dragged their injured legs and crawled away from the battlefield, not burdening their own people. The members of the special guards behind them immediately lay down and opened fire with their guns on the ground. The bullets hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The sound of bullets hitting the ground was endless. The enemy held semi-automatic submachine guns and fired as if they didn't care for their lives. The firepower was so dense that people couldn't even look up. Huoguanshan didn't want his own people to make unnecessary sacrifices. He ordered the members of the special guards not to attack and to continue surrounding them to exhaust their bullets. No matter how powerful these fugitives were, they couldn't be like them, who had the entire military backing them up and providing them with equipment. Just as they were in a stalemate, the roar of a helicopter came from above. Everyone couldn't help but look up. The helicopter suddenly lit up with a beam of light, illuminating the area. Then, the sound of gunfire descended from the sky and killed the two powerful mercenaries beside Kevin on the spot. Kevin hugged his head and shrank in the ditch. There were several times when he wanted to detonate the bomb and die with these people, but he remembered his boss's orders and held back. Did they think it was over just by capturing him? Haha, let's wait and see. Come out. A member of the special guards raised his gun and aimed it at Kevin. Kevin slowly raised his hands and stood up from the ditch. He was now covered in dirt, and his well-ironed suit was wrinkled. He no longer looked elegant and handsome. Don't even think about silencing me, Kevin warned them fiercely. I've already informed my lawyer in the United States. He'll contact you immediately. Hua Guanchen's arm was also slightly injured, but he didn't care. He didn't even bandage it. He still raised his gun and aimed it at Kevin's head. He ordered coldly, knock him out, cuff him, and search him. The member of the special guards smashed the butt of his gun against the back of Kevin's neck, knocking him out. Another member immediately searched Kevin's body. When they found a high-yield time bomb on Kevin's body, their backs still broke out in a cold sweat. If this person really wanted to die with them, the chances of them making it back alive were not high. Hua Guanchen narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction where the helicopter disappeared. If he saw correctly, that was the armed helicopter of the Special Operations Forces. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2051, The Fisherman and the Fish 14. There were two updates today, at 8:30 p.m. on the second update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2063. That was the direction Hua Xiaoheng had told him about Song Jinning's disappearance. Hua Guanchen's heart tightened. He immediately ordered, half of you, clean up the battlefield. The other half, follow me to escort the suspect, Kevin, back to the military for detention. Although he really wanted to see how Song Jinning was doing, he decided to escort Kevin back first. After spending so much effort to catch the suspect, he didn't feel at ease handing him over to anyone else. From the looks of it, Hua Xiaoheng had personally gone to rescue Song Jinning. Hua Guanchen trusted in Hua Xiaoheng's work. The special guard quickly carried out Hua Guanchen's orders, leaving half of the uninjured to clean up the battlefield, while the other half followed Hua Guanchen to escort Kevin and Gua Huaning back with the injured. Hua Xiaoheng personally flew the helicopter southwest of the imperial capital. Along the way, he had already learned a lot about the situation on Lu Yuan's side through the ground communication with Zhao Yangzi. Mr. Hua, General Hua's situation is also very complicated. According to the statistics, the number of criminals on General Hua's side isn't as many as President Lu's, but their combat power is extremely strong. Moreover, the enemy leader that General Hua is dealing with is Kevin. His status is much higher than the enemy leader, Deputy Director Jia, on Lu Yuan's side. This makes sense because Kevin was originally targeting Nianji and Deputy Director Jia was targeting Superintendent Song. They must have underestimated the situation and thought that Superintendent Song didn't have many security guard around him, but they didn't expect General Hua to secretly place many soldiers around Superintendent Song as security guards. So, in the end, the enemy was desperate and even used that special explosion. Hua Xiaoheng listened quietly, occasionally grunting in response. Finally, Zhao Yangzi said, "The battle on General Hua's side has ended. We're starting to clean up the battlefield and escort the suspects back to the military." Dozens of powerful mercenaries were killed, and not a single one was spared. Hua Xiaoheng finally nodded and said, "Get Big Xiong to send someone to the military to ask about the situation. Kevin is an American citizen. The Special Operations Forces can assist in the investigation." Although Kevin was a foreigner, he had committed a crime on Huaxia territory, so the Special Operations Forces could not directly intervene because the Special Operations Forces had jurisdiction over all places outside of Huaxia territory. That is, unless they receive authorization from a domestic agency to assist in the investigation. However, cases like these that involve foreigners would usually require the Special Operations Forces to assist in the investigation. That was because a lot of evidence was collected overseas, and this was where the Special Operations Forces could show off their skills. Zhao Yangzi immediately said, "Yes, Mr. Hua. I'll let Big Xiong know right away." After dealing with the two most powerful mercenaries by Kevin's side, Hua Xiaoheng drove the helicopter and arrived not far from Lu Yuan. He didn't immediately find a flat place to land. Instead, he used the phone to contact Lu Yuan. "Director Lu, what's the situation?" Lu Jin had already arrived in his modified driverless car. He was holding his own equipment and investigating the evidence with Lu Yuan. "This explosion yield, this scale, and this intensity are indeed very close to the situation you described back then," Lu Jin said as he looked at the data on his instrument. "Who told you to test the explosion data now?" Lu Yuan was burning with anxiety. "Can you hurry up and see if there are still people alive here?" He needed someone as a clue to determine the direction in which Song Jining had been kidnapped as soon as possible. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "I'm not sure about the strength and scale of the explosion. How can I be sure if she's the same as you back then?" Lu Yuan's heart tightened. "Then is she the same? If she was like him back then she would have gone to the other side." "Are you worried that she's gone to the other side?" Lu Jin pursed his lips into the air in amusement. "You're still nagging?" Lu Yuan's emotions were rarely shown. "Hurry up and tell me the results. We don't have time to listen to your long story. Even if she's over, don't be anxious." Lu Jin had never seen Lu Yuan so anxious before. He couldn't help but want to tease him. "You've been on the other side for so many years, so you should know that there's no Song Jining on the other side." "That's hard to say." Lu Yuan snorted and saw through Lu Jin's intentions. "I've been on the other side for 18 years, but I've never heard of a great scientist called Song Jining, but that doesn't mean that there's no Song Jining on the other side." Lu Yuan was implying something. "You told me that the other side is a counterpart. The counterpart corresponds to DNA, not a specific identity, status, or ability." Lu Jin smiled and nodded at him a few times. "You have some brains. I'll be honest with you, with the scale and intensity of this explosion, it's wishful thinking to send someone to the other side." He took out the instrument and pointed it out to Lu Yuan. "Do you see these data? Although it looks powerful, it's just a decoration because it's not big enough." "What do you mean it's just a decoration?" "For example, it's like the difference between a miniature landscape and a normal landscape. Philosophically speaking, only quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. It's also applicable here. They haven't even reached the equivalent of this quantitative change, so of course it won't cause a qualitative change." "You're thinking too much. You want to go to the other side? You're dreaming." Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Lu Jin. "Just say that you won't go to the other side. It's a waste of time to talk so much. Didn't you want me to find out where Director Song went?" Lu Jin put down the instrument unhappily. "I'm ruling out all kinds of possibilities. There's only one possibility left, and that's to determine her location. Then you might as well hurry up and wake up the soldiers here and see if they have any clues." Lu Yuan was burning with anxiety and didn't want to bicker with Lu Jin. The longer he delayed, the more danger Song Jining would face. Lu Jin didn't do as Lu Yuan said. Instead, he continued to adjust the instrument and pointed to the southeast. Director Song went over there. Lu Yuan, "Are you sure? How did you detect it?" Lu Jin stared at the data on the instrument and said without raising his head, "They've all experienced the explosion here, and their bodies carry the same magnetic field energy as here. After my instrument inputs the magnetic field data here, I can use quantum entanglement to conduct a random search. Even if they've already fled to the ends of the world, it'll only take an instant for me to locate them." Lu Yuan, although he couldn't understand it all, hope suddenly rose in his heart. "Report the coordinates. We'll go over immediately." As Lu Yuan spoke, he also heard the sound of a helicopter approaching from afar. He knew that reinforcements had arrived and couldn't help but be overjoyed. When Hua Xiaoheng contacted him, he immediately said, "Lu Jin has confirmed Director Song's coordinates. Put down the rope ladder and we'll go over together." Using a plane chase was always faster than using a car, especially when the ground could be caught off guard at any time. This was today's second watch, Chapter 2052, The Fisherman and the Fish 15. There were 2 watches today. Remind me of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2064. Hua Xiaoheng immediately put down the rope ladder and said, "Uncle Lu, have you confirmed the coordinates?" Lu Yuan immediately reported the coordinates. Hua Xiaoheng immediately entered it into the helicopter's automatic navigation system and locked onto the coordinates. By the time Lu Yuan and Lu Jin climbed up the rope ladder, Hua Xiaoheng had already completed the directional control and was flying towards the coordinates. When Gu Ninji saw Lu Jin climb up, she pounced on him in surprise. "Dad, you're here too." Lu Jin was shocked. "Ninji, why are you here?" "Gu Ninji." Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. "Ninji is in danger too?" Gu Ninji wasn't really in danger. The only thing that was more dangerous was when the chairs suddenly exploded in the very soundproof small reception room of the Sheraton Hotel. However, because Hua Xiaoheng had reminded her in time, Gu Ninji hadn't been affected by the explosion. However, if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't called to check on Gu Ninji's condition, it would have been hard to say what would have happened. Gu Ninji saw that Lu Jin was worried and didn't want to say anything, but Lu Jin didn't need her to say anything. His face darkened, and he immediately picked up his phone to search for what had happened in the imperial capital tonight. When he saw it, he was so angry that he almost went berserk on the helicopter. "How dare you? How dare you use a bomb against my girl?" "Umph." Lu Jin waved his fist in exasperation. Lu Yuan. He looked at Lu Jin in confusion. "How did you know there was a bomb against Ninji?" "I didn't see it on the news." "Of course you didn't see it. They've blocked the news," Lu Jin said without hesitation. "I found it out myself." Lu Yuan. "They've blocked the news, so how did you find it out? Don't you think it's contradictory?" Lu Jin scoffed and raised his phone. "My search channel is different from your Chengdu or Google. The information blockades on the internet don't work on me at all." "Why doesn't it work? Just because you're thick-skinned?" Lu Yuan couldn't help retorting. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin wasn't angry. He smiled at him and said, "Boss Lu, I know you're in a bad mood today. I won't lower myself to your level. I said those information blockades don't work on me because the search engine I use is built on the basis of quantum entanglement. All information on the internet, whether encrypted or not, as long as it is circulated on the internet, including emails and text messages, I can search for keywords. So as long as someone talks about the Sheraton Hotel in private, I will know." Lu Jin patted Gu Ninji's head proudly. "I already knew that my girl went to the Sheraton Hotel with Speaker Long today to attend their Christmas party. I just searched for information and saw someone sending an encrypted email to someone reporting that the Sheraton Hotel's bomb plan failed and that the target has escaped. After comparing the two, I know that my girl was definitely the victim of an attempted bomb attack." Lu Yuan shook his head speechlessly. "You can even speculate that your daughter is in danger? What if it was someone else? For example, isn't Speaker Long a bigger target than Yinji?" "Who said that?" Lu Jin was furious. "How is Speaker Long more important than my girl? The other party is so generous, so of course they can only target my girl. How can anyone else be worth their time?" He made it sound like it was an honor to be the target of a bomb attack. Gu Ninji was also speechless. She quickly tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, I'm actually fine. You know that even if the bomb exploded, I'll be fine. At most, I'll suffer some physical pain. Of course, with your physique, you'll be able to recover in minutes." Lu Jin patted her on the shoulder. "And the bulletproof vest I made for you can even defend against missiles. Those small bombs are nothing." Gu Ninji. When she attended public events now, she would indeed wear the bulletproof vest Lu Jin had made for her under her clothes. It was both warm, beautiful, and had a strong bulletproof function. Lu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "But no matter how much it can heal, won't your girl still have to suffer? Even being scalded by boiling water will hurt, let alone being blown up by a bomb?" These words made Lu Jin shut his mouth. After a while, he said hatefully, "Who set the bomb? Who had the guts? He must have a death wish." Gu Ninji recalled the situation at the time and frowned slightly. She said in a low voice, "At that time, the seats of the COO of the Sheraton Hotel and I both caught fire and exploded." Lu Jin sneered and said, "This is a petty trick to cover up, just like how murderers often have to create an alibi. It's simply a blatant lie." That was what he said, but if he went to court, This would indeed be strong evidence for the other party to get off the hook. Gunyinji shook her head and felt that she was really possessed. What time was it? And she was still thinking about going to court. Kevin had been captured alive by the special guards. Just the charge of gathering a crowd to carry a gun was enough to make him suffer. Gunyinji only regretted that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't shot Kevin to death when he was shooting down from the helicopter, of course. She only dared to think about it in her heart and never dared to say it in front of Hua Xiaoheng. After a moment of silence, Gunyinji sat next to Lu Jin and leaned her head on his shoulder. She said in a low voice, "Dad, don't say any more. Major General Hua has protected me very well. With you by my side, no one can touch me." But Ms. Song, Lu Jin couldn't help glancing at Lu Yuan when she mentioned Song Jinning. Lu Yuan frowned and pursed his lips. He looked down at the scenery on the ground through the window and determined the location of the landmarks. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly pulled the joystick and said to the people in the cabin through the intercom, "There's an electromagnetic shield here again. The plane's autopilot has failed. I'll pilot it manually now. Fasten your seatbelts." When there was electromagnetic interference, the plane's navigation system would lose contact with the satellite system. The autopilot relied on navigation. Without navigation, it would depend on the pilot's skills and experience. They were about to reach their destination, and Hua Xiaoheng had no problem piloting it manually. But with Lu Jin around, how could he let someone else conduct electromagnetic interference? He didn't even need to use his own professional equipment. He just took out his phone and opened a small app. He quickly found the frequency of electromagnetic interference. As long as he found the frequency of the electromagnetic interference shielding, it would be a matter of minutes to crack it. Lu Jin only used his phone to counter it, and Hua Xiaoheng found that the helicopter's autopilot system was working again. He looked out the window at the thinning clouds. He held the rudder with both hands and steered the helicopter to land. He asked through the intercom, "Uncle Lu," who sent an encrypted email saying that the operation had failed, "can you find out the real name authentication information of the person who sent and received the email?" Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, Gunyinji, the three of them were sweating profusely in their hearts. None of them had thought of following the clues. It was understandable that Lu Yuan had focused all his attention on Song Jinning. Gunyinji, on the other hand, was distracted by Lu Jin and didn't react at all. Only Lu Jin was the most ashamed, since he could find the other party's encrypted email, and it was obvious that the mastermind behind the scenes was reporting on his work. He hadn't even thought of checking the real name authentication information. Lu Jin lowered his head silently and searched again. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "The email that sent and received the message didn't have real name authentication information. What about the IP address?" Lu Yuan still shook his head. Changing the IP address at the right time is also based on the theory of quantum communication. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The person who planned this is very powerful. At least in terms of professionalism, he's about the same as your Institute of High Energy Physics. You finally found your opponent. Lu Yuan was burning with anxiety, but he didn't forget to stab Lu Jin. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "Boss Lu, that's enough. Don't push your luck. I told you, this person's technology is about the same as your Institute of High Energy Physics. I'm much better than your Institute of High Energy Physics." What he meant was that if he wanted to catch up to him, he would have to wait until his next life. Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, but his palms were still sweating. At this moment, Hua Xiaoheng had already landed the helicopter on a relatively flat field. They were already more than 200 kilometers southeast of the outskirts of the imperial capital. Not far away, they could already see the harbor in the darkness. The seawater gently lapped against the shore, making a crashing sound. A few speedboats were parked on the shore, well hidden. There were a few high-end residential buildings near the coast. In one of the apartments, the person in charge of electromagnetic interference shielding was scrambling to adjust the equipment. A person next to him said angrily, "You can't even use the electromagnetic interference detector properly, and you still call yourself a top physics student?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2053, The Fisherman and the Fish 16. There were 2 updates today. At 8:30 p.m. The next update. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2065. Before the helicopter's propellers stopped spinning, Lu Yuan had already jumped out of the helicopter. Lu Jin stumbled down behind him. As soon as he steadied himself on the ground, Lu Yuan grabbed his hand and asked anxiously, "Where's Director Song? Didn't you say she's here?" Lu Jin looked around. When he was in the air, he had looked down and remembered that this was the direction of the sea. However, the helicopter couldn't stop on the main road. Hua Xiaoheng must have found a flat place near the main road to land, but it was still a distance away from the main road. Lu Jin took out the instrument to check again. He frowned and said, "It's here. Go a little further." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuan was already running forward. Lu Jin turned around to look at Hua Xiaoheng, who was walking over from the helicopter, and asked, "How many people did you bring?" Hua Xiaoheng said, "Excluding you and me, there are 4 people. In other words, excluding Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, and Hua Xiaoheng himself, there were 4 more people. A total of 8 people." Lu Jin muttered to himself, "Will that not be enough? Do they have a lot of people? Can you think of a way to find their location?" Gu Nianji became nervous. She walked over to stand beside Lu Jin and tilted her head to look at the instrument in his hand. Lu Jin shook his head. "I'm not sure if they have a lot of people, but this place is very big. We might have to conduct a carpet search." Hua Xiaoheng, a carpet search along the coastline? Was he joking? Gu Nianji also glared at Lu Jin. "Dad, can't you find their coordinates? Someone has already eliminated the residual magnetic field energy from their bodies." Lu Jin scratched his head and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng embarrassedly. "Right now, I can only deduce that they should be near the coastline. As for where they are, the signal has disappeared." "Dad, how do you know that someone eliminated the residual magnetic field energy from their bodies and didn't disappear naturally?" Gu Nianji asked curiously and looked around. This place wasn't remote, but it definitely wasn't prosperous either. Not far from here, there were a few buildings that were under construction. In the boundless moonlight, the tall eagle beak frame stretched across the horizon, and the green net covered the unfinished high-rise building tightly. There was a neighborhood nearby that had already been built. It was obviously a condominium with a sea view. For the 5 high-rise buildings were sparsely arranged, striving for the best view of the sea. The occupancy rate of the residential area should not be too high. It was not even 10 o'clock at night, and there were not many people who went to bed early. There were also very few buildings with lights on. Gu Nianji looked away and at the coastline in front of her. The road was not smooth, and they could not see the sea at a glance. However, they could already hear the sound of the waves lapping against the shore. The night wind brought the unique salty smell of the sea. It was not unpleasant, but it was refreshing. Because it was near the sea, it was not as cold as the imperial capital. "What should we do? With just a few of us, we'll have to search until the end of time," Gu Nianji muttered as she looked up at Hua Xiaoheng's profile. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her, but he had already reached out and pulled her to his side. He thought about it quietly for a while and said, "I'll inform someone to come over. Even if we have to do a carpet search, we have to find him." Even if they had to search 18,000 kilometers of the country's coastline, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Lu Jin searched for information for a while and whispered, "There's a Christmas yacht race here today. It was scheduled half a year ago. It leaves at midnight, and whoever arrives at their destination the fastest before dawn will win the grand prize of 50 million yuan. Because the prize money is relatively large, there are also a lot of boats participating. According to preliminary estimates, there are 3,000 yachts gathered on the coastline here tonight." Gu Nianji sucked in a breath of cold air. Half a year ago? Who's so capable? Chaos mathematics? Lu Jin snorted. Although he was reluctant, he said honestly, this person can probably go one step further than chaos mathematics. Gu Nianji. Lu Yuan ran further than Hua Xiaoheng and the others. He had already arrived at the seaside and looked at the densely packed boats of all sizes moored in the harbor. It was almost 10 o'clock, but it was still bustling with noise and bright lights. There were many more people than the seaside view condominium on the shore. His brows furrowed even more. Why were there so many yachts gathered here at this time? According to his intuition, Song Jining should have been taken to one of these boats. But which boat was she on? That was the question. It wasn't impossible to search them one by one, but it would be too eye-catching and alert the enemy. What if the other party got angry and killed Song Jining and threw her body into the sea? Lu Yuan didn't dare to say anything. He took out his phone and sent Lu Jin a text message. Can you find their current coordinates? I'm worried that they've boarded the boat. Lu Jin saw the text message from Lu Yuan and replied helplessly. The residual magnetic field energy has disappeared. The coordinates cannot be correctly determined. Lu Yuan saw it and almost threw his phone into the sea. He stood on the shore and looked at the sparkling dark water. The crescent moon in the sky shone down like a willow leaf. The woman he had been thinking about for more than 30 years was not far from here. Her life and death were unknown, but he couldn't find her. Song Jining's mouth was taped shut by Deputy Director Jia. Her hands were tied behind her back, and she was thrown into the cabin of a small yacht. There was another person waiting on the boat. After they boarded the boat, the person scanned them a few times with a handheld scanner. He handed the boat to Deputy Director Jia and got off the boat. Because it was dark, the person was dressed tightly. He wore a hooded sweater, a black mask, and big sunglasses that covered half his face. It was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Song Jining could tell that Deputy Director Jia was at the end of his tether. He even looked like a bird that was startled by the mere twang of a bow. She wasn't afraid of vicious bad people, but she was afraid of mentally ill people who had lost their minds. Because vicious bad people could still predict their actions, but mentally ill people who had lost their minds could not predict any of their actions. Therefore, Song Jining was very careful to keep quiet and try not to provoke Deputy Director Jia. He had a gun in his hand, and his marksmanship was not good. Song Jining wasn't afraid of being killed, but if she was crippled, she felt that it would be better to die. Song Jining couldn't see the shore. She could only see a row of yachts in front of her. She didn't know if there was anyone on the yachts. Deputy Director Jia was studying the yacht's dashboard in the cockpit with a sullen face. This was a modified yacht. It was much faster than the average yacht. The method of driving was also very simple. After entering the high seas, it could even achieve autopilot. As long as they could enter the high seas, a warship would immediately come to pick them up. Deputy Director Jia looked warily in the direction of the shore. He was sure that those people had not caught up. After entering the sea coordinates that the person gave him into the navigator, Deputy Director Jia set the sailing time. As long as they waited until midnight, thousands of yachts would set off at the same time. By then, even the gods would not be able to find their position. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 2054, The Fisherman and the Fish 17. There were 2 watches today. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2066. Gun Yinji put her hands to her mouth and rubbed them together. Are you cold? Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. Why don't you go back to the plane? Gun Yinji shook her head. No need. I want to see if I can help. She turned to ask Lu Jin, who was standing on her other side. Dad, you haven't told me yet. How do you know that the magnetic field energy didn't disappear naturally, but was artificially eliminated? He really touched a sore spot. Lu Jin glared at Gun Yinji. Do you know how long it would take for the magnetic field energy to disappear naturally? If the residual energy disappeared naturally to a place where my instrument couldn't detect it, it would take at least 100 years, if not 1,000. How could it disappear so quickly? Of course, it must have been eliminated by someone. Gun Yinji understood. Just like the half-life of radioactive elements. It's not that powerful. Lu Jin lowered his head and fiddled with his small handheld instrument. But the principle is similar. In short, it suddenly disappeared. It must have been artificially eliminated. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed, and she muttered to herself. In terms of high-energy physics, he's almost the same as the Institute of High-Energy Physics. And he can use chaos mathematics? Isn't this person a genius? Genius? Lu Jin didn't want to admit it, but he had to respect reality. He snorted and said arrogantly, "By your standards, of course he's a genius." What he meant was that, by his standards, these people weren't geniuses. Gun Yinji's lips twitched. She caught a glimpse of Hua Xiaoheng's serious expression from the corner of her eye, and her heart became even heavier. Song Jining was still in the hands of those people, and according to Lu Jin's analysis, the other party seemed to have some amazing genius. What should she do? Gun Yinji thought about the 7 years she had spent on the internet in this world. Other than Gu Xiangwen, she hadn't heard of any other geniuses. However, Gu Xiangwen was already dead in this world. He was dead. She had seen his body with her own eyes. Thinking of Gu Xiangwen's body in this world, Gun Yinji couldn't help but think of his wife who had died with him. She looked exactly like Qin Yaoguang after plastic surgery. And Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery based on Qin Suwen's facial bones. Gun Yinji glanced at Lu Jin, and her eyebrows twitched. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside Gun Yinji with his hands behind his back. He listened to her jesting with Lu Jin, but his mind was racing. He was thinking about how he could find Song Jining's whereabouts and rescue her without anyone noticing. They had never expected that there would be so many yachts here. The other party must have hidden Song Jining in one of these yachts. However, they couldn't figure out the other party's movements, so they didn't dare to let the other party discover that they had already caught up. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sent a message to Hua Guanxin, telling him to not let the other party know when he brought reinforcements over. In other words, he couldn't let the planes and tanks make a big fuss. "I have to come over quietly." When Hua Guanxin saw Hua Xiaoheng's message, he had just finished reorganizing the army. He sent the members of the Special Guard back to the military headquarters and replaced them with another group of Special Guard members. This time, it was the 3rd Company of the Special Guard. The armed helicopters were ready and waiting for him to give the order. They were going to head southeast. Hua Guanxin expressionlessly looked at the phone that his personal secretary had given him for a while. He read the message from Hua Xiaoheng several times before giving the order in a low voice. "Gather in a row of guards." Hua Guanxin's subordinate froze for a moment. "Chief, the guards in a row are ordinary soldiers who are on guard duty. Do you want them to gather?" They were now gathered in a row of the Special Guard. Hua Guanxin raised his hand. "Yes, gather in a row of guards. Get on the helicopter and fly southwest. At the same time, the military vehicles on the ground will open the way. Make a big fuss. There must be an alarm, the kind that will disturb the people." The platoon commanders and company commanders, "Chief, are we really going to disturb the people?" Although military orders were obeyed, this order was against the tradition of the army. They didn't dare to obey it easily. Hua Guanxin nodded. "Do as I say. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." "Yes, Chief." The platoon commander of the guards no longer dared to question the chief's decision. He immediately transferred the soldiers onto the helicopter and sent some of the soldiers onto the military vehicles. They sounded the alarm along the way and sped southwest. The members of the 3rd Company of the Special Guard followed Hua Guanxin and secretly boarded a modified large truck. They took the drone and headed southeast. This move, which was a covert move, had successfully paralyzed the other party. "When will the ship depart? Will it be too late? What if they catch up?" Deputy Director Jia was talking to someone on the phone in the cockpit. He was so nervous, he was almost going crazy. "It's okay. We have people watching the movements of the military closely. They're heading in the wrong direction. They're heading in the southwest direction. No one will come over." Deputy Director Jia quickly turned on his phone to look at the news. Sure enough, the internet was flooded with reports of military vehicles and armed helicopters suddenly gathering southwest at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. He didn't know what had happened. There were also many passers-by taking pictures online to show that there were pictures. Deputy Director Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the pictures. He had always felt that the enemy had caught up and suspected that they were not far away. It wasn't until he saw the news that he believed that he had finally gotten rid of the pursuers. It seemed that their people were quite good at misleading others. They had led the enemy to the southwest, southwest and southeast. Although there was only a difference of one word in terms of direction, they were indeed two completely different paths. Deputy Director Gia's heart felt hot and cold. He couldn't help but take out a bottle of cold beer from a freezer in the cockpit and take a sip. As long as he successfully went out to sea this time, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Lu Yuan stood by the beach for a long time before he finally had an idea. He turned back and met up with Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, and Gun Yinji. He said, "Give me a yacht. I want to compete with them." Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly and said, "It's easy to get a yacht, but how can we determine Ms. Song's location? That's the most important thing." Lu Yuan clenched his fists. "Even if I have to search them one by one, I have to find her. Isn't that nonsense? If we can search them one by one, how can we not find them?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes again. "But can they let you search them one by one? Then what should we do?" Lu Yuan was so concerned that his mind was in a mess. He couldn't think of a suitable solution. Lu Jin had thought of a solution, but he could only rely on Hua Xiaoheng to complete it. He didn't have that much equipment and energy for the time being. Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Xiaoheng, this is your mother's accident. Can you use your official position for personal gain?" Gun Yinji rubbed her forehead. It was clearly an open and above-board matter. So why did it sound so unreasonable when her father said it? She quickly stopped Lu Jin from continuing. "Dad, how is this using official position for personal gain? Ms. Song is the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics and the person in charge of the National Key Laboratory. If something happens to her, the country will definitely save her at all costs. Right, Major General Hua?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Yes, as long as we can save people, as long as we can do it, there's no distinction between public and private." "Good." Lu Jin gave him a thumbs up and praised him with a smile. "That's how my son-in-law should be." He liked being flexible and unconstrained in doing things. Gun Yinji, Lu Yuan finally kicked him. "What are you waiting for? Tell me." Hua Xiaoheng blocked Lu Yuan's flying kick in time. Lu Jin dodged to the side and quickly said, "Let Xiaoheng use the weather weapon." Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands together and said, "That's right. It would be best if the weather weapon could cause a storm on the sea. I dare say that most of the people on these yachts will choose to give up the race and disembark." Lu Yuan also understood and said calmly, "There's no need for them to give up. At that time, the government can step in and announce the rescheduling of the race with the excuse of a storm at sea, and the yachts are not allowed to go out to sea. Then we can legitimately send people to help everyone evacuate." This is the first chapter for today. Chapter 2055, The Fisherman and the Fish 18. It's 2 o'clock today, at 8:30 p.m. the next night. Let me remind you about monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2067. Hua Xiaoheng was actually already considering this problem. Uncle Lu's suggestion is very good. I'll ask my superiors for instructions. At the same time, you can also help us see if there are any improvements to our existing weather weapons. As he spoke, he used his Bluetooth headset to connect the phone and called General G. General G's personal secretary immediately went to General G's study after receiving the call. General G was still awake and waiting for news. His special guards had been mobilized, so the seriousness of the matter was self-evident. Seeing that it was Hua Xiaoheng's call, he immediately asked, "Have you found Director Song? Is Ninji okay?" Hua Xiaoheng faced the sea and said in a deep voice, "Ninji is fine, but Director Song's whereabouts are unknown. She's on the thousands of yachts across from me. I want to apply to the military to use the weather weapon." General G was a little troubled and said, "Xiaoheng, the procedures to activate the weather weapon are very cumbersome, and it's not during wartime when important military targets or leaders' lives are threatened. Xiaoheng, you know better than me that if it's not during wartime, activating the weather weapon does require a complete approval process. This is to prevent people from practicing fraud and endangering the lives of ordinary citizens. Moreover, our country's weather weapons are still immature. If we use them offshore, if we don't control the scale well, it will cause damage to the property of ordinary people. There is a certain risk. Xiaohong, is there no other way? Do we have to use it? Can Director Song wait in time? General Ji asked a few questions in rapid succession, but Hua Xiaohong was already prepared. He glanced at Lu Jin and said calmly, General Ji, it's precisely because our country's weather weapons are not mature enough that we need to test them in practice. There are 3 reasons why I'm applying to use the special clause to activate the weather weapon immediately. First, Director Song is an important scientist in our country and has made great contributions. The military use of high-energy physics that she has mastered has exceeded the importance of ordinary important military targets or leaders. When her life is threatened, it meets the special clause. Second, our opponent is related to the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. The failure of that experiment caused a heavy loss to the military and the country, not only in terms of property, but more importantly, in terms of talent. Our country's most famous high-energy physicist at that time, academician Song Haichuan, the director of the Institute of High-Energy Physics, was sacrificed at that time. At the same time, many outstanding young scientists of that time were sacrificed. It's not an exaggeration to say that their sacrifice caused our country's particle physics research to stagnate for 10 years. Such a huge loss. And now there are signs that it was deliberately done by foreign enemies. Can we just sit back and do nothing? Could it be that this level of threat cannot be considered as a declaration of war against our country? Thirdly, Professor Lu Jin, an important scientist who has just been introduced to our country, has suggested that he can help us test the scale and strength of the new weather weapon. With him in charge, I think you can rest assured. It will definitely not cause major damage to the lives and property of ordinary people. When General Ji heard the first 2 reasons, he already agreed. When he heard the third reason, he couldn't resist. He had only done 2 things in his life. One was to nurture talents for the military, and the other was to create more sophisticated weapons for the country. Talents and weapons were the true weapons of a great nation that could protect its homeland. Do you really have evidence to prove that the failed experiment between the military and the Institute of High-Energy Physics 18 years ago was sabotaged? General Ji became serious. If this accusation was true, then the investigation that year needed to be restarted. Even the investigators that year had to be re-examined. This was because the official results of the investigation that year ruled out the possibility that the failure of the experiment was sabotaged by humans. Hua Xiaohong didn't know much about what happened that year, but his father, Hua Guanchen, had revealed some information to him this time. Then, in the process of pursuing the enemy, the bomb they used was exposed. It could be said that it was a classic example of not courting death. Hua Xiaohong also had doubts in his heart. He said calmly, it's too early to conclude that there was a problem with the investigation that year. And if it was indeed sabotaged, why did they jump out and expose their shortcomings after so many years? These are all problems. But for now, General Ji, please immediately agree to Professor Lu personally presiding over the weather weapon to rescue Director Song. General Ji thought about it and felt that what Hua Xiaohong said made sense. He immediately said, Okay, I agree to your request. It's a special case. Immediately report the 3 reasons you just mentioned in writing to me. I will immediately approve it. You let Professor Lu preside over the operation of the weather weapon. Yes, Chief. No matter how calm Hua Xiaohong was, he was still a little happy. He knew that Song Jining would definitely be saved this time. After hanging up the phone, Hua Xiaohong looked at Lu Jin and Lu Yuan and said seriously, I've already applied to use the weather weapon. General Ji has agreed, but we need Uncle Lu to personally preside over the operation and evaluate and improve our existing weather weapon. Only then will General Ji have more reason to explain to the people in the military. The military headquarters implemented a collective leadership system. Although General Ji was the head of the Supreme Council, He couldn't cover the truth with one hand. Lu Yuan immediately said to Lu Jin, "Lu Jin, please help us." He was worried that Lu Jin would suddenly act up and make a fuss. Lu Jin snorted. "In your eyes, am I such an unreasonable person?" Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and Gu Nianji didn't say anything, but their eyes said the same thing. "You are hot, childish." Lu Jin was disdainful, but he also knew that he had been too willful and rash in the past. It was normal for these people to have doubts about him. However, he was a patient with severe interpersonal disorder, and he wasn't a useless person. He patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said provocatively, "Boss Lu, if it weren't for the fact that your cooking is so delicious, I would have snatched Director Song over. I've only admired two women in my life. One is Nianji's biological mother. She's no longer around, and the other is Director Song. If I make a move, do you think you and Director Song have any hope?" He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. She stomped her feet and quickly chased after him in an attempt to change the topic. She deliberately said coquettishly, "Dad, where do you put me then? What happened to me being your favorite girl?" Lu Jin turned to look at her, took her hand, and scratched her straight nose. He deliberately scolded her with a straight face. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're my girl, so of course you're number one in my heart. How can you be compared to the woman I admire? To them, I might have feelings for a man and a woman, but to you, I only have feelings for a father and a daughter. How can they be compared? It's just like how some women are brainless and insist on comparing themselves to their daughter-in-law. What do you mean by getting married and forgetting your mother? How brainless? If your son's feelings for his daughter-in-law are the same as his feelings for his mother, then it's disgusting. Let me tell you." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched from the reprimand, but she calmed down as she held Lu Jin's broad and warm palm. Just as she was about to continue persuading him, she didn't expect Lu Yuan to follow her. Without hesitation, he said to Lu Jin, "As long as you can save Director Song, I'll quit immediately and fulfill your wish. As long as she can come back safely, I'll leave this place immediately and never see her again." This was today's second update, Chapter 2056, The Fisherman and the Fish 19. There were two updates today. Remind me of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2068. Lu Jin was so shocked by Lu Yuan's words that he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Gu Nianji quickly supported him. She was also shocked by Lu Yuan's words. She turned to look at Lu Yuan. Everything was dark in the dark night sky, but under the hazy moonlight under the navy blue sky by the sea, she could see Lu Yuan's slightly red eyes. She didn't know that a man who almost never showed his true emotions on his face would have such a painful and enduring expression. This expression was too infectious. In that instant, Gu Nianji seemed to have seen this man's entire life. In his entire life, he had hidden all his personal emotions, love and pain, joy and anger, regret and hatred deep in his heart. What appeared in front of everyone had always been peace, cheerfulness, and perseverance and faith that he would not be discouraged no matter what desperate situation he was in. It was also because of this that when she unintentionally sensed this man's emotions, Gu Nianji knew that this man had reached his limit. He couldn't continue to be reserved, and he couldn't continue to be calm. He was like a volcano that was burning inside. Although the magma hadn't erupted yet, the surface of the ground had already begun to loosen. Not only was Gu Nianji shocked by his expression, but even Lu Jin, who liked to joke at the most inopportune times, froze. After a long while, he pointed at Lu Yuan's nose and said, "Are you stupid? Can't you tell if what I said just now was true or not? Would I like another woman? Do you think your Director Song is a treasure that everyone wants?" Lu Yuan closed his eyes. "No matter what you say, as long as you save her." Lu Jin was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Boss Lu, you're trying to anger me to death. Not only are you trying to anger me to death, but you're also trying to anger me to death so that I won't have the face to see Nianji's mother. There's no one else in my heart. There's never been anyone else. Boss Lu, You like Ms. Song so much that you can't even push her away. No wonder Ms. Song didn't like you back then. You deserve it. Gunyinji closed her eyes and screamed, Dad, stop talking. Let's go take charge of the weather weapon. I'll go with you. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and grabbed Gunyinji's hand. He said calmly, Let Uncle Lu go back with my men. You stay with me and don't go anywhere. Gunyinji, on the other end of the Bluetooth headset, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi were on standby in the central control room. Hearing Hua Xiaoheng's words and the argument between Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, both of them were very emotional. Yin Shixiang shook his head and turned off his headset. He laughed strangely and said to Zhao Yangzi, Even Hua Xiao has a day when he's so clingy. Actually, it's pretty good for Ninji to follow Professor Lu back to the military headquarters. It's safer than staying at the beach. Zhao Yangzi understood Hua Xiaoheng's actions. He looked down at the screen in front of him and said dryly, You haven't lost the person you love the most, so you don't understand Hua Xiao's mentality. After a pause, he said very quietly, But I understand. If Bai Shuang hadn't died, he would have been the same as Hua Xiaoheng. At any uncertain moment, he would have wanted her to be with him. Even if he had to tie her to his side with a rope, he would have done it. Yin Shixiang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had stepped on Zhao Yangzi's sore spot and felt very guilty. He immediately turned on his headset and pretended to be working hard. He said loudly to Hua Xiaoheng on the other end of the headset, Hua Xiao, I'll go to the airport to pick up Professor Lu right away and send him to the military headquarters. Hua Xiaoheng held Gunyinji's hand tightly and said, I was just about to look for you. Go to the airport to pick him up immediately, then personally send Professor Lu to the military headquarters and bring him back personally. No matter where Professor Lu goes, you have to follow him closely. You can't miss anything. I won't take any chances. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang quickly stood up and saluted. Even though Hua Xiaoheng wasn't by his side, when he gave orders in a deep voice, there was always an indescribable pressure. Even across mountains and rivers, people couldn't help but obey. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Jin anxiously and said sincerely again, Please. Lu Jin sighed and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. You win. Boss Lu, promise me one thing, and I'll go save Director Song. Say it. No matter what it is, I'll agree. Lu Yuan let go of all his caution and slyness. If I can't do it, I'll give my life to you. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched. Boss Lu, why would I want your life? I want you to promise me that when Ms. Song is rescued, as long as you propose to her, I'll preside over the weather weapon. Lu Yuan, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, then forget it. She has nothing to do with you anyway, so why should I save her? Lu Jin simply crossed his arms and looked up at the starry sky. Lu Yuan understood what Lu Jin meant. He was both touched and nervous. He nodded cautiously again. I promise you, as long as she returns safely this time, I'll definitely propose immediately. That's more like it. Remember it well. Lu Jin suddenly flashed his phone and waved it at Lu Yuan. I recorded everything you said today. When the time comes, whoever dares to snatch Ms. Song from you, I'll release it and embarrass him to death. I'll make it back off. Lu Yuan. Gunyinji helplessly buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Who was going to be embarrassed to death? Hua Xiaoheng waved at Lu Jin and motioned for him to hurry to the helicopter. Not long after, the helicopter took off. Hua Xiaoheng's soldiers included a helicopter pilot. He and 2 other soldiers escorted Lu Jin back to the military headquarters in the imperial capital. At the temporary airport at the military headquarters, Yin Shixiang was waiting for him with the field personnel of the Special Operations Forces. As soon as Lu Jin got off the plane, Yin Shixiang immediately reported to Hua Xiaoheng. Target A has reached its destination. End of report. Hua Xiaoheng, Gunyinji, and Lu Jin had already brought the rest of the soldiers to a place where they could see the coastline. The place was brightly lit, and more than 1,000 yachts were lined up in a row at the port. The yachts were all decorated with Christmas lights. The lights were shining, and there were many people getting on and off. The entire dock was even more lively than during the day. They quietly arrived here and didn't attract any attention at all. However, they didn't blend into the crowd at the dock. Instead, they found an open and leeward place to hide. They waited for the wind to blow and for reinforcements to arrive. At that moment, Huaguanshan's third company of the Special Guard had arrived not far from here in a modified truck. Lu Jin got off the helicopter and was taken into a bulletproof car by In Xiao. They drove towards the center of the military headquarters. The windows of the car were very dark, and Lu Jin couldn't see the road outside. Only the driver in the front row could control the direction through his special eyes. Lu Jin only knew that the car made many turns and finally drove deeper and deeper underground. After the car stopped, he got out of the car and saw that he was indeed standing in front of an underground building that looked like a bomb shelter. The door was as tall as 2 people and extremely heavy. It was wrapped in a thick layer of cowhide, and there were all kinds of defensive materials inside. Even a hydrogen bomb would find it difficult to blow it up, let alone a normal nuclear bomb. This was probably the most important wartime military command base in the entire Huaxia Empire. Lu Jin's expression was a little strange. He had seen the same place in the other world, but that was before he had fallen out with He Changjian. He Changjian had taken him there to see it, and, at the same time, he had asked him to help test their weather weapon. Standing in front of almost the same place, Lu Jin couldn't help but ask In Xiao, "Who built this place?" In Xiao whispered, "It said that this was one of the military projects that the military worked with the Institute of High-Energy Physics back then." Lu Jin suddenly understood. It seemed that the failed experiment 18 years ago wasn't the only project that the military had worked with the Institute of High-Energy Physics. The gate of the base quietly opened, and In Xiao and Lu Jin walked in together. The other members of the Special Operations Forces didn't have the authority to enter, so they could only stand guard outside the door. After entering, Lu Jin was directly brought to a black oak door by the staff here. On the door, there were 2 protruding English words stamped in gold: weather. Warfare. This was the most mysterious weather weapon control room in any country. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2057, The Fisherman and the Fish 20. It was the 3rd watch today. The 2nd watch was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the 3rd watch was 8:30 in the evening. They were all big chapters with rewards and updates. Because they owed too much, they could only pay it back with big chapters. Remind me of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2069. In Xiao followed behind Lu Jin and walked in. The black oak door behind them immediately closed, separating the inside and outside of the room into 2 different worlds. In Xiao could be considered someone who had seen the world. The central control room at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was also one of the most confidential places in the Empire's military, but compared to this place, it seemed to be lacking something. This should be a hall, but at first glance, it looked like a library. There were many bookshelves densely packed together. However, what was on the bookshelves were not books, but computer mainframes. Perhaps they weren't mainframes, but computer mainframes. In Xiao wasn't sure what these things were called. It was as if he had walked into the basement of a supercomputer center and was surrounded by computers everywhere. The staff in this room were all wearing white coats and looked no different from scientists in ordinary laboratories. However, In Xiao knew that these people were not only professional, but also had a strong background. They had all gone through the most stringent background checks and were the military's best reserves of talent. They all looked at Lu Jin eagerly, like fanatical fans meeting their own celebrities. They couldn't wait to worship him like a god. Lu Jin was quite polite to them. As he walked, his gaze casually swept around the hall. He nodded at the staff and said, "Is the weather weapon control room here?" "Yes, Professor Lu. All the control systems related to the weather weapon are in this laboratory." A man in his 30s looked at Lu Jin excitedly. "The organization has asked you to preside over this weather weapon experiment. All the personnel in the military's weather control laboratory have been ordered to assist." Lu Jin smiled slightly and raised his hand. "Cut the crap. Give me the password to the console. Use the same number of people as usual. Listen to my instructions. Yes, Professor Liu. The man stood at attention and saluted happily, treating him like a chief. The corners of In Shixiang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that Nianji's father was actually quite reliable. Lu Jin seemed to have heard his thoughts. He turned around and glanced at him, then said seriously, "Stand behind me. Don't make a sound and affect everyone's operations." In Shixiang immediately shut his mouth like a clamshell. After bypassing the rows of bookshelf-like buildings, the view before them suddenly became clear. In front of them were rows of long desks, and the desks were also filled with computer screens. The surrounding walls, the ceiling, and even the floor beneath his feet were all OLED displays. When the lights dimmed, it was as if they were in the depths of the vast starry sky, surrounded by blue light. In Shixiang suddenly felt a sense of awe. Lu Jin said with a sigh, "Weather weapon." From the name, you can tell that it's man-made manipulation of the weather for military purposes. Actually, we have long been able to control the weather in a small area. The most common methods are sprinkling dry ice and rain, artificially dispersing clouds and fog, and even controlling lightning. There's also a thermobaric bomb that can be used in actual combat. It uses high temperature and high pressure to quickly consume the oxygen around a semi-enclosed target. It's especially useful for attacking targets in caves or tunnels. In addition, there are also cold weapons and high-temperature weapons that use the weather to attack the enemy. As Lu Jin spoke, he used the highest password that the other party had given him to turn on the central computer mainframe of the console. At the same time, he began to teach the staff, who were all ears. However, these weather weapons that are used in actual combat all have a characteristic, which is that their usable range is very small. Why? Because our grasp of weather weapons isn't precise and thorough enough. Just like many years ago, when nuclear weapons made a theoretical breakthrough, everyone knew that they could create nuclear bombs this way. However, before a nuclear bomb with a controllable explosive yield was created, no one dared to use a nuclear bomb, because you don't know how much damage the nuclear bomb you throw will cause. If the damage is uncontrollable, it's a double-edged sword. It hurts both others and oneself. Such a weapon can only survive in a laboratory and can't be used on the real battlefield. The same is true for weather weapons. The current weather weapons are powerful, but if we can't control their attack range, they can cause an earth-shattering disaster. Nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs are not worth mentioning in front of real weather weapons. The laboratory staff were busy operating the equipment while listening attentively to Lu Jin. They wished they could be more careful and multitask. Lu Jin turned on the computer mainframe in front of him and selected the Hurricane at C file on the menu. At this moment, the OLED screens in the room immediately changed patterns, showing thick, undulating clouds that were as thick as cotton candy. In Shixiang immediately felt the power of nature. Lu Jin's hand paused for a moment before he continued. Someone once said that the biggest hurricane the United States experienced a few years ago, Katrina, was caused by a weather weapon developed by Russia. Although Russia strongly opposes it, this statement isn't groundless. I can be sure that all countries in the world, as long as they have a certain amount of talent and economic strength, are researching weather weapons. It's just that the development of this weapon is more difficult than nuclear and hydrogen bombs. Because if you're not careful, it's very likely that you'll wipe your own country off the face of the blue planet first. So there are no more than 3 countries on the entire blue planet that are really developing weather weapons. When Lu Jin said 3, In Shixiang wanted to laugh. Other than Huaxia, the United States, and Russia, why don't you find a 4th country that can develop weather weapons? I'll admit defeat if I can't find it. The laboratory staff couldn't help but curl their lips. They were more reserved and didn't laugh out loud. Lu Jin shrugged. He didn't think what he said was funny. It was all the truth. His hands began to quickly type out a series of instructions on the keyboard. Setting the hurricane on the sea. Enter the coordinates of the coast. Within 5 nautical miles. Hurricane level 3. Because Hua Xiaoheng's goal was only to find a legitimate reason to stop the 1,000-yacht race that had started at midnight tonight, he didn't want to cause too much trouble at sea. So, a hurricane level 3 was enough. The laboratory staff put on their headphones and clearly listened to Lu Jin's instructions in English. The most difficult thing about weather weapons was controlling their scale and intensity. They had simulated it many times on the computer, but they still couldn't figure out what would happen in reality. Because the weather and environment in reality were very different, any small change would cause a butterfly effect, making their control formula unsuitable. If the control formula failed, it would be equivalent to the weather weapon failing. An uncontrolled weather weapon would attack indiscriminately. No one would be stupid enough to kill themselves when they killed the enemy. The control formula code that Lu Jin had written using chaos mathematics was irreplaceable in correcting errors in time. Lu Jin entered the formula into the control system. After doing the calculations a few times, he had a plan. Atmosphere 1, activate. Atmosphere 2, activate. Atmosphere 3, activate. Lu Jin didn't stop reporting until Atmosphere 180 was activated. The code names that he mentioned were actually the tall windmills that had been erected on the seaside and hillsides around the imperial capital over the years. These tall windmills, which were made of white concrete and special alloys, could be used to generate wind power on the surface. At the same time, they could be used for military purposes. These tall windmills were actually antennas that were mainly used to transmit high-frequency electromagnetic waves. They could emit short-wave electromagnetic waves into the atmosphere and use atmospheric particles to focus and charge them. This would change the temperature and density of the atmosphere above the blue planet and create the eye of the hurricane. Lu Jin's instructions were to activate the antenna function of these tall windmills and begin to release a huge shortwave electromagnetic wave to the corresponding coordinates above the blue planet. Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, and the others hid behind a shelter from the wind and quietly waited for the hurricane to arrive. Not long after, Hua Guanchen arrived with a modified truck. He spoke to Hua Xiaoheng on the phone, and under his guidance, he parked the truck some distance away from the dock. The modified truck's engine was almost completely silent. It didn't alert anyone along the way. At least everything was normal on the yacht at the dock, and there were no special movements. Hua Guanchen walked over quietly with the members of the third company of the Special Guards. He frowned and asked, "Why are you still waiting? Why aren't you making a move? How long are you going to wait? Director Song, don't hold him hostage for too long." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and felt a sudden whirlwind. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. He said soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the whirlwind suddenly grew stronger. It was so strong that people couldn't help but spin in place. Gun Yinji was the lightest there, and she was almost blown away. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and looked up at Hua Guanchen. "General Hua, I'll have to trouble the comrades of the Special Guards to put on the local garrison uniforms and board the yacht to help evacuate the crowd." "Hua Guanchen, why do we have to evacuate the crowd?" He was a little confused, but looking at Hua Xiaoheng's confident expression and Lu Yuan standing beside him with his hands behind his back, it seemed like they had made some kind of deal in private. Hua Guanchen looked away unhappily. He was about to continue asking questions when the whirlwind grew stronger and stronger. Especially at the dock, which was the center of the whirlwind, it was visibly boiling. The sparkling seawater began to churn. Wave after wave, from small to large, rolled up huge waves that washed over the yacht moored by the dock. What happened? The weather forecast didn't say that it would be windy tonight. The people on the yacht got out, wearing raincoats. They put their hands on their foreheads and looked up at the sky. The originally clear navy blue night sky was now covered in thick clouds that pressed low above their heads. The cyclone almost scraped their faces, and it was bone-chilling. Everyone shivered and went back into the cabin, closing the doors and windows tightly. But this was far from enough. The quiet bay seemed to have been violently awakened. It rolled and flopped to vent its anger. Whoosh! A high wall of seawater rolled up and slammed into the yacht closest to the side. The yacht was originally parked in a slightly off position, and it was smaller than the other yachts. Immediately, half of its body was tilted by the waves. Water. It's flooded. The yacht is flooded. 3 men wearing orange life jackets on the yacht ran out in panic. They jumped into the sea and quickly swam to the shore. But when they reached the sea, they realized that the waves were bigger than they looked. The tumbling whirlpool on the sea almost squeezed their internal organs out. A few members of the sea guards jumped down from somewhere and dragged the 3 of them ashore. After they got ashore, heavy rain fell from the sky. This time, the rain was a little strange. It was not like the usual rain, which started with small raindrops and then turned into a downpour. This time, it started with a rainstorm. It was as if the sky had been smashed by a waterfall. The rain poured down, heavy and urgent. The wind howled, the rain was heavy, and the seawater was rolling. When the sky was angry, it was really chilling. Many people hid in the yacht to check the weather on their phones. It turned out that there had suddenly been a hurricane in this area of the sea. It was said that the cold current from Siberia had merged with the tropical clouds from the south and north. The cold and heat collided, causing the hurricane on the sea. Immediately after, the local government began to issue an emergency notice, asking everyone in the hurricane area to evacuate, because it was said that the hurricane this time would last for a longer time and the intensity would increase. For the sake of the people's lives, the local government decided to send out military soldiers for disaster relief. Huo Guanchen finally understood Hu Xiaoheng's intentions. He smiled slightly, and the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes curved. They were strangely similar to Lu Yuan's. "General Hua, it's your turn now." Huo Xiaoheng had been wearing a Bluetooth headset to keep in touch with Zhao Yangzi. He and Gun Yinji were both wearing raincoats and stood by the side of the truck to take shelter from the rain. Huo Guanchen nodded. "I'll bring the soldiers of the 3rd Company of the Special Guards with me." Lu Yuan immediately said, "I'll go too." Huo Guanchen glanced at him. He wanted to refuse, but Huo Xiaoheng said, "President Lu knows the situation over there better. He's seen the kidnappers with his own eyes." Huo Guanchen pursed his lips. "Then let's go together." In the storm, a neat group of people trotted to the dock. A soldier in a black raincoat and holding a yellow megaphone shouted at the yachts, "Ladies and gentlemen, please disembark immediately. Please disembark immediately. Level 3 hurricane warning. It's very likely to be upgraded to level 4. For the sake of your safety, please disembark immediately. Our troops will send you back to the city in a military vehicle." He stood at the top of the dock and repeatedly used the yellow megaphone to shout loudly in the wind and rain. Huo Guanchen quickly boarded the yachts with the members of the 3rd Company of the Special Guards. As they evacuated the crowd, they searched for traces of Song Jining. Deputy Director Jia had been restless since the wind and rain started to blow on the sea. They were only an hour away from setting off, but suddenly something went wrong. He picked up his phone and contacted his own people. He asked angrily, "What's going on? Why'd a hurricane suddenly blow?" "When you arranged the time, didn't you look at the weather in advance?" The other party was also very aggrieved and said unhappily, "This plan was set half a year ago. Those weather forecasters sometimes can't even predict the weather the next day. Who can guarantee that the weather forecast half a year ago will be accurate?" This was the second major chapter of today's update. Chapter 2058, The Great Country's Important Weapon. P.S. 100,000 cheating coins as a reward to the president of Wu AI Hall in September have been delivered with 2 updates. It was the 3rd night today, 8:30 p.m. of the 3rd night. They were all major chapters of rewards and updates. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2070. Deputy Director Jia was speechless. He also knew that the weather out at sea was highly unstable. The weather forecast was indeed not that accurate. Not to mention the weather forecast half a year ago. Even the forecast yesterday might not be 100% accurate. However, He was flustered and would not feel comfortable if he did not scold others. After yelling at the person on the phone for a while, he said angrily, "Then what should we do? If not today, when will we leave?" The other party could not make up his mind and said, "I will ask the higher-ups again. Wait for a while." After hanging up the phone, Deputy Director Jia looked out the window. The wind on the sea was getting stronger. Raindrops the size of fists were smashing against the hull of the yacht, as if they were trying to drill a hole in the boat. Deputy Director Jia moved to the window, picked up the infrared night vision binoculars, and looked down. He saw that there were indeed many people coming from the shore to help evacuate the yacht. The people on the yacht also got off the yacht. He also heard the people on the yacht come out and say that the competition tonight was canceled. They would have to wait for further notice when they would gather again. After talking to Deputy Director Jia, the person on the other side quickly reported to the higher-ups. Their team looked loose on the outside, but in fact they were tight on the inside. Most of the time, they only communicated one way. It was not that easy for him to find the higher-ups. Fortunately, the person above him also realized that the situation had changed. Not long after, he took the initiative to contact him. "What's going on? Why is there suddenly a hurricane at the port? Didn't we check the weather forecast?" The person quickly said, "Yes, but it was half a year ago. At that time, I reminded you that the weather forecast is not that accurate. How can you believe a forecast from half a year ago?" The other party actually scolded him. "What do you know? Normal weather forecasts are not accurate, but our forecast is not accurate." The person was scolded until he was speechless. He only glanced at the satellite image on the TV. How could the gathering clouds be accurate? However, he only dared to mutter in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. After the person above him finished speaking, he did not speak for a long time. It was unknown if he was thinking of a solution or talking to someone else. However, when the person above him spoke again, his voice changed. There was a hint of fear in it. "The yacht competition is canceled, but tell Deputy Director Jia to leave quickly. That's not a sudden change in the weather. It's Huaxia using their weather weapons." "Weather weapon?" The man's heart trembled, and his whole body trembled. Really? You're so powerful. Can you escape? What's the use of asking me? Hurry up and let him go. Don't wait." They were coming for him. But don't worry, the weather weapon is not so easy to control, so the boss's analysis is that it will only be near the sea. If it goes further, it should not be so powerful. I didn't expect that the director of the Institute of High-Energy Physics could make Huaxiao want him to stay at all costs. The person above him had a ferocious look on his face. "Boss, you're the best. You've chosen a good target." After hanging up, the man immediately called Deputy Director Jia and said anxiously, "You'd better leave. This was not an ordinary hurricane, but a weather weapon. The warship is still in international waters. Don't disembark. Leave now while they don't dare to act rashly." Deputy Director Jia immediately understood. He was angry, afraid, and terrified. Raising his head to look at the dark sky above his head and the low pressure of the thick clouds, he felt as small as a flying insect on a spider's web, stuck in the spider's web and unable to move. Such a big deal. It's to prevent me from going out to sea. Deputy Director Jia quickly made a decision and said in a deep voice, "Since they did this, they probably didn't dare to let me know their real purpose. So even if I leave immediately, they won't dare to do anything to me. As long as they didn't kill him, he had nothing to be afraid of. That's for sure. Otherwise, why would they use the weather weapon? Can't they just search the yacht?" It seems that they really value Director Song. You have to remember to send her to the warship in one piece. A powerful scientist could be equivalent to an entire division. This was a common understanding. And the most powerful scientist could even be equivalent to an army. This was what Huo Guanxin was thinking at this time. He was wearing the military uniform of the local garrison and led the 3rd Company of the Special Guards to help evacuate the crowd on thousands of yachts. He was also nervously searching for traces of Song Jining. 1 ship, 2 ships, 34 ships, 58 ships, 226 ships. As he searched by himself, he listened to his subordinates' reports. His heart was burning with anxiety. Where were they hiding Song Jining? Liu Yuan also followed them onto the boat and searched the yachts one by one. At this moment, a yacht suddenly started its engine regardless of the wind, rain, and waves. It broke through the turbulent water in front of it and rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. Liu Yuan's mind raced, and he quickly realized that Song Jining must be on that yacht. At this moment, he had just helped 2 members of the 3rd Company of the Special Guards evacuate the people on a yacht. He was originally the last to leave, but seeing that the situation had changed, he immediately returned to the cabin. Without another word, he found a spare key and started the yacht. An ordinary soldier might not know how to drive a yacht, but Liu Yuan was the CEO of a listed company in the other world. He was very proficient in this kind of rich people's stuff. Hua Guanxin noticed the unusual movement here and understood after pondering for a moment. His face was livid, and he shouted at the stormy sea, "Come back." His assistant checked along the way and quickly confirmed the registration information of the 2 yachts that had left. He said to Hua Guanxin, "Chief, the first yacht belongs to a home improvement company, and the second one belongs to a logistics company. However, the owner of the second yacht just called the police, saying that someone stole their yacht and went out to sea." Hua Guanxin gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Where's our boat? Go out to sea and chase after them." Under the attack of the weather weapon, they still dared to sail out to sea. It seemed that not only had the other party figured out the truth of the sudden hurricane this time, but they were also fearless. They were certain that they couldn't directly control the weather weapon to make them suffer. Hua Xiaoheng held his binoculars and looked out at the stormy sea. He also saw the 2 yachts suddenly sail out one after another. Hua Guanxin's request for the military to send out military ships to chase after them was sent to Hua Xiaoheng. He calmly expressed his objection. "No, sending out military ships to chase after them will confirm the other party's guess. They don't have evidence to prove that the hurricane this time was caused by the weather weapon. It's just a guess. We can't give the other party an opportunity." Hua Guanxin almost stomped his feet when he found out. "So what if it's true? We're not afraid of them." "Chief," General Ji said, that weather weapons are internationally known as weapons of mass destruction and are prohibited by many international conventions. Although we haven't joined any international conventions that restrict the use of weather weapons, we still have to show compliance on the surface. If we fall out now, we can't maintain a tacit understanding. It will make the country very passive internationally." Hua Guanxin was so angry that he threw away the Bluetooth headset and shouted, "I don't want to listen to this nonsense. If they don't send a warship, I'll do it myself." As he spoke, he rushed to one of the yachts and started sailing. Unfortunately, there were too many people around him. When they saw that the chief was confused, they rushed up without hesitation and forcibly pulled Hua Guanxin away from the cockpit. When he returned to Hua Xiaoheng's side, Hua Guanxin said with a cold expression, "Xiaoheng, that's your biological mother. You're just going to sit back and do nothing? If it was her, would you still be so calm?" Hua Guanxin pouted at Gunyanji. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and said unhappily, "Ms. Song is Ms. Song, and Nianji is Nianji. How can these 2 be mentioned in the same sentence? General Hua is too tired today, so he's talking nonsense. Why can't they be mentioned in the same sentence? One is your mother, and the other is your fiancé. Can't they be compared?" Hua Guanxin's heart was burning with anxiety, but he could only force Hua Xiaoheng to speak up. "Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng recalled what Liu Jin had just said and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "I have a mother-son relationship with Ms. Song and a romantic relationship with Nianji. How can they be compared?" Hua Guanxin was rendered speechless by Hua Xiaoheng. He snatched his guard's binoculars and stared ahead. Liu Yuan's yacht driving skills were much better than Deputy Director Jia's, and he was better at driving in extremely bad weather. Before long, he caught up to Deputy Director Jia's yacht and kept abreast of him. He wore far-infrared night vision goggles and looked carefully into the yacht. There were only 2 figures in the entire yacht. One was hunched over in the cockpit, and the other was tied up and stuffed into a cabin at the bottom of the yacht. Needless to say, the person who was tied up and stuffed into the bottom of the yacht was Song Jining. Lu Yuan was delighted. He took out the pistol from his waist and fired at the yacht that was moving abreast of him with one hand at the helm. Bang! Sparks flew from the yacht, but not a single bullet hole was made. The hull of the yacht was only slightly dented, leaving a crater. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. This yacht was powerful. It seemed to have been modified. Otherwise, how could it be bulletproof? This also showed that the enemy had been scheming and had already made thorough preparations. Lu Yuan held the rudder and gritted his teeth. He suddenly turned the rudder and slammed it into Deputy Director Jia's yacht. Deputy Director Jia's yacht driving skills were very average to begin with, and he didn't have actual combat training like Lu Yuan's. In addition, the weather was not good. It was already good enough that he could drive so far. How could he withstand being hit by other yachts? With the collision, his entire body fell into the cabin. The entire yacht instantly lost its direction and spun around a whirlpool on the sea. Lu Yuan panicked when he saw this. He didn't expect the other party to be so useless. The yacht was about to capsize after just one collision. He steeled his heart and drove the yacht into the whirlpool on the sea. The two white yachts chased each other in the ink-black whirlpool on the sea. After the yacht in front lost control for a while, it actually slowly kept up with the rhythm of the whirlpool. The situation of the yacht chasing behind wasn't much better. It had to try its best to control it so that it wouldn't be brought deeper into the sea by the whirlpool. Lu Yuan couldn't possibly keep chasing behind the yacht in front of him. He set his yacht to automatic driving and then came to the deck. The seawater in front of him had become a funnel that was crazily pouring in. He stood at the edge of the funnel, carrying the yacht's spare grappling rope on his back. His eyes were bright as he looked at the back side of the yacht in front of him. Clang! He suddenly reached out and threw the grappling rope in his hand, which happened to catch the white railing on the backside of the yacht in front of him. He tugged hard. After making sure that he had a firm grip, he took a few steps back, half-squatted, and started to run. Then, he leaped up like a seagull spreading its wings and soaring. The grappling rope guided his direction. He passed through the waves in the wind and rain and landed on the backside of the yacht in front of him with a bang. Lu Yuan rolled forward on the spot to remove the inertia of the impact. He crawled on the deck of the yacht and moved forward. Only then did Deputy Director Jia stand up from the ground and quickly grab the rudder to start the yacht. At that moment, he realized that someone was already piloting the yacht remotely. He put on his headphones and heard the person above him say anxiously, "Don't worry about the yacht. We've already got someone to take over. Hurry up and keep an eye on Song Jining. Don't let anything go wrong." Deputy Director Jia heaved a sigh of relief, then said angrily, "Since you can drive it remotely, why didn't you do it earlier? I'm not an expert. What are you complaining about? Who knew that you'd be so useless? Don't tell me we're going to reveal all our secrets just for you." Deputy Director Jia was scolded, but he was in a much better mood. He knew that he should be saved. The organization he had joined was said to be led by high-tech and very powerful. After leaving the cockpit, he walked towards the spiral staircase that led to the bottom of the yacht and went all the way down. At that moment, Lu Yuan had just found the spiral staircase. He looked around and found that Deputy Director Jia was not in the cockpit. The cockpit was empty. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that Deputy Director Jia might want to perish together with Song Jining. Without hesitation, he chased after him from the spiral staircase. In the bottom cabin of the yacht, Deputy Director Jia's face was flushed red. He picked up Song Jining, who was tied up, from the ground and pointed a gun at her head. He smiled sinisterly and said, "We're about to go out. We have nothing to do now. Either we die or we live, and you, only death awaits. How about it? Before you die, have some fun with me. You won't be resentful when you die." Song Jining pursed her lips and said, "You touched me. I'll probably vomit all the way to my death. You're still so stubborn." Deputy Director Jia's face darkened from Song Jining's mockery. He smashed the butt of his gun at her. Song Jining tilted her head. Her face wasn't hit, but her shoulder was hit hard and didn't feel good either. "How dare you dodge?" Deputy Director Jia grabbed her hair and pulled it back. Song Jining was forced to raise her head, which happened to be aimed at the middle of Deputy Director Jia's body. Ugh, Song Jining did as she said and vomited. Deputy Director Jia flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was about to use force when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He suddenly shrank his neck and quickly turned behind Song Jining. He used her as a shield and pointed the gun at her head. He looked up just in time to see the door being kicked open and someone barging in. This is the third chapter of today's update, Chapter 2059. P.S. The second 100,000 Chidian coins awarded to the leader of Wu AI Hall in September has been sent with 2 updates. It's the third update today, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2071. Song Jining had a gun pointed at her temple, and the back of her neck was tightly gripped by Deputy Director Jia. She had no choice but to raise her head. When Lu Yuan rushed in, this was what he saw. He felt his mind buzz, and he almost couldn't maintain the expression on his face. Deputy Director Jia looked at the person who rushed in. He was dripping wet and looked very disheveled. He was not wearing the military uniform of the local garrison. He immediately raised his hand and shot, but unfortunately he missed. He could only shout awkwardly, "Who are you? What are you doing on our yacht?" Lu Yuan forced himself to calm down as his mind raced. He thought to himself that there were clearly only 2 people on the yacht, and both of them were in the lower cabin, but the yacht was moving normally now, which meant that someone was remotely controlling the yacht. Since even the yacht could be remotely controlled, then this modified yacht must have surveillance cameras everywhere. Perhaps someone was watching everything that was happening here. In a flash, Lu Yuan gave up on his plan to end the battle quickly and deliberately said frivolously, "What can I do? I like the woman you brought up. Can we make a deal? Give her to me." Song Jining stared at the man in front of her with wide eyes, her heart pounding. At first, she didn't recognize who this person was. It wasn't until this person spoke that she realized it was Lu Yuan. It seemed like he had disguised himself. She had long felt the strong wind and waves outside, and the yacht was shaking violently. However, she didn't think in any other direction. She only thought that the weather at sea was changeable, and it was entirely possible for there to be a storm. Later, it was chaotic outside. She couldn't hear anything from the bottom cabin of the yacht, so she had no idea what was happening outside. Now that she saw Lu Yuan come in, she knew that he was definitely here to save her. She silently shut her mouth, but her pair of perfectly shaped willow leaf eyes stared at Lu Yuan without blinking. Lu Yuan looked calm on the surface, but under Song Jining's gaze, he felt the tips of his ears heat up. Fortunately, the bottom cabin of the yacht was very dark. Otherwise, someone might have seen through him. Deputy Director Jia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't those pursuers, he wasn't that afraid. However, this person had come at the right time, and he was a little worried. He pointed the gun at Song Jining's temple and asked Lu Yuan suspiciously, "When did you see her?" "Why, I brought her onto the boat. No one seemed to see her." "Hee, I was on the yacht across from you." Lu Yuan pointed casually. "When you brought her onto the boat, I happened to get up to drink. I saw her through the window." As he spoke, he revealed an incomparably covetous expression. "I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. You're so lucky. Where did you kidnap her from?" "I've never seen such a beautiful woman before." Deputy Director Jia saw that she was not a good person, and of Lu Yuan of Lu of family. Deputy Director Jia was relieved when he saw that this person wasn't a good person. He was afraid that those passers-by with a strong sense of justice would want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. He still had to kill another person. Deputy Director Jia rolled his eyes and said, "That's none of your business." "Lu Jia." Jia said, of Lu. "Hi, and God to Lu of Kit, of he of Wei. Lu Hua, and of Luo of Wang of Hua to. Lu to of Lu Ti Lu man Ti, Lu Ti with of a Lu to longer. Lu. It was obvious that he was a man who would risk his life for a woman. Deputy Director Jia despised him in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "Fine, Since you fell in love with this woman at first sight, I'll give you a chance. Seeing that Lu Yuan was about to walk over, Deputy Director Jia quickly stopped him. I have conditions. Don't come over now. Lu Yuan's heart ached when he saw that the gun had left a red mark on Song Jinning's temple. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks and say with a smile, "What conditions? Just tell me. Do you want money? Name a price. Or you can sell her to me. I have plenty of money. Tell me how much you want." Deputy Director Jia chuckled and touched Song Jinning's face. He said, "How many of such peerless beauties have you seen in your life? You're still asking for a price? This is a rare resource that can't be bought with money. Do you think I'll sell it to you?" Lu Yuan revealed a greedy expression. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Even if you don't sell it, you can at least retail it, right? How much do you want? I'll transfer it to you right away." Deputy Director Jia was the most greedy person. He thought for a few seconds and was about to offer a price when someone suddenly spoke from the Bluetooth headset he was wearing. "This person's background is fishy. Let's stabilize him first, then bring Song Jinning into the motorboat. Give him this yacht and let him be the scapegoat." Deputy Director Jia's heart skipped a beat, but he still had a smile on his face. He tightened his grip on Song Jinning's neck. Song Jinning was caught off guard and let out a soft hiss. Lu Yuan didn't have time to defend himself, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a pained expression. Deputy Director Jia immediately understood that this was a fake. This person was here to kill him. Deputy Director Jia's hands were unsteady. He grinned sinisterly and pulled Song Jinning up to block in front of him. As he retreated, he said slowly, "What do you want to do it? Why don't I do it first, and then you do it? Just transfer me 10 million in cash to my bank account." As he spoke, he gave his bank account number. Lu Yuan looked at Deputy Director Jia speechlessly. He thought to himself that this guy was really greedy. He gave out his bank account number so casually. He took out his phone from his trouser pocket and said with a smile, 10 million just once? Aren't you being too ruthless? How about 1 million? Okay, 1 million it is, Deputy Director Jia said readily. At the same time, he kicked back with one foot and a door suddenly opened behind him. He pulled Song Jinning back, and the sound of gunshots immediately rang out in the lower cabin. Lu Yuan hurriedly lay down. The bullets flew over his head, leaving bullet holes everywhere in the lower cabin. He hadn't expected that this modified yacht would even be equipped with a long-range gun. Lu Yuan's blood was stirred up. He fearlessly leaped up from the ground and used the momentum to pull down an iron chair that was welded to the ground to block his head. He was wearing a bulletproof vest made by Lu Jin, so he wasn't afraid of bullets. However, he didn't wear a hat on his head, so he could only rely on the small iron chair to block his head. But in this 3-minute delay, when he kicked open the small door that Deputy Director Jia had taken Song Jinning to hide in, he found that they were already gone. If he continued forward, he would reach the opposite deck. There were a few small motorized lifeboats hanging on the edge of the deck, one of which was already missing. When he turned back, the deck of the previous room had been broken by a long-range gun, and seawater was pouring in. Lu Yuan made up his mind and rushed up to untie a motorboat. He used a special key to start it and quickly went out into the sea. The sea was still stormy, and the rain was so dense that it was hard to open one's eyes. It was dark again, and visibility was almost zero. Lu Yuan put on his far-infrared night vision goggles and finally saw a motorboat speeding not far ahead. He held the motorboat with both hands and turned the engine to the maximum. He raced a snow-white waterway on the sea at night and chased after it without a care for anything else. Behind him, Huaguanshan quickly caught up with the military's motorboat team. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2060. The rooster crows incessantly. It was still the third watch today. The second watch was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third watch was 8:30 in the evening. They were all big chapters with rewards and updates. Because they owed too much, they could only pay it back with big chapters. Remind me of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2072. Lu Yuan received a message from his Bluetooth headset and knew that Huoguanshan had brought the motorboat fleet over. This was a good thing, because the more people there were, the better the ability to deal with all kinds of possible situations. From the modified yacht, he could tell that the person behind Deputy Director Jia was very powerful. To be able to remotely control a yacht and an automatic rifle, the other party's forces were not to be underestimated. He was worried that there would be more powerful obstacles waiting for him and Song Jining. However, he was also very anxious. He was worried that if Deputy Director Jia found out about such a big scene, he would go all out and kill him. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to catch up with Deputy Director Jia, divert his attention, and delay as much time as possible, so that the motorboat team could have a chance to capture all the people behind Deputy Director Jia. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuan drove the motorboat to its maximum speed. It was almost flying on the sea, creating a long mist that blocked his line of sight. In fact, after leaving the modified yacht, it was difficult for Deputy Director Jia to contact his superiors. Because the yacht had been modified and had a radio signal receiver, they could command and control it remotely. But now that he came out of the yacht, he was only driving a motorboat, and he was getting closer and closer to the high seas. The network signal was already very weak. This was also China's territorial waters, so the people behind Deputy Director Jia did not dare to use satellites to contact him. Therefore, their connection was intermittent, which made Deputy Director Jia very anxious. He kept shouting, "Hey, hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Where's the warship? Which country is this warship from? I can't hear you. Speak slowly. The warships are temporarily unable to approach." The other party's words came out of the earpiece in fragments. "What do you mean we can't get close for now? I'm about to reach the international waters." Deputy Director Jia looked at the distance displayed on the motorboat and was extremely excited. As long as he reached the high seas, he would be able to shake off the person chasing after him. He was sure that the person who had broken into the yacht was most likely a plainclothes policeman. Song Jining was still tightly bound by him, and even her mouth was gagged. She was tied to the motorboat and stood behind Deputy Director Jia, acting as a shield for him again. If someone fired from behind, she would be the first to be hit. Song Jining kept turning back, but the wind and rain were so heavy that she couldn't even open her eyes. How could she see what was happening behind her through the dense rain? She was almost in despair when she suddenly felt the sea become even more turbulent. There was even a rumbling sound behind her, which was completely different from the sound of the heavy rain. Song Jining turned back again. This time, she finally saw it clearly. It was Lu Yuan who was chasing after her in the motorboat. Just like how Moses led his people out of the Red Sea, he opened a channel in the dark sea. Deputy Director Jia also heard the rumbling sound coming from behind. His hands almost couldn't hold the motorboat. He was not very proficient, so he could only use the autopilot function to drive. He was that he jinxing, so that the speed of Jia increased and shun. To Lu. That he was to Lu, Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He crouched on a motorboat again and crashed into it from the back. Lu. With. I'm taking this peerless beauty away. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated. He held the motorboat firmly in his left hand and the pistol in his right hand. He shouted, "Get down." Song Jining understood and hurriedly bowed. Just as she bent over and lowered her head, Lu Yuan aimed at the back of Deputy Director Jia's head and pulled the trigger steadily. Bang! A few bullets shot out of the barrel and into the back of Deputy Director Jia's head before exiting from his forehead. Deputy Director Jia stared at the shadow of the warship in front of him, screamed, and rolled off the motorboat into the sea. The motorboat that he and Song Jining were on suddenly turned upside down in the sea like a headless fly. Song Jining was tied up, and her whole body flipped over in the cold sea with the motorboat. Lu Yuan plunged into the sea and quickly swam to the side of the overturned motorboat. He took a military knife and untied Song Jining from the bindings. After being tied up for a few hours, Song Jining's hands and feet were numb. As soon as the rope loosened, she sank into the water. Lu Yuan quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her up, hugging her tightly in his arms. Although the sea in winter hadn't frozen, it was still much colder than usual. Song Jinning's lips were black from the cold. Her teeth chattered as she stammered, "Are you okay?" Lu Yuan lifted her out of the water and swam to the side of his motorboat. Just as he was about to put her on, drones the size of eagles suddenly flew over from the high seas. They were remotely controlled. They stepped closely on the high seas line and descended from the sky. They started shooting at Song Jinning and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan hurriedly pulled Song Jinning down, and the two of them sank into the sea together. The sound of bullets entering the water could be heard above their heads, creating a large splash. Lu Yuan held Song Jinning in his arms and swam underwater. He circled around the motorboat and swam to the other side to hide. The two of them held their breath in the sea for a long time. Lu Yuan could still hold on, but Song Jinning couldn't. She was almost suffocating. Lu Yuan felt Song Jinning's body in his arms getting heavier and heavier, and his heart tightened. With the sudden light from the sea above his head, he saw that Song Jinning's face was purple. It turned out that she was short of oxygen. He lowered his eyes. In the deep blue sea, she looked at him with a smile. She didn't say anything, nor did she complain. It was as beautiful as a dream. However, her hand gradually loosened, and her smile gradually blurred. Even her clear eyes were about to close. Lu Yuan pursed his lips, slowly lowered his head, and leaned towards Song Jinning. Just as he was about to reach her lips, Lu Yuan said hoarsely, "It's an emergency." Then he kissed her lips. Her lips were even more beautiful than he had imagined. The moment he touched her lips, all the blood in his body was screaming, wanting to break through the restraints of his blood vessels. His bones were so stiff that he couldn't move. However, he didn't indulge in her lips. Instead, he quickly stuck out the tip of his tongue, pried open her lips, separated her teeth, and sent all the oxygen he had left into her mouth. Song Jinning gradually recovered from Lu Yuan's oxygen delivery. Lu Yuan ignored the danger to his life and floated to the surface of the sea. He took a deep breath and sank back into the sea to deliver air to Song Jinning. After a few times, Song Jinning finally recovered. Song Jinning felt bad and wanted to go up to breathe herself, but Lu Yuan didn't allow her to go up. He was worried that she would be hit by the drones flying on the sea. Now, not only had the other party sent out the drones, but they had also asked the drones to turn on their lights. The sea was illuminated as if it was daytime. Two pitch-black motorboats, one upside down and one upside down, could be seen floating on the surface of the sea. When Hua Guanchen arrived with the motorboat troops, he saw the two empty motorboats and was very anxious. He looked around and immediately found the drones that were still testing the waters at the edge of the high seas. He was immediately angry and ordered in a deep voice, "Drones, get ready. The coordinates are the high seas." He reported the coordinates of the waters where the drones were located on the high seas, even including the warships not far away. Anyway, nothing that happened on the high seas was illegal, so Hua Guanchen didn't care. He wouldn't fight with the other party on the high seas. He was used to attacking directly, and it was best if he hit the other party's nest. Not long after, the drones Hua Xiaoheng sent swarmed over. They were almost 10 times the number of drones. This time, it was a dense swarm of drones that whizzed over like a hornet's nest. The firepower was fiercer, the aim was more accurate, and the attack range was wider. Soon, the other party's drones hovering near the high seas were all shot down by the drone swarm sent by Hua Xiaoheng. He even deliberately let go of a few drones and then drove his own drone army to chase the other party's warships. When the other party's warships saw that the Huaxiao Empire military didn't tolerate it and actually attacked in one go, they immediately panicked. They quickly set sail on the sea, turned into an extremely large S-shaped waterway, and fled in panic. The other party fled too quickly. The drones commanded by Hua Xiaoheng only had time to drop a few small bombs around their waterway, causing a splash. This made the other party think that they were really going to fight, so they didn't dare to fight. Hua Guanxin led the motorboat troops to fire warning shots at the border between the high seas and the Huaxiao Empire's exclusive economic zone to supervise the other party's departure. After the other party had completely evacuated, Lu Yuan brought Song Jining to the surface. Hua Guanxin saw them at a glance and quickly sent someone to fish them out of the sea. Song Jining was still wearing a woolen sweater. Her entire body was drenched and hung heavily on her body. She kept shivering. Hua Guanxin's heart tightened. He immediately took off his military uniform and put it on Song Jining. However, Song Jining dodged to the side and hugged Lu Yuan's arm. Let's go back quickly. Xiaoheng and the others must be getting impatient, right? As they spoke, the roar of a helicopter sounded above their heads again. Song Jining looked up and saw that it was a helicopter with a logo of the Huaxia Empire Military's Special Operations Forces flying over. She was immediately happy. Xiaoheng came to pick us up? Lu Yuan nodded. At the same time, he said magnanimously, General Hua also contributed a lot. If General Hua hadn't arrived with his men, we might not have been able to float up from the sea. Song Jining turned around to look at Hua Guanxin. She saw that he was holding his military jacket and was retracting his hand awkwardly. Song Jining smiled faintly and nodded. Thank you, General Hua. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Hua Guanxin. Lu Yuan wasn't very clear about the entanglement between Song Jining and Gua Huaining. He just put his hand on Song Jining's shoulder and raised his hand to pull the rope ladder that had fallen from the helicopter. He urged, Jining, you go up first. Hua Guanxin was stunned again, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Even the way he addressed her had changed. What had happened just now that he didn't know? Song Jining nodded. I'll go up first. You should come up quickly, too. Lu Yuan laughed. I'll go up first. You should come up quickly, too. Song Jining climbed up the rope ladder without looking back. Gun Yinji poked her head out and smiled as she handed her hand to her. Miss Song, this way. Song Jining smiled, grabbed Gun Yinji's hand, and climbed up with all her might. As soon as she went up, Gun Yinji handed her a bag of clothes and said, Ms. Song, quickly go over there and change out of your wet clothes. Song Jining didn't bother with pleasantries. Seeing that there was a door in the corner of the helicopter, she quickly walked in and took off all her wet clothes. She changed into the clothes that Gun Yinji had brought for her. Gun Yinji was very careful this time. She had brought everything from the inside to the outside. Song Jining only felt alive after changing into clean and refreshing clothes. She pushed open the small door and came out. Seeing that Lu Yuan had also come up, she quickly said, CEO Lu, you should go and change too. Gun Yinji had also brought a set of clothes for Lu Yuan, which was prepared by Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan wiped his head with a towel and went in to change as well. Song Jining changed her clothes and wiped her head as she sat by the window. She looked down at the sea and saw that the motorboat fleet was still quietly lined up on the sea. Hua Guanxin stood alone on the command boat and looked up at the helicopter. Song Jining pursed her lips and said to Gun Yinji, Yinji, shall we change seats? Sure. Gun Yinji agreed without hesitation and sat by the window. She casually glanced out of the window and saw Hua Guanxin. She immediately understood. She held Song Jining's hand and looked her up and down. Are you okay? Where's Deputy Director Jia? Song Jining looked fine, but there was a red mark on her temple, as if she had been pointed at by a gun. There were also faint strangulation marks on her neck, and her face was relatively pale. Chunlai also rushed over. He came over with a medical box to examine Song Jining's body. As he took her pulse, he said, Fortunately, Director Song wasn't injured. She was just frightened, and her heart was beating faster. Song Jining blushed a little. Her heart was beating fast, but it wasn't because she was frightened. Gun Yinji waited by the side. After Chunlai finished his examination and went to examine Lu Yuan, Gun Yinji continued to ask, Did you fall into the sea just now? Who saved you? It was CEO Lu, Song Jining said generously and turned to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't look at her. Instead, he was focused on talking to Chunlai. From her angle, she could only see Lu Yuan's back. Song Jining was suddenly startled. However, She quickly retracted her gaze and continued to say to Gunyinji, "The other party came prepared this time, and their technical methods are very clever. Even a piece of trash like Deputy Director Jia can compete with CEO Liu." Gunyinji quickly nodded and agreed. The other party is indeed very powerful. I heard from my dad that the technical methods used by the other party this time are even higher than chaos mathematics. Song Jinning frowned and said, "It's not just chaos mathematics. She wanted to talk about the explosion, but she looked at Gunyinji and didn't continue. Instead, she changed the topic and whispered, "Are you okay? I saw someone forge your photo." Gunyinji didn't know about this yet. She was shocked. "Forge my photo? What photo?" This was the second chapter of today's update. Chapter 2061, Seeing a Gentleman. P.S. The third 100,000 Chidian coins as a reward to the president of Wu AI Hall in September has been delivered with 2 updates. It was the third watch today, 8:30 p.m. on the third watch. They were all big chapters of rewards and updates. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.